Yeah, I'm just looking at the main menu now, and like there's some interesting stuff here. I'm assuming in the very, very back, well, it looks a bit like an explosion, right? And then it looks like the pail probably as well. You can see the humanitarian aid choppers at the top. Obviously, there's the church, and I mean, we can kind of just tell the coastline from what we've seen now. They managed to make Revachol look much larger than I realized, with a lot more population density. It's possible we're only seeing certain chunks of it. Or actually, maybe mostly all of this that we're seeing is, like, beyond the scope of where we go. Can we see the shipyard anywhere? Or the shipping containers? I mean, I see a factory on the hill that seems to be high-lit. I don't know that it has to be a one-to-one or anything. I'm just trying to see if there's, like, popular landmarks here. Yeah, it's a gorgeous title screen, I agree. Let's just say they were developing some interesting technology there. I know, but, like, I don't know how it fits into everything, but maybe we'll find out very soon, considering we're going to the source now. And maybe that's really the big reveal that we've been building up to, and I didn't even know what to look for. Oh, the shipyard's here. I was looking for it way back, but it's actually, like, right here. Oh, it makes sense, because the inlet with the crossing is in this corner here, right? So the Whirling in Rags is on the shoreline here. In this corner. And are these the apartments, or is that even anything? Maybe I don't know what this is on the left. But we're all cut off. Like, wherever the bridge is, it's right past the shipyard. Like, I guess it might be over here. So the rest of the area directly adjacent to us is really populated in a way I didn't realize. I kind of felt like we were sort of on our own outside of that spot. And I don't know why this is so important. It recontextualizes my understanding, even though I've been looking at this title screen the whole time. I honestly don't know, but I think the distinctive motorway on the far right side is motorway down south from Thoughts Cabinet. The one that people go on to not come back from. The one that goes into the Pale. That presumably the Pale driver drove. You can kind of see tall buildings in the back, which I imagine the financial district they mentioned is the financial district, right? Okay. Then am I right to read this kind of gaseous looking, like, vapors is probably an allusion to the Pale? Or is it just supposed to be the end of the world as we know it? Everything that we're talking about is contained here. Maybe there's like a bubble. I thought you'd see more of the boardwalk from here. I guess that's over there. So is that the Feld building behind the church? Yeah, it must be. That's very cool that you can see all of this from this particular perspective. Now, why this perspective as opposed to framing it some other way, I wonder? We're looking at everything from an external source, from the ocean in. Maybe there's something to read into that. Like we're a visitor to Revachol, we're arriving there. I'm probably overthinking it, to be honest. Alright, we've talked for a half an hour plus. Let's get to the game, I'd say. Rolling up my sleeves. Activate cat mode. Change the category. Audio enabled. Alright, we're here. This is it, friends. Welcome back to the Point of No Return, part 17 of Disco Elysium. You can look at my logbook here. I did not skip a ton of quests, no. There's a couple of things that I could still do that I don't know how to do, but mostly I've done the majority of it. You can look at my finished quests if you're interested. I tried to be very thorough. I've very much enjoyed the journey of getting to this point. And we did at least get to do karaoke, so I'm happy about that. Stats again, if you care. I'll move my head over here. My biggest regret is still that I haven't found out about the cryptid. I really wanted to find some closure to that story, but I don't think it's going to happen in this playthrough, unfortunately. What's the top something for Everett? He wanted me to open the door and allow him access so I could get tips on my gun. And I conscientiously objected to the moral implications of what that would mean. So I sort of didn't want to do that. Oh, I'm noticing now Feld device is also on the UI here. So it's all contained on Feld film. Yeah, it says it there too. You'd think I'd pay more attention, but it all sort of goes over your head until you have a context to see it within. It's on the archival spool. There's my thought cabinet. I'm actually not working on anything presently, but I figured I'd leave a slot open just in case. My clothes, items, interact, tools. You get the idea. Alright, it's time. Let's go into the cave, or the basement, and see where it leads. I foolishly thought, in a way, that all of that accoutrement around the UI was just sort of the game being, sort of making a passing reference at, like, this is in lore. Not necessarily, like, every single lore aspect has something to attach to it. I know what I said sounds a bit silly, but games do this all the time, where they sort of take on an aesthetic, and they'll hint at things that never get explained. It's just sort of like, here's something. But no, Feld is directly a reference, if that makes sense. Hi, Otter. Welcome. So we thoroughly explored the possibilities of this bunker. I remarked that I look a bit like Krasmazov, where in the past we had said he didn't. I think that is actually untrue, and that I do actually look like Krasmazov. And now I want to get a degree in Mazovian economics, because it's all very interesting. I never knew there'd be so many, well, I did know there would be references to real-world philosophy and politics and things, but I didn't know it would be so directly interesting, I guess. It's my own failure of imagination, perhaps. Free money that I'll never have a chance to spend? A concrete pipe buried in sand and dust. The session does not really begin until I hear the narrator's voice for the first time. Then it kicks off from there. I'm sure we'll hear it soon.
Suddenly,
there
your
it is.
Entire body is paralyzed.
Uh-oh.
Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the center, you hear a woman's voice.
This happens in Hunter x Hunter. Do we have to learn Nen?
It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
Is this like another point of the Pale origination or something?
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse.
Says the shadowy figure by the machine.
Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
Kinda wish I bought more healing items before I came down here.
The voice coming through the whirlwind of pain is not malicious. She doesn't want to hurt you, but she has to. Doesn't wish to hurt you, not according to your ear canals. Wait, no, not even your ear canals. This is going directly into your neural pathways.
I don't think covering my ears or not covering them will help, either one, but let's cover anyway.
No, buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Wade, don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
Help, Cam, my brain's on fire. Lieutenant clutches his head as his eyes roll back into his skull.
I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
The explosion of static you're hearing is the ULAN frequency. Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
I saw your equations. It's the ULAN frequency, or Fat Angus said you had a pale emitter. You're using one of those devices used to send signals through the pale on me, or say nothing, try to cover your ears. Yeah. Say they told you had the pale emitter.
That boy's really gotta learn to keep his trap shut. And it's not a bloody pale emitter. It doesn't emit pale.
Can we not move out of the way? They said I'm paralyzed, I guess.
You should probably check on Kim. It doesn't sound like he's doing all too well.
Look at Kim.
Right behind you, officer.
Eyes closed, Lieutenant is doubled over. He's still alive and breathing.
A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations.
Okay.
All alone out there in the pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So the impression I'm getting is this is like the radio frequency equivalent of a laser and what it does to light. It's massively compacting the frequencies to such an extent that it screws you up. And we're just standing in the radio laser.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
That's what I said, Kim. He gestures towards something with great effort. I don't like seeing him in pain like this.
This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them.
Weird.
Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world.
Why is Kim a cat? He's a cat cop in this playthrough.
At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
Wait, but how do I tell the difference between radio chatter and the pale giving me extraneous memories from other people? Because it does do that. Oh, this isn't... She literally said it's not a pale emitter. Sorry. I'm getting my wires crossed.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break loose.
Have you experienced the compressor yourself?
Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
Oh, alright. Could we not do this? Will I stay like this forever?
No. Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
How did you get your hands on this thing?
I built it myself.
Oh, wow. She nods towards her torture device.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Seriously, Kim, you're worried about it being illegal right now?
Oh yeah. Way beyond.
She studies her death ray and the way the law officials trapped in it. That's great. This is all great, but let's talk about the man who was killed.
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Please, could you just turn it down so I can ask you something? Move on.
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
Are you looking for a deal on a mattress? What about speed? Oh, Rosalind.
Turn this.
Lieutenant clutches his head, grimacing.
God damn it.
She regards you and Kim with sudden sympathy.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
Yeah, is it my gun? I bet it is. She steps reluctantly out of the shadows. The pain lessens.
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader, not like the murder weapon. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe.
I don't know, visual calculus. Is that really where we should go with this? I'm not really sure what the right course of action is here, but I feel like just getting away to safety seems important. You've encountered somebody willing to torture you, essentially, and you walked right into the trap, so maybe a better course of action is to, like, reframe this and come up with a better plan.
Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
Pretty high chance for that. It's a red check, though, 72%. How did you know we were coming? Did you shoot Lily? I can't take it anymore. Just go. Don't attempt to destroy the compressor. How'd you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
I live there now. Get wrecked.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's been betrayed.
Why hide the bullet, though?
This could have turned out pretty bad for me if you hadn't walked right into 25 bands of ultra-high frequencies.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
Yeah, I guess. Well, you have a gun, and you could shoot at us, but you also could shoot at yourself, so I don't know. Did you shoot Lily?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you.
No, it all makes a difference. I just need to know the facts.
Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
Oh, wow. 3 different ways to say Klaasje. Your friend Klaasje really threw you to the wolves, said you shot Lily, or you're right, Klaasje was the first to share her suspicions. And when I threatened her to arrest her, Klaasje broke. She told me everything. I wish there were more choices here than just this. I know they're not actively in pain, but I feel kind of bad just leaving them suffering in that while I'm clicking on things. Overactive empathy again. I guess I'll just say Klaasje shared her suspicions.
Oh. I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Your first guess wasn't entirely off, or your own boys told us you were on the coast, or Titus told me. It took some convincing. Titus can handle it.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing my ass. Those guys liked me, I know it. This is what happens to people whom people like.
A dull despair is creeping into her voice.
Why would we share this information with her?
How the fuck did the rest of you get by?
Wait, wasn't it you who called me the human can opener? It's not personal, I opened them up. I do it by asking questions, and I have some for you. Honestly, I don't know how I do. I just stumbled in here. Can you please explain this shit to me? That's kind of a funny answer, actually. Yeah, okay, no, pass the blame on so she doesn't see them as enemies, I guess. I did it. I'm the human can opener.
I did, didn't I? Now you've come for me. Fuck them all the same.
That did make her forgive them a little.
I don't know how I do it.
What shit? I told you I didn't do it. Sounds pretty simple to me.
She adjusts her grip on her gun.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Are you sure we can't just not be in this thing still? This is not how I was imagining this to go. Being suspended in a light beam. Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
So what's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
So you're just using Claudia for her great antenna. Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too.
Huh.
But you might say the antenna
Not heard
was the
anyone
main
use that
attraction
kind of
there
phrase
again,
before here.
Along with Claudia.
Oh, have I been saying it entirely wrong? It's Claudia. I thought it was Claudia. So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof? Move on.
Yes, I'm sure. In fact, the shot couldn't have possibly come from the roof. Otherwise, we would have heard it downstairs.
Alright, I mean, true, but also would you not have heard a shot from anywhere downstairs?
No one mentioned hearing any shots. And a rifle like the one used would have been loud. She's right. I don't think the shot came from the roof.
And it certainly didn't come from those weird-ass angles that we decided were a thing in visual calculus. No. So I don't think we've still got an actual answer for where the shot came from. Would you say Lely was a likable person?
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
No, I don't think they would be most of the time. Except for the merc with a mouth, he's fairly likable, unless you're against him. You don't feel sympathy for mercs, it's hard work. There's nothing more personal that you had against him, perhaps his way with women, or did you feel protective of the Union? I want that one.
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
If it helps with the angles thing, the map is... uses a tourist map you buy from the bookshop. It's not just the map, though. It's in visual calculus, we drew these number primes, and we were actually reconstructing the angles, and based on even our understanding of the geography, it didn't make physical sense. Because there were buildings and shit in the way, and the angles just wouldn't have worked. And the game was, like, weirdly proud to show us these angles that we all know better. Oh, the visual check uses that map. shit, maybe I've got it wrong in my head then. I thought it was his own memory. You can't do that check unless you have it. Okay, that's the first plausible out for that weird moment of storytelling then, if that's the way that works. And I'm thankful if that's the case. Because I was frustrated by that. I was also frustrated by the height of the shot as well, but the more I think about it, the more I need to stop worrying about it, because I think it doesn't matter as much as I keep making it out to seem. There were also hints that possibly there was an entry wound around the ligature marks on the neck, which would be swollen to the extent that maybe it wasn't possible to perceive an entry wound. Like, I know I was trying to go into this last time, and it was a little awkward, but, like, it might have come up through the back, gone up so it hit the palate from behind, and got to the brain that way. I was really worked up about it because I thought that it was directly contradictory to their own writing, which I thought was highly important, because the writing has been very consistent most of the time that I've been able to pick up on. So if I was to find a hole in the writing, it must mean I'm not understanding something correctly, and probably something pretty big. Hence why I fixated on it. Anyway, yeah, so, sure, I didn't like the Wild Pine sending the foreign hirelings, me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate it, okay?
Nothing more personal you had against him?
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me, and definitely not a reason to off someone.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I don't know if you'll feel sympathy for mercs, but sure, what do you have to say?
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count.
Yeah.
Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
I have other questions.
I'm listening.
Do you have an alibi for when Lily was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you.
There were 10 minutes they couldn't account for, or they did say you left to take a long leak, 15 minutes. There was half an hour missing, you went out. I don't remember what they said specifically, if it was 10 minutes or 15 minutes. I don't think it was a half an hour, though. My gut reaction was that it was 10 minutes, but it also could have been 15. Don't know if it matters which way I say this. I'll say 10 minutes just to be the most truthful that I can remember.
You mean the length of a toilet break? That wouldn't even have been enough time.
Oh, hold on. No one takes a 15-minute leak. No, I mean, that's kind of a silly response, because, like, we've all been in the bathroom, and, yeah, maybe you pee and you wash your hands and you, like, brush your hair, or maybe, like, fix your makeup or whatever else. Like, there's lots of reasons you can be in the bathroom for 10 minutes or more. And now we're all on to 15 minutes, even though I said 10, which I guess I got pigeonholed into that. Our investigation, Wins from the Pain, has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the murder. Yeah, I'll say that.
Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Play pinball much? Or look, there's a secret way from the first floor to the whirling roof. Yeah, I'll say that one.
Don't know it, but also...
She frowns, studying your face. Oh god, are my eyes gonna pop?
Evaluating your competence as a police officer.
The shot couldn't have come from the roof, or we would have all heard it downstairs.
Yeah, that's true. We're still operating on the wrong information.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
The pain stops him from finishing the sentence.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
Did you leave any flowers for, Claudia on the roof?
No. Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
These weren't just flowers, they symbols of revolution pushed through the pain. Yeah.
So now I'm leaving revolutionary symbols around? Come on.
But Claudia was mourning.
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
Because it's people's way of trying to share the burden of the difficulty, and it's unfortunate that flowers are looked at as these disposable objects, but we've created so much symbolism around them that I guess that's really how it goes. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of agree, actually. I don't know if it really helps, but it's just a way of telling people you care. And communication's very difficult, especially around mourning and people in difficult moments in their life. They might not feel open or vulnerable to open up with people, and that's just a way to smooth that over without having to have a difficult conversation. So you didn't leave Maybelle's?
No, I did not.
You liked Claudia a lot.
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Are you a girl like her? Oh no, a girl like her. Oh no, what will we do? That's like a 4th grader. That's so silly. Yeah. No, I'm a girl like her. I get it. It's fair. You wanted to be more than just friends. Yeah, that's closer to what a normal person might say.
Oh, so that's where you were going with this.
What a line. She said you wanted to run away with her.
That's a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us.
Yeah.
And we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
I can't tell if you're reframing this masterfully or if you're just being honest.
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
How are you able to do this while this is happening to you?
Okay, fine. I was into her.
Okay, fine.
Claudia was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Okay.
Claudia only said they may be kissed. Someone is lying here.
Hold on. Claudia only likes truly buff men. We got you. Objection. Because that's the truth, right? You can only like one thing or the other thing. You can't like both. Yeah. Truly buff. Said you only kiss. It honestly doesn't matter what she said. That's fine. She could say they only kissed. She doesn't have to give me every single detail of her life. But sure.
If that's what she wants on the record, so be it. I'm not about to go into details for you to jerk off to later.
Right.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Just move on.
I agree, Volition. But I do want details actually cringe from that. Then what happened?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leaving me on.
And that she only likes truly buff men and is not a girl like her.
I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
No ill will then. It wasn't a problem for her.
I should ask about the peeping thing because of the hole in the wall. Right? Because who else really would have been using that? Oh, she said she didn't know anything about the pinball elevator. What a weird description, the pinball elevator. I think I know how this is gonna go, but I'm just gonna ask it anyway. Is peeping one of your hobbies?
I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective.
There's a hole in the wall. You can see into Klaasje's room. I wouldn't blame you if you've... Or... Klaasje said you may have used the peephole in her wall to spy on her. It's just the hole in Klaasje's wall is pretty suspicious. I'll say that.
Look, I'm not aware of any hole in Klaasje's
Who the hell
wall.
put the hole in the wall?
And if I had been, I would have told her to get it sealed. That's what friends do.
So you haven't been watching Klaasje through a hole in the wall?
Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize, for the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable.
Okay. Klaasje said you got very angry when she started seeing Lily, threatened her.
Yeah, one time when we'd both been drinking, I said some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
Right, and that's true. She was doing a lot of drugs and may have hyperbolized things. And she's also known to be not so straightforward. Like, she did lie to us on a couple of occasions, and we kind of got through it quickly. I think she lied for decent reasons, at least, and most of the things she hyperbolized weren't drastically far away from the truth, but maybe this is. And despite everything, you helped her by staging the lynching.
Yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
Okay, there are other things I ask about.
Go ahead. It's your body.
Oh, no.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
You have a gun.
And
Where did you get it?
the gun store.
What gun store?
Trigger Happy Jacks.
Wait, where's that? Having been in America, yeah, that could be a gun store name. Unfortunately. Really? Trigger?
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal in
no,
my
I know
gun
where it's
supplier?
from.
Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
It's from the freaking pawn shop. I can't quite tell what kind of gun is it.
A Nachtway 80 front loader. 2-barreled. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
Wait, is that my gun? That doesn't sound like my gun, actually.
That isn't it.
Huh. I see it's a front loader. Do you have another gun somewhere?
Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No.
Do you collect guns? Maybe old rifles?
No, they're not practical. Break too often.
Are you seriously gonna come down to all of this and, like, every lead that we think is Ruby isn't at all?
Yeah. Evidence.
Yeah. You're running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
Wait, did he?
That really comes as a blow to her.
No, he didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
No.
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
You had a financial incentive to kill the merc.
Man, it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
Yours was a Villiers. Not sure if that's spelled. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I forgot what the make was. Oh my god. Poor Kim. The lieutenant is unable to articulate his question. I gotta get you out of here, man.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
She turns the knob down just a millimeter.
There. It's going to be easier to reach the machine now.
Oh, I see. This was a one of those plus buffs to a check thing adding up. So now we've got slightly more cognitive capacity to be able to pass the dice roll at the end. But you're threatening us with it.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
We are? Wait, I've tried to be reasonable. What did I do? She responds, holding your gaze.
There's a sinister note in her voice. Even with the gun and the compressor, she's afraid of you.
Why am I serious scum? Other than, from your perspective, I want to arrest you, which is reasonable to not like me. So let's take a step back.
Yeah? Where?
Away from this machine.
More questions before doing anything.
Oh my god, there's more. Nudged it during drugs talk. Okay. 83's alright. Who killed the merc if it wasn't you? She's gonna say, not my problem.
How should I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
A bullet in his head.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
I just had a horrible thought. What if the shot was a completely random fluke? Like a misfire somewhere. Nobody had any intent to kill anyone. The whole thing was set off by an accident. I mean, it is a ridiculous accident, though, if it ended up hitting him square in the back of the head. But, like, that would really screw a lot of things up. Goodness. I've been chasing after shadows this whole time, and there was never really... Well, I guess somebody was responsible for it, but it wasn't an act of homicide in the same way.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Right, yeah, it could have been like somebody doing, you know, celebratory gunfire, as sometimes happens in some places. That stuff's dangerous, man. Don't do that.
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side.
Is what I said even literally possible? I don't know. Really, really unlikely at best.
He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
He just swallowed the bullet really hard and it killed him. What happened Sunday night? Tell me your version.
She eyes you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
I'm amenable to the truth. I don't just want a conviction for conviction's sake. I just want to know what happened.
It's okay. We just want to...
He struggles to finish the sentence.
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the
Stop
shit with
shooting
Harvey and
things.
the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
She said you knew something was wrong immediately.
No, I really didn't.
Oh.
She's not that easy to read. I just assumed she'd done too much blow. It wouldn't be a first for her. But no such luck. She was in some deep shit.
So we're going with that Titus and all of the rest of the Union members misread that situation, thinking that Ruby understood what was happening, even though that was entirely of their own... They made that up for themselves? Is that what we're saying here?
She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
So yeah, you had a plan ready to go about hanging him in the bathroom. That way the neck ligature mark would match when you hang him on the tree. I mean, that's a lot of thinking on your feet, Ruby.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Glacia said you seem to have a plan prepared when you got there.
What? No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Man, everybody's got to push it to somebody else.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted out, but framed.
Her idea.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there. It was like she was another person. The party girl was gone.
Could it have been Joyce? Oh. I just got a chill. Joyce sitting there on her freaking yacht, watching everything from afar, knowing all of the ins and outs of what happened, who's where, and what's going on. Positioned, possibly, right on the edge of Revachol so she could leave as quick as anything. With possibly a good sniper spot, even if she was into that. Could it have been Joyce? I never even considered it until just now.
She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the...
Obviously, don't actually tell me if it was Joyce. I want to find out. Just occurred to me, though.
She lied to you about that, too.
I hope it's not somebody that's, like, completely unrelated and they just pulled them out of their pocket and were like, oh, it was this person. Like, oh, all right, cool, I guess. That's bad that she'd be so calm. Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
Yeah, that's like a trait about somebody you really don't want to find out. Like, why are they like this? What's going on? Oh, God. Run away. Do you think she killed Ellie herself?
As I keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried this lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going...
This is not how the human mind works, Kim. Like, honestly, when you're faced with something immediate and threatening, you deal with the thing directly in front of you before you think about the greater implications most of the time. There are certain exceptions, obviously, to this, but in a lot of cases, something that immediate and adrenalizing is going to take precedence over the later knock-on effects, you know.
She doesn't want to talk about this, but not because she has something to hide. She doesn't want the guilt.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
If you didn't kill him, why hide? That's a dumb question, because we think you killed him.
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
Why do you think I'm that? Is there a reason for that? Just guilty by implication.
So this is what she was scared to tell Titus. This cop.
That's the same association that had committed that act from the dishwasher lady was talking about, right? That came in and murdered people. Why does she think I'm involved with that? Just because I'm a cop, so I'm just, yeah, just assume the corruption.
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Oh no. Do I? Because I'm without memory, so I don't even know if I am. I might be so tremendously corrupt, and that's why I have such numbers.
Through the sudden sharp pain
Oh,
in
no.
your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something.
I'm out of
to
freaking
himself.
heals, man.
Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Who's everyone? How do you know this?
Everyone in Jamrock. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
What powers that thing? It must go through crazy amounts of power.
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
Tell me, what's my name? If you know that about me, you must know my name.
Harry Dubois. One corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time. All of this just means that you're effective. Criminals know you and are scared of you. I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing to me.
I've heard of La Puta Madre. He's dangerous, right? He's dangerous.
Is that a joke or a threat? I'm guessing both.
I'm sorry, I know I'm supposed to know all about it, but I lost my memory recently.
Yeah, sure.
She doesn't believe you.
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Puta Madre, anyway?
You've been to my lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily. She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing, possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came into town, was there anyone with me?
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Oh, don't tell me I'm the one that brought the mercenaries into town. Who was in this squad?
Well, it wasn't this scrawny dude. You had 2 guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you tell me?
One of the guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform.
Wait, is that the undercover cops
carrying.
that came into the whirling? I don't think I know exactly. I think I'm like way more tied into everything than I realized.
That sound about right?
No idea who these people are, literally. Satellite Officer Whitmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Miller. We could either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, Jean. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. Jean takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
I think I know them. They're in Martinez.
Friction, lock, set.
Don't leave me here. Please leave.
Fantastic. I've got to get on the road. Then you can go find your friends. Unless you have anything pressing to ask me.
Am I gonna die? Like, my health's really low. Do you know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
The communist hideout back
Don't
there?
know anything about it. No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
Her voice trails off into the white noise in your head. It feels like an aneurysm approaching.
You feel something in your chest. An unnatural
Oh, I thought
pressure.
this was gonna happen. That's
It's
what I get for not
spreading to
having
your left
3
arm.
healths instead of 2.
Your jaw. Yeah. Screaming, all you feel is pain. Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective leads.
GG. I couldn't have made it another 2 dialogue boxes, eh? Guess not. Now I've got to listen to all of that again. Rip. That's quite unfortunate, isn't it? Wait. What? Wait, you saw that, right? The hanged man was in the center of the map. Was that a bug or was that intentional? hell? That's interesting. It was hard to miss. What? Just a bit of cheekiness? Is that... You know, the threat, the looming threat of the hanged man? If you click on the checks, it pops up the related portrait. Is that what I did? I didn't think I clicked, though. And there's no hanged man portrait here. None of these invoke the hanged man portrait. So I guess it could be a bug. Very creepy, though, given the circumstances. Maybe a bug that needed to be written into code for real. There's nothing to do over here now. I don't know why I keep thinking there is. I'm shaken. So I'm just gonna go buy some more medical stuff now, as I should have done earlier. I've got 14 real to do that with. Hopefully that's enough. Literally made it through almost the entire conversation, too.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs.
So you said these...
They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
The Dramamine is a 3-clickable thing. It's not just... It's not just a +3, but I can click it for 3 individual points, right? 3 click... Okay, thank you. That's what I needed.
I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something. Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Or something. Just because, like, I don't know what else I'm going to spend money on, I might as well just go to freaking town with it. There, I'm maxed out for now. And that'll be the way it is. Hopefully I won't be able to run through all that. I'll be very frustrated if I need, like, 5 real for something. I just won't have it. Church, I guess, is the closest. So you'll have to pardon me, I'm just going to click through all of that now, and hopefully, since I went through it fairly meticulously before, it shouldn't be a big deal. Just got to listen to a lot of starting sentences. Oh, it's there. I mostly went through it in that sequence from top to bottom, although I guess I didn't follow every single thing in a perfect order. Guess I could have grabbed this too.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. It's like 1,000...
I know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer.
The voice coming through doesn't wish to hurt you. Not according to your ear canals.
Well, what does it say if I don't cover
no,
them?
That's an awful decision.
Oh.
Why would you not want to shield us? Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job.
Did it still hurt me the other way?
Under arrest.
Are you gonna kill me too?
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your...
The explosion of static blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
That bore is really...
You should probably check on Kim.
Right behind you.
A pale latitude signals are
So,
precise at the upper...
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to.
I built it myself.
that's illegal.
Oh yeah. Wait, no. Yeah, I stuck my head in there before using it on you. Yeah, let's...
So she thinks of you as hunted.
If you've got something...
Turn this.
God damn it. Fine. If you...
The gun she's carrying is a 2-barreled front loader. Well, it doesn't feel much. Just keep her talking. And there's only 3 meters between you. Be careful when you make your move.
I heard you in the passages. And so you found my shack, huh?
Aside from the way I started, I'm mostly trying to click the same things, yeah.
She thinks she's been betrayed.
Right, I forgot there are some choices here. Why hide the bullet, though?
This could have turned out pretty bad for me.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit.
No, I didn't do it. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it... Oh. But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
Took some convincing.
Oh, fuck. Took some convincing...
$8.
How the fuck did the rest of you get by?
Called me the human can opener.
I did, didn't I?
That did make her forgive them. A little.
Honestly, don't know how I do
shit?
it.
A strong moral compass.
Right.
She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
And then we just go through the whole list here, really.
I didn't like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types. You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem. You think I was envious of his
sorry.
Yeah, sure. And I didn't like Wild Pine sending in the...
She didn't hate him. Okay.
I'm listening. Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon you. You mean the length of a toilet break? Wow. Now I'm curious. Please, don't know it.
Evaluating your competence as a policeman.
The shot couldn't have come from the...
She has a point there.
That didn't go super well.
And? The gun store, Trigger Happy Jacks. What did you think? Sure don't.
A breech loader?
No. A knocked away 80 front loader. 2-barrel.
That isn't it.
I'm trying to, like, make sure I don't click the wrong
No,
thing
they're
while
not
also going
practical.
relatively
Rick
fast.
Thompson. Yeah. Evidence. I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Are you a girl like her?
I'm not following your clever insinuations, Detective. Look, I'm not aware of any hole in closet. Nope. For the same reason that she's everyone's type as... Oh, that's a very sentimental way of putting it.
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking.
Okay, fine.
Glasia only said they maybe kissed. Someone is lying here.
If that's what she wants on the record...
Seriously,
She rejected me with... I knew that wasn't the whole...
no ill will there. It wasn't a problem for her.
Yeah. One time, I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the drugs she was doing can make you feel like, yeah, the girl seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring. Go ahead.
And mine too, he thinks.
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Clausia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great
Yeah, tell me
antenna.
about the
It's
great
very
antenna.
powerful. The view's pretty bomb, too. Yes, I'm sure. No. Gifts of... So now I'm leaving rep... I never did understand what... No, I did not. So...
That really comes as a blow to her.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own.
Beneath it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
Man, it's to get away from all that
Hi, Doc.
murderous shit that I left Jamrock.
If
My
you're just
previous
arriving, I
employer,
had to go through this
for the
all
union.
again because I died at the very end due to having not enough health packs. So I went and bought more health packs, and now we're speed running this dialogue.
She deliberately avoided naming
I'm trying to
what
click
she
on all the
worked
same
for.
things I clicked
You
on
might
when I
be
did it
able to
before.
Find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher.
There, it's going to be easier to reach.
Based on what I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
There's a sinister note in her.
Yeah? Where?
More. More questions.
How should I know?
Those rings are...
It's a lot of
Who
dialogue.
hasn't? He was
Which is
still
totally
warm.
fine. I enjoy the dialogue.
Bluish
It's
light
just
coming through the
very
broken
silly when you
window
have to redo it all.
Made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
Alright,
She
tell me
eyes
about
you.
it.
It's okay.
All right, don't. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a
said
seat
you knew
next
something
to
was
her.
wrong.
No, she asked me to come upstairs.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
You seem to have a plan
What?
prepared.
No, faking a lynch.
She looks shaken. She wasn't surprised to be ratted
This is
out,
like a boss
but
fight in
friendly.
dialogue terms. It's just, you're really not meant to die.
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get. She asked me to help her.
She lied to you about that.
Yeah. As I keep telling
But
war, the thought crossed my mind.
She doesn't want to talk about this.
Fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after
You didn't
what
kill
they
him,
did.
why
I
hide?
saw you.
So
Yeah.
this is what she was
Yes.
through. The sudden shock
Another
pain
one.
in your head. You hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a...
Everyone in Jamrock.
If she knows that about you,
Harry Dubois.
so she... All of this just means... I don't know. Sounds pretty convincing.
Is that a joke or a threat?
I
I'm
lost
guessing.
my memory.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
She doesn't...
I'm sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this
You've been to my
Madre?
lorry.
She's not going... Wait. One thing. Possibly small.
Is
but
anyone with
Yeah,
me?
you had your death squad with you. What happened?
Who was in the
Well,
squad?
It wasn't this scrawny dude.
What else can you tell
One of
me?
the guys seemed chipper. That sound about right?
No idea. Satellite Officer Vitmere. Let's go home, John.
I think I know them.
Fantastic. I've got
And
to
about
get
the
up what
bunker.
bunker?
The communist
Don't know
one
anything about-
there. Another damage. That's 4 HP I've taken damage.
Keep calm. Breathe.
Okay,
in.
and that's where I died to
After
get
the
up to a
pain ceases,
92%.
it's a little-
Glad I bought all of those. Oh, right, I can't save here either, so there's no way to go back to it. So just gotta roll with it. If I fail a 92%, I deserve it, I guess. I made my move. No going back now. Really can't see me doing that?
You did it. The compressor lies broken on its side. It's quiet in your head again. It still hurts like hell, but
She still has a gun. Whisper over your shoulder, you okay, Kim?
all good, officer.
she looks at the machine, assessing the damage. Her hand trembles.
I suppose she doesn't want to use the gun, but still I would have thought she would be more prepared.
Oh, fuck it.
Oh no! No! Oh, that's not a good percent. I wish it was higher than that. I could try to talk to her, but I don't know if that's... What are you
Problem
doing?
solving.
Ma'am, put the gun down. That's not the solution to your problems. You are...
No saving here. You can't save in the dialogues.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it didn't help. Oh, flip.
She's truly desperate. She thinks she has no other options. You need to give her options.
What options?
You know.
Maybe I can still talk her out of it.
This is how you talk her out of it. It's the only scenario in which she lives.
Please put your hands up, just walk away.
She stares at you, frozen, the gun still in her mouth, eyes filled with dark intensity. Then something shifts in her. Gratitude, doubt. She's still ready to go. Her neck and shoulders relax, and her grip on the gun loosens.
You don't have to do this, you're not cornered.
Day of miracles.
I'm letting you go.
I'll take it.
She says, pulling the gun out of her mouth, eyes still fixed on you, then turns her gaze to the tunnel behind you.
She runs past you, then past the lieutenant, and disappears into the darkness of the tunnel.
Good call.
I did my best.
I would have done the same, had I not been incapacitated.
Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, there's 2 Kims now. Yeah, you're right. It's the light refraction through the film. What if we just let the murderer go, or I think she didn't do it, or I think she did it, but I didn't want her to die? I don't know, really, but I don't think she did it. I'm really confused. A lot of her responses seemed relatively reasonable, not like massive reaches in logic. I'll say I think she didn't do it.
Her tent. We should check it out.
Points to the back of the cavern. At the end of the day, if somebody shoots themselves, you did something wrong, no matter why that happened. There's no way that that's a favorable outcome in any direction, obviously. I mean, unless we're talking about, like, a heavy rain situation, which was unbelievably far. Like, that was another world away from where we are here. What's this? Oh, give me 3 more health back. Great, I needed that. Well, I destroyed the sound gun, so that's not a thing. Cooking utensils. She has prepared herself porridge with bananas. I bet if you told her your squad was outside, that's a minus check on that. Yeah, because you were trying to make her feel as trapped as possible, right? Thinking that would leverage your power over her, but the truth is you kind of don't want that in this case. I'll just steal all her money and eat her porridge, I guess. What's this? Dark water trails into the distance. There is no way out. Well, what we do have is a save option now, so I'm going to take that eagerly. I also have a journal. Look for Ruby on the coast. Ruby's gone. Go to her tent. Yeah.
The plain red tent stands by dispassionately.
The dispassionate tent. Is it red? Oh, I guess underneath it's red. Yeah, there's like a smear of yellow on the top.
It was pitched by practiced hands. She's used to camping out.
Look in.
The tent looks old, but well maintained. In the darkness of the tent, a rolled-up sleeping bag, cooking utensils, some books, and a kerosene lamp.
Nothing particularly shocking about that. I just realized I don't think I ever updated the game command. There we go.
It reeks of cigarettes.
Shine your flashlights on the books.
Assorted soft covers, mostly pulp horror. A motor carriage lies buried in the snow on one cover. On another, a ghost airship. You also see a collection of radio enthusiasts.
She clearly likes radio stuff.
See anything?
Sift through the magazines. The lieutenant peeks over your shoulder.
Rager Monthly, Journal of Material Science. More Technological Digest. One of the magazines doesn't have images on the cover. It's not a magazine.
Oh.
It's a leather notebook.
Well, I guess if it's a notebook, take it.
You pocket the worn brown leather journal. A trusted friend left behind.
We should read this immediately. Like, right now.
Thank you, Kim. I was going to anyway, but sometimes it never works out, and you need to tell me. A well-loved journal with a brown leather cover and the brand name Schneller embossed on the back. Faster! In German. It seems to have served as a loyal friend to a lonely traveler.
A thick journal. The cover is worn like someone used to carry it around in their back pocket.
Examine the cover.
It's made of full-grain leather. The lower left corner of the back cover sports an embossed brand name. Schneller.
Full grain as opposed to what? I don't really know what the qualities of leather are to know what that means exactly. Is it like, as opposed to mixing materials, it's just all leather? A leather that has kept its upper surface intact. Okay.
Schneller is a stationary brand from Gottwald,
That's
beloved among architects and engineers.
Okay, so the thinking man, it's the moleskin.
She's got good taste and must have taken whatever she recorded here seriously.
Okay, unwind the strap.
The journal falls open. About 2/3 of its ruled pages have been filled.
Full grain versus top grain. It's the good shit. Study the handwriting.
The large cursive of someone who writes quickly and confidently.
If the hide is blemish-free hide, the very best, in our opinion, way to use the leather is full grain. Full grain leather simply means that the hair is removed and the hide goes immediately into the tanning process. The leather is named top grain because the very top layer is sanded, buffed, or shaved off. Shaving off the top layer may also be referred as splitting leather. Oh, today I learned about leather. Thank you. Flip the pages over.
It's a mix of logistical notes, diagrams, and personal reflections.
Sometimes when you play Disco Elysium, you learn about leather, and that's just the way it is.
It's good she left in a hurry. We could learn a lot from this.
Right, so like, if she... never mind. What kind of logistics?
Hard to tell exactly. It's mostly noted down in code. Looks like contact information, quantities, directions.
There could be useful information about local operations in those notes. We have a junior sergeant at my station who's good with codes. I can give this to her after we finish this.
Love a code cracker. It's a very exciting line of work. What are the diagrams of?
Esoteric radio technology. The most recent ones probably pertain to the latitude compressor, sketches, calculations of distance and density. You make out a familiar spiral shape.
Oh man, I'm just thinking what I would have done had I either missed the roll on knocking the machine over or missed the roll on her shooting herself. I probably would have had to just go with it. And that would have felt terrible. Have no idea what it would have done if I would have not knocked the machine over correctly. That could have been awful. Anything personal?
Short, wry observations of people and places. Probably a way to pass the time on the road. Also, what appears to be attempts to sort through some difficult decisions. There are a few passages with many questions in them.
Are you telling me she's driving and writing down stuff in her journal while she's driving? I've never tried to write things while I'm also operating a motor vehicle. I guess it's a lot of straight, empty highways, right? How far back do the entries go?
The first entry is from August 2nd of last year. It reads simply, I know my position is precarious. All I can do is make myself as useful as I can while looking for a way out. Remember, no one is indispensable.
Thanks very much for the follow, Chief Sheepo. What did she write the day Lily died?
Nothing on March 4th. March 5th, though, well, that's bound to come back and bite me in the ass. I'm bad at this. Loyal to a fault. But that's another matter entirely. You have no idea what she means. These are personal notes. Don't expect to understand all of it.
It's very, thoughtful of her to have written down her own personal thoughts in a way that is sort of coded, but maybe some people who are very protective just think that way already. It could have just been random chance that she didn't say something more incriminating there, I guess. Anything about La Puta Madre?
That name isn't mentioned as far as you can tell.
Uh-huh.
Small wonder. Would you talk about La Puta Madre in your journal? You do see an M, though. La Puta Madre. M is mentioned on March 9th and March 15th.
Okay, read the entry from March 9th.
Great. M's peon is coming to town, no doubt to investigate the lynching. But also, I feel it in my gut to finally put a bullet in my head while I'm napping in my lorry or on a smoke break. Well, I won't stick around just to twist my own neck by constantly looking over my shoulder.
Sounds like that's exactly what you did, unfortunately.
Then again, Isn't that what I've
Fortunately.
been doing ever since I got the call? The call? Did M call her personally? Why? Were you supposed to find her, even apart from the investigation then? On M's request? No, you wouldn't do something like this. This must be a mistake. You didn't follow through. You should have shot her in the head.
Excuse me, Half-Life. This is a coincidence. I would never kill people for a mob boss. Well, I don't think I'm the same person that I was maybe potentially before.
The thought steadies your nerves. The journal stops shaking in your hand.
So was the blackout like a last attempt at his whatever good was still within Harry to either die in desperation, or coincidentally he woke back up and was like, here's my redemption arc? Because he sees himself as a character or something. I don't know. Read the entry for March 12th.
Been holed up here for 3 days now. I'm used to being alone and all, but I don't know when I'll be able to leave, or if I'll be ratted out. They will rat me out, of course. I've made it a point to believe in the best in people, the boys, for example. But experience tells me, did M feel truly betrayed by me? I was feeling threatened. He'd have to know if he threatened people, they'd take measures to protect themselves. Even I know that. Economic measures, first of all. Gotta make a living, right? I can still hear his voice in the receiver. Taste the plastic.
Taste the plastic, taste the rainbow.
The entry ends abruptly.
What's the most recent entry?
The most recent entry is from today. It reads,
Oh, that's today.
even when I leave here, if I leave here alive, what's my next move? Staging a lynching is a crime, even if I'm not accused of murder on top of that. Forever on the run. Not really my idea of the open road. Man, I was really looking forward to winning.
It looks like she might have been framed.
Lieutenant taps on the page. So really, I mean, her journal is like way more useful than her testimony in this case.
That would be a first, or a fourth. But who's counting, he thinks. Very rarely does anyone actually get framed.
Really? If she didn't do it, then maybe it's good that we didn't catch her. Kim, am I really a La Puta Madre agent? Yeah, I want to know that.
No, I don't think you are. Ask someone in your precinct if you want to be sure.
I don't know which is more likely, that he's being kind or that he's being truthful. I think his professionalism comes first, where he would tell me when I earnestly ask him like that. Because there's nothing to be gained from lying in this case. It would just be weird, really.
He truly does not believe you
Oh,
are.
thank you. Trauma.
Perhaps he shouldn't be so trusting.
He truly does not believe you are. Well, that's still through the bias of drama, but, you know, I kind of want to believe that. Is who you are a result of what you've done in the past, or decisions and choices in each moment onwards? I think a real trap that you can fall into, and I think a trap that I've fallen into a lot of the time, is thinking that once you've made an action, it is forever indelible and you can never undo that. It's always like a ratcheting slope downward. Every good decision you make is sort of neutral, and every bad decision takes you further away from reputability. And once you start thinking like that, it's really dire, because you can't ever live up to your own expectations again. You're expected to be good, so that's neutral. That just cancels out. But everything bad you do is an actual impact. If she didn't do it, then maybe it's good that we didn't catch her.
I wouldn't go so far as to say that. We have other reasons to
Yeah,
arrest
I mean,
her.
ideally we could have figured a better way, but I'd rather she not die.
Besides, I'm not sure her life as a fugitive is going to be much better than Wida's. Especially if she has problems with the Madre.
Alright. Then who do you think killed the Merc? Joyce.
Claudia was the one who pointed the finger at Ruby. Perhaps she was trying to steer us away from herself, or
But no one heard the shot.
maybe she had an accomplice. Either way, we need to keep an eye on her.
I don't think it was the Union guys. There are mercenaries around, but I don't really know where their interests lie, and I don't know if it's something they would be involved in. Because didn't the other mercenaries not like him either? Hey, Arachnidor, good to see you.
One thing is for certain. We have business back in the whirling in rags. Questions to ask.
Oh, we have so many questions to
get
ask.
to it.
You're right. Thousands and thousands of questions to ask. Sorry, what are you showing me here? Well, you're showing me that I have 2 skill points, which is lovely. I still yet to figure out what that skittering sound is when I look at my stat points screen. It just sounds like tiny beetles or something. Are you La Puta Madre's peon? Peon. Ruby said you were a notoriously corrupt cop, La Puta Madre's peon. That's why she was so scared of you. When you get the chance, call your station to find out more if you dare. Return to the whirling in rags. After the whole investigator debacle, someone there has something to answer to.
The plain red tent stands. It was pitched by...
Okay. Hitting tab, I think that's all that's interactable in this place. I'm a little disappointed because I thought maybe we were going to end up going to the island, but maybe there's still more. I thought this tunnel was going to go under the water through a cave system all the way across to a new location. But I was sort of just making that up. I didn't really have a good basis for that. Is that all that there is? I think that's everything that's in here. The island across the way, over the bay, that you can see through... there's like the binoculars on the shore. And we were told to investigate the sniper position from there. Check island for bullet traces, so I thought this was their way of getting us to that position. Perhaps. Oh, sorry, I'm not in a teleportable location yet. I don't know how they keep their shoes so clean. We're like constantly walking through muck over here. It's very impressive. I also feel like this lady has a larger role in the plot than we've been told about.
Aye, the sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel it. The wind is turning southeast.
That's all we could do is try to ask her out on a date. I would have liked to know more about her. She seems quite interesting, really. Hey, Joyce! How are you with a gun?
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Never mind. Tell me about the pail some more, I guess. Oh. Wait, I can't go from here? Have they taken my teleport ability away? Oh, okay. It's a bit random, isn't it? Why now? Too serious to teleport. Too fast for hats. That is a incredibly niche joke in a reference to a metal band called Paris is Burning. How's Ruby? Alive. Oh, maybe because they wanted me to hear this.
Now, it is time.
Is it? Time for what?
Crisis. Death.
No!
You can feel it in your blue soul.
My blue soul. pornography. What am I supposed to do?
Arm yourself with anything you can.
Oh.
Unless you have nothing. Because you didn't find your lost gun, then just walk to your death.
Inland Empire, I'm not liking the way you're framing this right now. I feel like we should have something.
I can talk you out of it, whatever it is.
I do have a lot of points in rhetoric.
You're too likable to die. Don't worry.
I'll fight with my bare hands if I have to, or I'm not sure I feel ready for what lies ahead. Oh, blue soul equals cop heart. Okay.
Then you'd better get ready. Whatever happens, I've got your back.
Damn, Kim. Alright. I don't have a weapon. I have a flashlight, I have a crowbar, I can't use that as a weapon. I hit him with my bag. It has no bottles in it, so I'm just kind of doing that. This thing could probably leave a real dent. I mean, Soul Bad Guy uses something like this. Yeah, I'll hit them with that thing. Crowbar, no weapon. Gordon Freeman feels different. I know, right? There. I'm decked out now. Don't cross him. Human can opener weapons. Save. Why would I ever do that? Didn't I just do that?
I'm all out of shits to give, loincloth.
Ah, this is why I couldn't teleport.
Reckoning.
There's a feverish gleam in his eyes. This is the Civil War. They're in their armor. Okay, so that's... Those are the people, right? That's the mercenaries that I brought with me. Courtier.
Put your damn gun down. People are gonna get hurt. We need to talk this through. All right?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be very reasonable, Titus. I'm sure he'll go, oh yeah, okay, I'll just put the gun down then. Also, I thought they had automatic weapons. That's just like a pistol.
Shut up! You're not gonna talk yourself out of this, loincloth shit fuck.
Quite a voice.
This is the mercenary at the gates. His chest rises and falls under the ceramic breastplate. His fingers reach for the butt of his sidearm.
They're not spacesuits, no, they're ceramic armor. They're the stuff that we peeled off the mercenary that was hanging from the tree. Kim, what's going on here? Yeah, I'm sure Kim wants to tell me.
Shh.
Oh. Lieutenant raises his left hand.
This is a misunderstanding. Nothing irreversible has happened yet. You can just return to your unit and forget all about this.
Kim still has a gun with like one bullet.
The Kipt is merciful, willing to spare us if we just forget about our murdered and humiliated commander. I think we should just kill everyone, Corty.
Are you related?
You are all drunk. Come to your senses. You won't gun down 7 people in the middle of the street? This isn't a frontier town or a jungle outpost.
Easy, Lizzie. Let me handle it. I know guys like this. I'm sure we can come to a peaceful agreement. Ain't that right, fellas?
Peaceful.
What? Rude Hohenklauen. Peaceful, it sounds like the armored figure is weeping.
Nest in your abdominal cavity like a little wild mouse. The masked man's words are barely intelligible, but you can hear them.
Fuck, there's the third one. How did we miss something like this?
This is like a scene out of an anime. There's like a Trigun moment. Oh, sorry, was that face under my camera? My bad.
The lieutenant is genuinely worried for his life. You should consult him before getting in there.
We're out of time. This is... What do we do? The big one is the mercenary at the gates, the scab leader. Stop, this is the police. Get between them. Or whisper, let's walk away for now. The big one is the mercenary at the gates.
If this turns into a firefight, we should take him out first.
How am I going to take anybody out?
A sound strategy. He's the leader.
What do we do?
My plan is not to get killed, but we have to intervene.
He puts his hand on his holster. We're out of time.
The Mercenary Tribunal.
Let's walk away for now.
No.
Oh.
We have to step in. This is not going to end well if we don't.
Right, well, I guess we're getting in between them then. Could we not have come up with another plan? I got my Cavalsand.
Get lost, comedian. You cops had your chance. Now it's fucking time for some justice.
Alright, I didn't see this person over on the left at all. Very creepy. He licks his lips, waving his gun at the crowd. Losing his balance for a moment, he staggers backward. Why is he losing his balance?
I think he's calmed down a bit. No, he didn't.
Oh.
He's about to open fire.
He's calming down. I can talk to him. Calm him down.
You can't think that way now. This is serious.
Okay, Half-Life, but all... Half-Life. Half-Life, all I've got is rhetoric.
Pig, fuck!
Oh. Cool. The voice from beneath the helmet interrupts your thoughts. You only make out the last word. Easy now, no one needs to die here today.
No, people are gonna die today. We're not leaving it like this. These tribals hung him up for everyone to see.
No one is going to kill anyone. Let's just put the guns down and talk like civilized human beings.
With a wordless gurgle, the killer loads his long rifle.
What a creepy face.
The leader gives a small nod to the helmeted man. You feel your fists contract as you stand there between these men, all carrying real weapons. No, it's okay. Soften him up and trust the others to attack if it comes to that. Make him talk. Present an argument.
The Union doesn't even really have weapons, right? Like, we talked to Titus before, and he's like, yeah, if it comes to it, I don't know, we'll just, like, hit them with pipes or something. As we said, we tried to warn them, like, they have armor, they have weapons, and he's just like, yeah, but we're tough. It's like, okay, well... Oh, they do have guns. They're just choosing not to show them at the moment. Just nothing that's effective against ceramic armor.
Even if it comes to a fight, it's always a good idea to drag it out.
Right, more time is better. That's the longer the time goes by, the better your chances of survival, is my understanding.
I don't know about this getting under his skin. He'll only get under yours. I'm barely keeping you together here. This is it.
You know what composure always reminds me of is that Alfred Hitchcock, the side-on silhouette that they used to have where he would, like, step into the logo thing at the end.
Peace. Always peace.
Here we go.
It has worked thus far. Start with the first idea you have. Move down from that. Please.
Oh, you got that vibe as well. I didn't know if a lot of people even knew what I was talking about there. Who is that? Point to that man. I didn't know you had a third guy. Listen, they didn't do it. You're all drunk. Look at yourselves. The Wild Pines rep does not approve of this. Think of an argument. I know about Downwell. I do know about Downwell. It's a fun little roguelite. Like a lo-fi, low color channel presentation. Rather challenging. What's this? Talk about hanged man. Oh, we know his name. He had blue eyes. He was fostered. Alright. Well, I like this. It's a high chance of success. If that doesn't pass, I don't know what to say.
Dangerous. Ask about him first. You don't want personal facts about his dead friend coming out of your mouth. He has to start it.
I know you weren't a goddamn scab leader. I don't know, that sounds like we're escalating. Ask, who are you?
Sergeant Major Raoul Cortiner, reporting in to burn this fucking mud hut to the ground.
He points at the whirling in rags.
As he moves, the interlocking pieces of his armor click softly.
Does it sound like marbles rolling?
Click, click, click. The realization comes to you like a picture puzzle coming together.
It's his brother.
His name is Raoul Cortiner.
That's right, we did hear that before. That's the name, I mean.
Is Elise Cortiner.
I didn't know where we heard that name.
With the deceased.
Oh, it can't get higher than 97? I thought it could just be 100.
No, probably foster brothers. Elise was put into a foster home, remember?
Thanks, empathy.
For killing, maiming, and humiliating our commanding officer, you're all sentenced to death by lead.
His parents left him in a fucking leaf compactor. I do remember that story bit, yeah, but that's just a wild thing to say. Listen, your Lily, everyone says good things about him. He was a talker. He had blue eyes, didn't he, your colonel? Your colonel didn't deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find his killer. I know that name.
He sways from left to right, inspecting you.
Raul and Ellis Cortiner, I look him in the eye. Sorry about your brother, Raul.
He wasn't my fucking brother. We just grew up on the same farm and got beat into place by the same sick fuck.
Beaten by a foster parent or someone on the farm.
And then went to the same military academy in the same unit in the same war. So this is like the final exam of how closely were you paying attention to the people involved. Yeah, I'll go with number 1 there.
Same fucking mud hut town, too.
He looks around, wipes his face with his armored glove.
Okay, good.
So it sounds like he's pretty resentful toward his guardian when he was a child, so he'll probably resonate to saying how shitty his parents were.
Who? Laylee?
Yes, when he was small, just an infant.
We researched him. We contacted the ICP and looked at his birth records. That was in there. And other things.
That armor provides quite the ceramic butt. Yeah, I'm sure the Overwatch devs would be happy to see their legacy carry on in every other medium that can be reached.
They fucking put Laylee in a leaf compactor, and now these cunts finished the job.
That dummy knows how to make a widow out of you. He waves at the gang huddled by the doors.
There's real anguish in his voice. A drunken sadness suddenly engulfs him. Memories.
Is this sort of in a way to put the player in a position that's like, well, what if Harry channeled all of his rage into himself instead of turning into someone that's like a blank slate? Maybe I would have been in that position instead or something. Maybe I'm overreaching.
It's a mindfuck, Corty. He wasn't put in a leaf compactor. They're making it up to fuck with us. Major, permission to.
I'm really hearing, like, Kuno in her delivery. Is she related to Kuno? Don't know. You can't tell me anyway, so.
Open fire. We can't have that. Interfere now.
He had blue eyes, didn't he, your brother?
Baby blue, yeah. Like someone fucked up and put a baby's eyes on a grown man.
Whoops. Baby Eyes. That's like his mob name, isn't it? Baby Eyes, Courtner. He smiles, pulling his face in a strange way. I could pull my face in a strange way. It's not a very funny joke, though.
It was creepy, but bitches like that shit, I guess. Or,
cool.
I don't know what bitches like. I just know how to mow down cloths.
Alright. I don't really want to say everyone said good things about him, because I think he'll find that insincere and patronizing. So I'll say your brother did not deserve to go out like that. I promise I will find his killer.
Find his killer. Cop, his killer, stands right there, shitting his pants, and you're standing in the way, protecting him. I know what this tactic is, Silo Sam. You're gonna die for them. Right here.
He stares at you, eyes pink from the alcohol, fingers tapping at the pistol.
Big talk, but that leaf compactor won't leave his mind anytime soon. It's a small thing, but it got him off center.
Thanks, suggestion. I didn't know if that actually got through to him or not. Point to the third man.
Rude. Rude is the killer. Rude, the killer. Owen Cloven. He doesn't talk much.
Owen Cloven. Yeah, this is like very anime.
All of you cunts inside out.
Great. What was that, Rude?
Rip you open.
Are you're the killer?
The gunner. The raddest. The killer.
Raddest? Dude loves radishes? Specializes in radishes? He points to the figure clad entirely in ceramic plate.
What do you think he does?
Farmer. He's a farmer of radishes.
There, on the rim of Owen Cloven's helmet, you count little stick figures. 19, 20, 21.
Oh, he tends to stables. Count the figures. Yeah, okay, sure, count them.
About 50 little stick figures. All of them black, plus 2 little white ones in the end. These men served in Seminine, the native islanders.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't need it spelled out what was going on there. I get the idea. I was just being extra silly. He apparently kills black people.
That's right. Plenty of kips here in Revachol, too.
T, let's fucking do it.
The man presses through his teeth, his hand on his belt. Why did I not find my lost gun? Just stand there. I don't know. And we're standing between a lot of stuff where I think having our gun won't make a massive difference in an instant. Maybe it would help, though. I don't think he's gonna care what the Wild Pines rep feels. I guess I'll say, listen, they didn't do it.
Yeah? Who did that?
Oh, Jesus. You had to ask that, did you? Wait, I just need a little time to figure this out. Points to Titus, I think it was Titus. Points to the roof, it was Claudia. Points to the coast, it was Ruby. Point to yourself, it was me. It was someone else, someone who's not here now. Is there some way that it was Harry? Is it possible that he committed the murder and then as a result that was the inciting incident that caused the blackout? Like he was a mob hitman and went and did the murder and then... No, but then the gunfire would have been heard. I don't think it actually makes sense that it could have been Harry, even if we want it to be Harry for the purposes of the story. I really don't know what to think about Titus, but in my gut, I don't think it was him. I don't know if I have a great logical reason for believing it isn't him. But he doesn't strike me as a high suspicion suspect. Maybe he's just like a bit too dumb to have figured out all this stuff. He's just very straightforward, right? He seems very easily confused, and like there's too many moving parts in all of this for it to have been Titus. Kasia, I don't really understand a lot of her motivations, but I know that she's got a lot to run away from. I think there is some potential that she could have done it, but I don't really understand the logistics of it being her. I was convinced enough that it wasn't Ruby that I let her go. Well, I also didn't want her to shoot herself either. I mean, she could have just been lying. I feel like if I say it was someone else, someone who's not here now, that will not be a satisfying thing for them. They will not take that, and they will just go mad. I think I'm going to say it was me and just see what they do. Do they believe it could have been me? Or will they just find that to be incredibly insulting because they instantly see through that it wasn't me? Or is the smarter thing to do to implicate Ruby, who isn't here now at least, and they know who it is? Because Ruby at least has an advance to get away. And maybe in the meantime we can sort this out and find an actual person. It feels really rude to implicate someone that I don't think did it, though. This is one of the hardest questions other than what to draw as a mural. Which took me weeks to figure out. Blame it on your tie. Yeah, they'll believe that one. No. What do I say? Ruby's not here. But then I have to lie about it being Ruby then.
Yeah? The fuck is...
Oh, they don't know who Ruby is. Wonderful. I was really relying on that they did their homework enough to know Ruby exists, and they haven't. He puts his hand on the gun.
His fingers are twitching. That's a draw reflex. He's about to draw.
A suspect. Ruby is a suspect we chased down on the coast. She was hiding.
She fled, trapped us, and fled like killers do. She's wrapped up in some really dangerous La Puta Madre stuff. She was jealous of Lely. She wanted Klausya for herself. It's some sordid stuff. I mean, that is sort of still a plausible explanation that she was jealous of Lely. She did also trap us and leave. Maybe they'll understand that.
You think I'm fucking stupid?
Oh.
What if I just shot one of your pals here, right now?
Please don't.
Go ahead. Tell me about some other cunt on the coast one more time.
Listen, please. This cop and this drumhead cop marshal won't decide who...
He's gonna do it. He's gonna shoot her.
Why doesn't he believe me?
Your mind grinds to a halt. All you can see is the revolver in the man's armored hand. swaying, pointed at her. You'd move your mouth like a fish gasping for air.
She wasn't even there.
He pulls the trigger. A plume of smoke erupts from the muzzle. The shot rings in your ears, a low, tinny ring. Then the Hardy Boys yell something.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Not the abdomen. That's the worst place. Oh my god. Being shot in the abdomen is a... You're gonna be condemned to death in the most slow and painful way possible. If she would have been shot somewhere less life-threatening, she might have lived. Now she's gonna die in a slow way instead of at least die quickly or...
Fuck this!
The man starts pulling something out from his pocket. Oh, here we go. Now they're just gonna murder all... Everyone's gonna shoot each other.
There's a coarse shuffle against something. Is it a gun?
Gene! Cancel Lizzie! Now!
He'll be ripped apart. They all will. The moment the third man opens fire. And he knows it.
I'd rather get shot in the abdomen than in my legs if I'm gunning down... Or gunning for survival. Source MNND. Really? I thought... the chance of survival in the abdomen was very low. Especially because we know there's no doctor anywhere around. Sorry. I appreciate the insight, though. I had no idea.
He wants you to open fire on the mercenaries before he does. He's waiting for you and your partner to be the shield.
No, surgery helps. Legs gotta be one of the most important arteries so you bleed out fast. Okay. You're all drunk. Look at yourselves. I guess I gotta take a shot at this before we take more negatives, because that's still a pretty okay chance.
International
oh no!
Something. International law.
How? What the hell are they gonna give a shit about international law? How often does that ever work? You bring up, hey, you're violating international law. Oh, sorry, I guess I'll stop now.
Don't say it. But now you stood there scratching your ass for 1.5 seconds. You think this helps things?
I guess we'll die. Where is Klasia?
Who the fuck is that?
Klasia, the woman upstairs. Where is she?
She left!
Oh, don't bring Garza into this. She left. The manager calls down from the balcony.
Unarmed, hunched, but keeping it together.
What the hell are you doing here?
What am I doing? My fucking establishment is under fire! You know how much windows cost?
You got bigger fish to fry than the windows, my dude. You need to get inside. What do you mean she left?
She left! Her room's cleaned out! Right before these assholes showed up!
I'm starting to think it's her again.
We should have arrested her.
Yeah, Kim. Maybe I goofed there. Lieutenant whispers, his eyes still on the armed mercenaries.
You can feel how upset he is with himself. Just for a second. Then the fear takes over and he's back in the moment.
Hey, Bushman! Your little cunt isn't gonna help you out of this one!
Wild Pines rep does not approve of this. Yeah, okay.
You think I care what that company cunt
exactly what I
thinks?
thought you'd say. We're working together. She knew you're out of control. She told me.
She's gone, you stupid fuck! Sailed off 5 minutes ago. She doesn't give a shit about you, Silos.
As you look to the bay, you see a small green sail on the horizon by the crumbling sea fort, growing smaller.
Stay cool! How is she?
I'll be okay. I'll be...
Her voice acting's too good. That was really convincing. She puts her bloody hand on her heart and starts shaking.
She'll be gone soon, too. Company bitch is gone. Laylee's cunt is gone. Laylee's gone. Fuck are we still doing in this shithole?
He looks around, tired, suddenly, sad even.
Guys, I just get in the way. I don't even have a gun.
Hold your ground. Any more of you run, I'll shoot you myself. We're doing this together.
They're afraid, all of them. Trembling reeds in the wind. They'll run, scatter soon, one by one. No, the rest will stay. They would hold their ground, even if it means dying here with you.
I did tell Titus that I would be here for him if this happened. I hope he remembers. These are not good options. You're all drunk. Look at yourselves.
Yes. So what?
Your judgment is impaired. You'll regret this.
Nah. I'm clear as day. Fucking government-ordained super soldier.
Enough already! What is this? We didn't come here to fucking chat!
Interrupt me again and I will execute you on the spot, Lance Corporal.
The outburst is accompanied by yellowish saliva around his mouth. Delightful. Why did I not find my lost gun? Just stand there.
What's that, loincloth? I can't hear you. Sounds like you got your mouth full of dick. Rude.
Shit, this is it. Tell him anything. Tell him you have more information.
Kill me and you'll never find out who killed your colonel. I've been withholding information. Go ahead then, kill me. I want to die. God damn it, I did my best. I just need more time to solve the murder. Me and Kim are gonna fucking murder you. Lovely options here. There's one particularly exotic survival strategy that I don't really see play out very much in life. And that's, if someone's about to attack you, act like you're completely nuts. And it'll throw them off so much that sometimes it can create an opening to do something actually smart. I don't know if number 2 qualifies as that, but I feel like it might be something unexpected. Number 1 just seems so tropish, and he's just gonna be like, I don't care. Number 3 is gonna go, I don't care. Number 4 is gonna go, lol, try it. I don't know. These are all pretty rough choices. So, I guess, kill me then.
What?
Let me help you then. Kill him.
The porcelain man raises his rifle and takes aim at you. His hands are steady, and the long barrel of the rifle sways slowly.
I don't know if I have a lot of time here to think about things. I don't know that it works that way, unfortunately, statistically, that because I failed the 70s, I get the 42, but I wish it did. Because I probably have some statistical misses from XCOM games years back that I probably am owed some numbers for. Roll the die.
You leap left, a A swarm of angry lead passes mere millimeters from your side, tearing fabric off your coat. Feels like the lightest of tucks.
I cannot be killed. Oh. Stop shooting at me.
The man tilts his head, trying to see through the clearing smoke for the next shot.
Also, did he just potentially shoot someone else off to the side?
Watch out. To your left, DePaul is about to take a shot too, at Kim.
No, not Kim.
God, please.
Lieutenant says quietly without trembling. He aims face pale.
He's aiming for the eye slot in Rude's
Oh, Jesus.
helmet. An extremely difficult shot.
And Kim's not very good at shooting. Because his vision's terrible, right?
2 shots ring at once. One from the lieutenant's pistol, and the
Oh my
other
God, he hit him.
from DePaul's. It's aimed at the lieutenant, but it misses.
Did we just get
You
the
hear
most
a scream
optimal outcome
behind
from
you.
all of that? Did he hit the rifleman?
Blood gushes from the helmet's eye sockets as Rude staggers back, disoriented. The sounds coming from his helmet are not human.
I mean, that should be a kill shot, right? You don't generally get shot in the eye and live. Maybe it happens from time to time. He's also got ceramic armor around his head, so even if the bullet passed straight through the back, I mean, that would completely shred his brain. And then it would hit the ceramic and bounce back into him.
An unbelievable shot from the lieutenant.
Holy hell. Actual incredible shot, Kim. Who screamed?
Glenn, dying in a puddle of blood behind you. His mangled torso has 2 gunshot wounds. Blood gushes out of them like red geysers.
Never heard of it said geezers before.
Oh God, watch out. You see 2 cold eyes looking at you through all the smoke and panic, and a pistol raised, aiming at your chest, point blank. Then the man squeezes the trigger.
Look him in the eye. Evade the shot. 3%. What do you even do? I mean, if I hit that 3%, that would be absolutely incredible. I could also put a point into reaction time, right? Why not? What else am I gonna do? Oh, right. It doesn't matter. 20. Yeah, okay. Not gonna happen. Alright, let's just see how it plays out then. Yeah.
You can't. There is no time. Something inside your pelvis explodes. Your entire lower body is on fire, and your legs can't support you. You fall down like a rag doll. The pain is too immense to scream. It pushes the air out of your lungs. Everything goes dark, a distant blur as you recede into it.
Listen through the darkness and the pain.
The Hardy Boys are yelling. Someone is running, jumping over you. In the background, you hear gunfire shatter glass, and then a man in pain. A familiar sound.
No.
It's Titus with a splat like meat. You hear bullets rip into him. His voice, still giving orders, grows fainter. A gurgle. He's not gonna make it.
Listen again? No, touch your lower body.
Feels slick and warm with blood. The pain is too strong to know what has happened there. Even clutching to your consciousness takes everything you got.
What parts of me are missing?
Most of what's down there. It's all gone. Open your eyes now. You have to see what's happening. No. It's just a fear. Even if... Who cares? No one wants you anyway.
What do I see?
Nothing. A persisting darkness. Dancing lights of pain. Distant shadows cast by them. Like a hellish play.
You're bleeding out.
It sounds like, based on what happened there, it's not gonna matter what could be done at this point, at least for Harry. Well, sorry cop would say number 2. Of course I get gunned down and die. Sorry, fuck. There's a white shadow that smells like apricots. It's always there. No, I don't think he made it all up. That would be very strange. I'll go with apricots.
Stay with me.
You feel burning hot tears streaming from your eyes. I can't forget it even when I drank so much. It said I have a vast soul. Do I have a vast soul? She would have started loving me again, but I called her and now she won't. Oh. What? Is that the person we called on the radio? I can't forget even when I drank so much.
Keep talking. You hear me? Stay awake.
But you can't. It's so hard. Your eyelids grow heavy, and the sounds ever more distant.
I was just gonna say, what's happening that Kim can stand there?
The lieutenant, too, is somewhere far away, almost gone, when suddenly you sense something behind him. A shadow towering. Someone stands there, raising his pistol at him.
I can't.
The lieutenant does not see it. He's pushing down on your wound with both hands. Scream immediately. He's gonna die.
Kim truly trusts you.
No, you scream. Behind you, from your bloody lips, your eyes are full of fear. There is no room for hesitation. The lieutenant turns around and fires, his body falling on yours in the course of the motion. You hear a roar of pain, a death scream. The sound disappears like someone pressed stop on the tape. The hulking figure, too, is gone. And so is Kim, and the whole world.
This is death. One more door, baby. One more door.
No, let me back in.
The fight? There is no fight. The fight is over. It was lost 1,000 years ago. You have laid here forever. Keep falling deeper. He's not taking it. His body is not taking it. Oh God, no. He's not disintegrating. He's swelling up instead. Over the hours, hurting, moaning in his sleep.
Sorry, I didn't mean to click past that. I was just clicking back into the window and it went.
And rotting, and being disinfected, and smelling of drugs, and feeling saliva in his mouth. Drifting in painkillers, thrashing in his wound sleep.
He can't go. Not before the case is solved. There is a radio in the distance. A radio of the world. Playing sounds. Good morning, Elysium. Soon you will return to the world.
Hours turn to days. Soon we will get up again and go through it again. Finally, we know what the infernal engine was outside. The clarion call.
The engine of a caprice Kinema.
No, it was him. He is the infernal engine. Can't you see? He never stops. He only gets worse.
You see the lieutenant's familiar shape in the orange jacket. It turns double, then triple, from the pain.
Excuse me? Based on my understanding of what happened in that scene, I didn't think it possible that I survived.
Sunrise, Parabellum.
Oh. It's not like that, is it? He's in the middle of a freshly cleaned room with a fan above his head like a halo, his face covered in bruises. What did you say? Sunrise?
Sunrise, Parabellum. Sunrise, prepare for war. It's an old revolutionary saying.
Is it war today?
The gates of the harbor are boarded up. The streets are a little more empty. Apocalyptic violence is yet to erupt, I am relieved to say. I think we may have held it off, for now. Barely.
Oh, I'm really not sure what's going on right now. Good.
Yes, we have also completely failed, but that's okay.
What happened?
What happened? We tried to take the diplomatic route and hoped they wouldn't attack first. They did. The Major gave the command.
What happened then?
As retaliation, their rifleman tried shooting you. He missed, or you dodged.
Then what?
I shot and wounded him, while Glenn took a bullet in the spine. It was meant for me. He did not survive.
There's a pause.
This is not the first person to die in his place. He goes on.
Titus, Fat Angus, and Theo charged. Angus and Theo died before they made it to intensive care. Titus died in a hospital yesterday. Alain and the young musician, I forget his name, they are all that's left.
Titus is dead?
Yes.
Nod.
You were bleeding out. I think you said something about your wife, and you warned me. I was able to disarm the Major before he got the jump on me.
Thank you, although...
I was not able to kill him, as I should have. Crenel took him. A stray bullet killed DePaul, though. And that's what happened.
DePaul was the lady I said sounded like Kuno, right? Yeah. Titus is dead.
Yes.
And the Major?
He's in a private hospital across the river. Crenel claimed him from the local butcher shop where Titus died. Turns out he's insured.
There is unveiled anger in his voice.
He does sound more committed than I would expect, given what we just went through.
We won't get to him anymore. The good news is he's not coming here either. I did some damage.
Hell of a shot on that rifleman, by the way. Really unbelievably lucky that you hit that shot. I'm not sure that we're alive right now. I really don't understand how I came back from my entire lower half seeming to be either missing or obliterated or something to I'm sitting in a chair, and it feels like we're in a Groundhog Day scenario, or I'm in limbo or something. Do you think Harry, like, exaggerated the situation in the shock of it, like, thought it was worse than it was because he couldn't look? How many casualties on the Union side total?
5. Glenn, Theo, Angus. The fat one. He took a lot of bullets. And Titus.
That's nearly all of them. So the gardener lived.
And Elizabeth too.
Oh.
Elizabeth Beaufort was her name. The gardener.
Guess not. She did not make it.
No, she bled out before Everard's surgeon could help her. Everard sent his personal doctor, but a costly loss for the Union. She was being trained for leadership.
I didn't even know that Everett had a surgeon. We've never interacted with someone like that, as far as I know. We sure did screw up a lot. I'll say I did all I could, though.
I know you did. It's all right.
That's right.
I'm not gonna go at him for smoking a cigarette after all that shit. That's insane.
All.
Who gives a shit if he smokes? It's a total shit show, Kim.
Yes, officer. 6 people are dead. It's not a success.
The voice said 6. The text says 7. Bug. Oh, okay.
But what's done is done. The violence is cordoned off. The Hornets did not get into the beehive. The worst scenario has not materialized.
Oh, that was real bad, though. That was really close to the worst scenario.
And we are still alive. Both of us.
He did not expect you both to survive once you stepped between those two armies. His smoking, his hunched back. You have it worse, but he took a real beating. That cigarette has medicinal purposes.
Right. How bad am I hurt?
Reasonably bad. You were shot in the left quadriceps. That's your thigh. The outer side, thankfully, no major arteries were nicked. The bullet was removed and a bacterial infection treated with mercurochrome.
Right. So I suppose in the chaos of that, given his mind state, given the shock, given the actual chaos of what was happening and playing out, like, those people wanted to murder everyone. I could see an easy path to assuming things that weren't even likely, given the scenario. Because I thought that seemed a little wacky, too, like, that he would be that injured from... it sounds silly to say this, obviously a bullet can kill you. It made it sound like he got shot point blank with a shotgun. But I didn't know if maybe he misunderstood. Maybe there were multiple shots. Maybe he didn't know what he was shot with. I don't know. Can I walk?
We will see.
Are you hurt?
Not very. I have a concussion from the Major beating me with the butt of his gun. I try to not move too much.
The trauma as well.
Things would be worse if you didn't warn me. Thank you. I did not see him coming. Stupid of me.
Not stupid. You were trying to keep me alive. You were being selfless. Oh, his cigarette's got a really interesting animation smear. Watch when his hand goes up and comes back down again. It, like, trails in the air behind it. It's kind of fun looking, actually. Has anyone from my station been to see me?
No.
Yeah.
A man and a woman sit in the front seat of an armored motor carriage. The woman is driving. The man lights a cigarette. Jean Vicmer is his name. The asphalt vanishes under the wheels of the machine. Ahead, harbor cranes rise to the sky.
If they killed Kim, I don't know if I could have kept playing. I don't think I'd be able to handle it after that point. I can't believe that didn't play out that way, to be honest, given how bad it was.
Back to that shithole, he says.
Isn't that strange?
I called your station after the fight. The injury was logged in. They told me they've sent officers to join you on the site.
You haven't seen any, have you?
I'm sure they're worried about you.
Not entirely sure myself, but I appreciate the optimism.
That means he hasn't seen them around while you were out. They're not really worried about you. If they were, wouldn't they be here?
Better not agitate yourself further, it already hurts.
Sorry.
Oh.
That's between you and them, he thinks.
If not my station, then who treated me? Oh, didn't you say already?
I did.
Oh. Thank you.
No need.
Yeah, the being upset about saying 6 and 7 at the same time, it doesn't particularly bother me, because there's, like...
Easy now.
A bunch of different ways that could have played out, and I have a feeling all it is just a variable got logged into the wrong spot to produce the wrong voice line for that particular contingency. It's a miracle this game exists at all, given how many interwoven, very complex situations seem to be playing out, and seeing people in chat saying, oh, mine didn't play out anything like that. I mean, that kind of further backs what I'm thinking about it. This is not a game like Detroit, where it's like the veneer, sort of a superficial branching path system. I think there are actually legitimately quite a lot of ways things can go. So I'm not in the slightest upset about that, as silly as it might seem. It would be ideal if everything worked perfectly, but I'm hardly going to hold it against them. Thanks very much, Ewan, for the resubscription. Sunrise Parabellum, indeed. And we got on I Hate Rich People, which seem to have an increased chance of occurring when we play Disco Elysium for some reason. I don't know what that is. Oh, man. Easy now, the lieutenant turns double again before your eyes. An orange hue of pain. Funny, he was turning double through my film background here on the text.
How are you?
Oh, yeah. Not amazing. Who cares about me? It doesn't matter. My disco days are done.
Your disco days should have been done quite a while back, Lieutenant Freighter.
Yeah. The room, it's clean.
Mr. Gart cleaned it. It took him an entire day.
I wish I would have been able to help associate, or help clean that up. I wanted to make a positive impression on Gart, that I wanted to make amends for that. I like their private division rug, too. That's nice. How long have I been out?
2 days, in and out. You've been up enough to take Dramamine and curse. And drink water.
Dramamine and curse. We do need water. Say an ouch?
It's not ouch time yet. You just got the Dramamine pill an hour ago.
Oh, okay.
Wait until it wears off.
Thank you, I will.
Dramamine. Then it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Neither surgical nor organ damage bad, but still under the counter bad.
It's funny, given all of what we just went through, my health is still at 7. And when we got shocked by that radio ray in the basement by the tent, I had to go through 4 health packs. So apparently what that lady Ruby was doing to my brain and Kim's brain was 4 times worse than being shot in the upper leg. And that's not really how that works, I'm just saying. I'm not gonna say the piss jacket because, like, that's not what happened, and I don't think that belongs there. So, okay, what happens now, Kim?
I honestly don't know.
Right, me either. I don't know either.
We can't talk to Everard. The harbor is in lockdown. Everyone in there is outside our grasp now. And Joyce has left too.
Oh, he's been using his healing packs on me. Okay, that explains it then. Yeah. It was a silly theory anyway. Joyce is gone. Joyce... I don't know about Joyce.
Yes, she left yesterday morning. To meet the board of Wild Pines. Or that is what I've heard. There's a pin somewhere in the machine that keeps Connell from sending in a death squad.
Yeah, what's the pin exactly? Who or what is the pin? I want to know more about that.
Maybe it's her. Maybe she kept her hand. Either way, Ruby's gone. And Classio too. We really should have arrested her, you know?
At the time, it seemed like the right thing. But, you know, obviously, hindsight's 20/20. Wait, you checked, she really...
Guard confirmed she left 20 minutes prior to the tribunal showing up.
Who did it then, Kim? Who killed the hangman?
I don't know. I think the dangerous theory you presented on Classio, or whatever her name is, was wrong. We have not found a motive or a weapon for her. Honestly, I think our investigation has not produced a single credible suspect.
Oh! My goodness. This is because I'm a La Puta Madre peon, isn't it? The fucking Maybells, Kim, the flowers. What about the hole in the ouch wall? Someone's checking her out. The goddamn footprints. There's still a 28% possibility the shot came from the distance. Antique bullet from a Belle Magrave 4.46mm. How hard can it be to find one? How hard can it be? There are all these old bunkers and weapons caches, Revolutionary era. You know what I think about solving crimes. I like this one most. 28% possibility.
We should go upstairs, rethink the ballistics in situ. I agree with this. What else?
I wanted to do that before we had a civil war. What about the hole in the wall?
I don't know. That's been there for years.
Has it? So that was another red herring that I was reading too far into. Because it was always... There's always, like, plausible deniability things going on. The footprints?
Yes. God curse the footprints. Not solving the case for us. Au diable.
Okay. That's a weird reaction. I guess because I was cursing about it. The Maybells.
What?
Yank it out and show the dried flower while it falls to pieces. This one.
Every piece of garbage in the city is not connected to the case. You don't have to keep everything.
Is Kim, like, having a characterization moment right now? Because I feel like he would have been into that before, and now he's like, you're investigating too much.
He's wrong.
No, okay. Okay is right. I don't care, rhetoric. You look like you should be in Left 4 Dead. Go back to that. What about me being a peon?
Don't be narcissistic. Half the cops in Revachol West are his peonies. Even if you are, it is not a decisive factor in this case.
Maybe not a directly decisive factor, but if Ruby wanted to be more defensive as a result of her posturing defensively against me, that still matters. It also kind of helps to know where I started.
That does make some sense.
I don't know. I think that maybe Kim is justifiably angry right now, and maybe his lines are not coming from a place of wanting to solve the case so much as wallow in frustration, maybe. Antique bullet from the Belmagrave. How hard can it be to find one?
It's extremely easy. There are thousands lying around. We found one. All completely unusable. It's precisely how easy it is to find one that makes the bullet useless.
Okay. Ruby would have found some sort of reasoning to be paranoid about you anyways, I feel. You might be right. I guess I just want to know for my own sake. What about the old bunkers?
We could find thousands more if we wanted.
Thousands?
All of Revachol is full of them.
Thousands? So, Kim, what you're telling me is you had a lot of, the cigarette is sending me a little bit. You had a lot of reservations about my investigation ideas, and you really, really kept them on the down low that you were, like, not feeling it at the time, and now, in a moment of frustration, it seems like you're letting loose with all that stuff.
But they seemed so mysterious.
I'm just gonna say nothing.
There's a little pause. He says nothing as well.
You know what I think about solving crimes?
He arches his brow. The ceiling fan patiently spins overhead.
Solving crimes is hard, almost impossible, super easy, barely an inconvenience. I want to talk about this crime some more before I tell you what I think about its hardness. I think it's hard. It's not impossible.
It really is very hard.
Yeah.
He sounds surprisingly weary. That concussion must be making him dizzy.
Oh, right, he has a concussion. That also does factor in here. You're not ready to give up?
No. Are you ready to limp?
I think so.
Good. Where do you want to limp to?
The lieutenant did mention doing more ballistics.
Yeah.
Also, it's just close enough to endure the walk.
Check the room upstairs.
Why not?
Oh, I got my stuff. He extinguishes a cigarette on the sole of his boot. I feel like he wouldn't throw that snuffed cigarette on the carpet that was in the room that was just clean.
Another look at the window, perhaps? The one he was shot through. I don't know. I can't think of anything better.
Also, that radiator is flippin' massive, isn't it? The heat that thing would output would be stifling to sleep next to. Like, you wouldn't be able to sleep in a room with that much heat. All right. Whew. That was a lot. They fixed the window finally. Nearly replaced glass shining in the morning light. Oh, right, it's morning. I'm wide awake, it's morning. You hear traffic outside, back in the world again. I thought because of the fog of war around the room that it was evening. I just wasn't paying attention. Inspect the window in Klaus's bedroom. I appreciate that they've tidied up my journal a little bit. That's nice. Throw another save down. Stereo 8 player has been reunited with its right speaker. That's good. It's hard to tell with technology in this world, though, like how computers look, and instead of airplanes, aerostatics. Right, so you're saying that maybe the radiator isn't quite what it looks to be, because it works slightly different. You see gleaming white enamel, no bottles inside. Look, the door is open. You can walk right into Kim's room. Oh. Can I look at my face yet? Also, I want to unequip this stuff that I've got in my hands, because it's just a bit messy. Oh, yeah. We've never been able to walk in there.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection of your face in the mirror, even now adorned with the expression.
Interfacing to tool not in hand. Chain cutters fix the faucet. It's not doing that anymore. It's not even running. They didn't change it.
The bathroom mirror has been wiped completely clean. You see the reflection of your face in the mirror.
I don't know if I care. Do I want to put points into that? Oh, I can't anyway. That's one of the ones that I hit a ceiling on. Doing the expression while he was bleeding out on the ground during the firefight really disco. Yeah. Alarm is set for 6:50. Additional supplies in the cupboard. Mercurochrome, a scalpel, antibiotics.
These papers bear the stamp of the RCM. They appear to be fragments of the lieutenant's paperwork, half finished. You make out notes on this and other recent cases.
I had Gart open the door to your room. You were running a low bacterial fever the first night.
The thing is, Gart and I both knew this. Kim, you didn't know this necessarily, but I stopped paying for that room like 3 days prior to you bringing me to it. So, thankfully, I think Gart understood the situation, maybe overrides that. But I had not paid up, so... Thank you for keeping this thing alive a little longer. Point to yourself.
It would have been easy were it not for my concussion. We both got lucky, considering the odds we faced. Let's go?
You sound like a streamer there.
I am sure neither of us feels solid enough to keep loitering.
Oh, okay, let's go. Sure. This is the same Gart yelling about how expensive windows are during the shootout. Yeah, that was pretty wild. Not what I was expecting to hear at all. Have they changed my walk cycle, or... No, it's the same. I thought maybe they would have given me a limp. Oh. Ouch, that leg hurts. Maybe if you didn't run, it'll be okay. Okay, I'll try to click a bit less for your sake then, Harry. Looks like she left something on the table. And what's that? She was keeping receipts or something.
To the stack of bills, you see a note. A few lines jotted down in large, uneven handwriting, just as the writer was about to rush out the door. I'm sorry. I fucked everyone over. P.S.
Oh.
I didn't kill him. P.P.S. Gift upstairs.
If the gift is drugs, I'm going to be very disappointed. Please don't be drugs. And also, please don't be like a box filled with a nail bomb or something. I really don't want that either. If we could just not do that. Some kind of saw trap waiting. Lieutenant turns to the staircase suspiciously, looking for any signs of another presence in the shadows above. What could this gift be?
I am not drawing my gun. Yet.
Yeah.
But I don't like gifts.
Yeah, I don't like gifts in an ongoing crime scene investigation either.
Just don't walk into another radio trap, okay?
Yeah, don't do that, please.
Relax. Not everyone is out to trap you.
I would hope, given that we let her go in a situation where we really should have arrested her, that she wouldn't try to kill us now, but I don't still know the nature of all of her motivations, so we might not have the whole story. Even she left in a hurry.
It's hardly surprising.
Sure is. Okay, tab reveals nothing much new. Let's look in the medicine cabinet again.
The medicine cabinet is empty.
Yeah.
Not even a toothbrush. Pity.
Looks like one of those GTA 3 hidden packages sitting there in a wrapped bag. I was kind of hoping the gift would be in here.
I always took you for more of a drunk than a chemical abuser, Lieutenant Freighter. Should we go?
Surely clean this out.
She certainly had her priorities straight when she was packing.
Close the cabinet. Just close it up. I feel like I have to save again. I don't know what I'm going to run into up there. I've still got hard drive space, why not? A red thread made of nylon. It leads out of the room and onto the roof. Oh my god, did she give me the bullet trajectory as a gift? That's what it looks like. I'll look at the window again. I want to look at that anyway.
You see the same two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman, only now a red thread bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall.
Bisects the room, pointing from the antenna outside to the cupboard on the wall. Ruby was talking about how great that antenna was. Does that matter?
This is ballistics. She's left a trajectory for us.
The lieutenant tests the thread with his finger. Drawn taut, it rebounds instantly.
A ray of backward motion explodes from his mouth to the roof outside, A prime, to then widen into a radius of locations in Martinez, B prime, B double prime, and B triple prime.
So are you actually serious that I was skeptical over the bullet trajectory this whole time and that was the linchpin to what we were missing? Because that seems like what we're doing. Where's the thread lead?
It suggests the bullet came from the extreme upper quadrant of possible angles, from a point beyond the roof. B triple prime.
The island. Oh, so we are still dealing with the island then.
The island in the bay.
Okay, well I guess I couldn't have really known about that or investigated that anyway. Well, I wanted to go to the island, but we didn't seem to have sufficient need to, even though we obviously did. I don't know. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, the plot tells you, hey, you should investigate the island, and Kim and Harry are just like, well, we've checked everywhere. Is she trying to tell us the shot came from the islet?
Unless she thinks the perpetrator was standing on the ring antenna.
Yeah.
That is where the thread seems to point.
I don't think she thinks that. There are runes on the islet, a sunken sea fort. I saw it through the coin-operated viewer.
I remember.
He looks out the window and onto the bay. How'd she know how to do this?
She was there that night. She would have known precisely where the bullet hole was in the glass.
I wish you could have told me that before.
She had a long time to think about it after, standing on that roof, staring at the glass.
It's not necessarily 100% true that she would have known where it came through the glass. It's possible if it shattered wrong, that even if it hit a tiny quadrant at the upper corner of it, maybe the whole glass shattered and split into nothing. So there wouldn't really even be much evidence at that point, I guess, unless you tried to reconstruct the shards.
It also looks like there may be more to her skill set than we know.
Yeah.
The question is, should we trust her?
Of course we don't trust her.
I don't know. At this point...
Really? She's misled us like 4 times. I mean, not always intentionally, and I understand her motivations from that point of view of not wanting to give us too much, but she certainly could have been more forthcoming.
What difference does it make?
We don't have anything else to do other than that, so I guess we're going to the island. We have to go back, Kate. This is also the only point of origin we haven't ruled out yet.
So it is.
I wish we tried to rule it out before.
For a second he seems tired.
We need to go to the island. Not having it. The wind blows in from the open window. The lieutenant sighs, looking into the cold distance across the water.
He is trying to justify it to himself.
He's done enough.
There, across the grey water, amidst crumbling concrete, a birch tree, and the half-sunken ruins of a flak tower.
I don't have anything to say. This is just something we have to do, Kim. I remember an anti-aircraft gun, or the ruins of one on the island from the coin-operated viewer. The hell does that have to do with anything? They shot him with an anti-aircraft gun. Kim, let's go to the fucking island. Go. I'm going to the island. Are you in? Actually, yeah, let's not go to the island. Well, I can't force Kim to go. I assume he tends to be along for the ride a lot of the time, and he seems quite diligent, but he's having a rough time himself. So I'll say I'll go. You can decide if you're going.
Of course. I mean...
Okay.
How do we get there? Joyce Messier had a sloop, but she's gone.
Ah, So that's the purpose of that character, because I felt like she didn't have enough to do with the plot. Lily and the net picker, she's tarring her boat.
Ah, yes, of course. The village. Let's go.
Is there really no other way to go to the island other than that? We couldn't rent a boat, we couldn't ask for the police to provide something. I know Joyce was the easy answer, but... yeah, we couldn't just hit M and then click on the island, which seems to work sometimes.
A red thread runs.
No. Don't flashbang my audience, game. That's not very nice. I watched YMS talk about Catch Me If You Can, that ridiculous magician film. I had no idea it was as out of reality as it is. I thought it was, like, adjacent to reality, but no, it's absolutely bonkers. Oh, now you see. I just said the wrong movie title, didn't I? Yeah, the magician one, not Catch. That's the other one. Go to the island in the bay. There could be a boat in the fishing village on the coast. Ask there. Yeah. Yeah. Catch Me If You Can is not it. Now You See Me. Yeah, because it had, instead of the sequel being Now You Don't, it was Now You See Me Too. Very silly. I don't know why the wrong film
you're right.
Came to mind.
It's good to see you back on your feet. Did you like your room? I cleaned it for you.
I did, thank you. Big improvement.
You're welcome. I thought it would be nice for you to wake up in a clean place after you, let's be fair, defended this establishment and its clientele from gunfire. Defended may be putting it a bit generously, though. I had a great view of you doing nothing to stop those psychopaths. Then I crawled inside. Bullets started flying. Anyway.
Okay.
He really wants you to realize that he was also on the balcony looking by, in the danger zone, so to say.
I wish you a quick recovery. Also, you and your partner are staying here free now. This establishment supports cops. The stay is free, the drinks are not. It just felt I needed to specify that.
No, I'm not going to be drinking ever again. Where did everyone go? Oh, I wonder.
Oh, you know, people don't tend to stick around after shootouts. Turns out they're not good for business.
And, like, a lot of them died, is the other thing. What happened to the man with the sunglasses?
I don't remember everyone who comes here.
No?
And many people wear sunglasses inside lately.
Oh.
Must be a fad.
It's a little annoying, isn't it? So I have to mention when it happened, you were right out there on the balcony.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
What's up with that?
That's because I'm a bad ass.
When you say it like that, I couldn't not be convinced.
It really took
I'm
courage.
a bad ass.
Don't pick at him.
He's a sort of endearing character, honestly. I sort of like him. Yeah, no, I guess you are a badass.
Yeah, I don't know. Clients were panicking. And also, I guess I sort of found out that I don't give a shit if I die.
My goodness.
He means it. It's not just boasting. It's something he discovered about himself, stepping onto that balcony.
Ah. All right, thanks.
No problem. They'll come back. They always do.
Goodbye. Northern Lion's still here? This guy is, he's got nothing better to do. What the hell is his deal? Oh, it's still all about money. Okay. You gotta spend money to make money. Money is what really matters. They say money can't buy you happiness, but that just means you don't have enough money. You have to invest your money wisely. You can buy stocks with money, and use those stocks to make even more money. I know a guy in, a shipping container that would love to hear this. That way you'll have enough when you grow too old to make new money. Real estate is a graveyard where tired old money goes to rest. Money is what literally make... Okay, this is annoying.
Hi again, gendarme.
Oh. Literally nothing to say about all that. Okay.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
Well, you'll certainly have something to say.
Seeing you approach, the bruised man clenches his fists.
Look, I didn't want any of this to happen. I was trying to stand up for you all.
Oh, it's you. Didn't think we'd see you walking anytime soon. Elaine, look. It's the cowardly cop.
Oh, if you exhaust all the dialogue with him, you get a bonus on opening the cargo container door. I see. Yeah, and that obviously makes sense now that I know what's in there, but like, well, I guess the reward is just you clicked on him for a long time to see what he says. It does seem like it was leading somewhere, I just didn't really care, 'cause it's all the same.
Huh? What?
Yeah, he looks up, his eyes full of confusion as if he'd just woken from a deep sleep.
Our condolences for your losses.
He says with a little nod, but the remaining Hardy Boys don't seem to register his words. Is he okay? Points to Ellen.
Does he look like he's okay?
No, I don't anticipate anyone to be okay.
He does not. His unshaven face is almost grey, and he reeks of piss, sweat, and booze. While still alive, he has abandoned his own body to decomposition.
I suppose that was a dumb question.
No shit, Mullen.
I'm grinning just because I get that reference to the in-lore universe character Dick Mullen. What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys now that Titus is dead?
Titus is fucking dead.
The spit flying out of his mouth is accompanied by a painful grimace.
What's gonna happen to the Hardy Boys? Look around you, man. This shit is done. There are no more Hardy Boys.
What's Everett say about all that? You two just going back to hauling containers in the harbor?
No, man. I don't know. I guess the Union will still be policing the neighborhood, but who's gonna do it now?
You, Eugene?
Me? No, man. I'm not a leader. You know, Titus only recruited me because I play the guitar. Said the team could use the morale boost.
You can do it, Eugenie boys. That's quite a ring. Sounds like you gotta go with Mr. Outside Higher then.
I ain't gonna stick around for that. I only stayed because of Titus. There was a man born to lead.
I got a neoliberal achievement. That feels bad. Any idea what happened to Claudia?
Damn songbird of misery, that one.
And do you have any information on this songbird of misery?
God said she took off sometime before the firefight. That's all. Trying to remember if there was anything. Oh yeah, he said she seemed to be in a real hurry.
Do you think it would have been advantageous if there was a little more character development for some of the Hardy Boys? Like, I would have liked to learn a bit more about Eugene, honestly. But they were all kind of just corralled in here for most of the game, and I guess maybe it would have just added to too many loose ends, potentially. But it kind of would have been nice to see a little bit more dimensionality, maybe. Or at least have the option to find your way to that.
She's gone. Face it.
I don't know. They're not really the star of the show either, but, you know, I just like the world, so I like hearing what everybody has to say. Take care, guys.
Yeah, you too. It's a rough world out there. It's not easy being a cop. We were too hard on you. Both of you. We shouldn't have fucked with you like we did. You got between us and a lot of bullets in that fight.
Well, thanks, Eugene.
Matinees owes you one.
That's kind of you to say. Take care of your friend, okay?
I kind of wish we could have not had everyone die. That would have been better. And when I think back about it in sort of regretful line of reasoning, it starts with me having left that door open, right? Because they wanted me to find a hint about my gun, and to do that I had to do a favor for Everett, and I didn't want to do the favor for Everett. But if I had done the favor for Everett, maybe I would have gotten a hint that would have led me to the gun in time to have been able to change how that played out, and maybe Titus would still be here. So this is survivor's guilt, I guess, in video game form.
I will. You take care of yours.
A sharp pain shoots up your side and into your stomach. You must not look too good. Luckily, it passes.
I also did miss some almost silly rolls there that, like, I didn't think I would miss. But then I got one that was incredible, too. That Kim hit that shot. That was really important. What was that shot percentage again for him to hit the rifleman? It was like 30 or something. Or am I blowing that up in my head? Was it a 71? 40%, right? Oh yeah, one to warn Kim and one to hit the shot on the rifleman. Both of those playing out right were at least something lucky. The 30 was for you to dodge. Kim's shot doesn't have a roll. Oh right, it was the dodge. What is this? Oh, I know who that was. That was Cindy. Cindy with her red tainted paint. Oh, thanks very much for that. Trix NFX for the subscription with Prime. I appreciate it. What does this say?
The graffito has been painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
I know it's been a few days, but I wouldn't have been shocked if there was still more physical remnants of all of the bleeding that happened here.
This was Cindy the Skull.
Yeah. Well, what gave that away? Looks like Cindy the Skull finally found the words for her masterpiece.
The lieutenant crouches, touching the fuel oil with his finger.
You don't need to touch that.
Looks like it, yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't here yesterday.
I smell heavy fuel oil.
And blood. Some of it is even yours.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
Nope. Nope. Bad idea.
Okay. Sorry. Close call.
You really want me to light everything on fire after what we just went through? I appreciate the statement. I don't know what the statement says, but I appreciate that she found the words to say it, whatever that statement says. I don't think that Gart would appreciate a massive fire going in front of his establishment. It says, one day I will be back near you. I'll have to think about that for a minute.
Every snowflake is like a little gift from the sky.
Oh. Surprising how little they have to say about all this. It says when you look at it, it's the name of the dialogue. Oh. Sorry, I'm an idiot. I didn't look at that.
The graffito has been painted over the traces
One day I'll
of the
return
fight
to your
that
side.
took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil.
So do you think Cindy lost somebody in that she was very attached to? That seems to be the implication.
This was Cindy the Skull.
I'd love to ask her about it. I have to see if Kuno's okay. No, I interpret it as being about the city itself. Oh. I didn't click on that. Damn it, it's all the way up in the apartment now. Didn't expect it to actually work it. Alright, Kuno likes this brain shit, thinking shit. Oh, that's a good sign. Tell me more about that, Kuno.
Everyone says you started crying in the middle of a firefight and then bled like a pig. I guess that was cool.
Yeah. Alright, sure.
Cool, cool, cool. That's very cool to Kuno.
Yeah, I nearly died.
Just don't think because you got half your dick shot off and you're an invalid now, Kuno's gonna treat you different.
No, I would never expect that from you, Kuno. You treat everyone the same. Terribly.
Kuno doesn't reward weakness. It's business as usual with Kuno. Kuno's cold like that.
Yeah, I've gotten that impression as well from you, Kuno.
Feels good for some reason.
To be treated the same, yeah, I suppose. I don't really have new stuff to say to you, I guess, so. I want to talk to Kuno in about 10 to 15 years. Can you imagine if that was the main thesis of this, really, was like, how did all this affect Kuno? And somehow there's a flash forward and you actually get to be part of his life in a meaningful way later on. What an interesting observation that could be.
Watch out, pig. It's a dangerous world out there. But Kuno's got his eyes on you.
Or if the entire investigation was, in a way, just a way to probe psychology about Harry, but in a weird way, Harry's a proxy for Kuno. And really the decisions that I make rub off on Kuno, so that way he has a different way that he ends up growing up. Wouldn't that be odd? I mean, on a few different occasions, they said something about Kuno making a good cop. So, like, that would also be really interesting as a sequel you play as Kuno or something. We're not going to get that sequel now, I'm just saying. It's a dangerous world out there. Kuno's got his eyes on you. What's that supposed to mean?
Who knows?
Okay. He starts doing the I got my eye on you gesture repeatedly. Who knows? How about you over there? You okay?
I'll die before I squeal, pig.
Yeah, okay. Goodbye. You might run for president. Yeah. That's true. Should I go up there and check that thread out? I feel really stupid I didn't walk out onto the balcony. I should have done. I should probably see what that says. It might be important. Sorry, I'm gonna make you run on your bad leg. Occasionally you've got to do slightly repetitious things. That's okay, though. That's just life, isn't it? The thread is tied to the... Oh. I got wrecked. Good to know. Yeah, what's the gift? Oh, it's the thread, obviously. Yeah, no, we knew what the gift was. It was the trajectory. You made me think it was going to be like a literal gift for a second. I was like, I never got my present. I wanted it with a nice bow. A nice boa constrictor. So now, because of her gift, we know to go to the island and investigate. I'm supposed to call the office, or the headquarters, and ask if I'm a corrupted agent.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft
Yeah, imagine
glow
it
of the
was just some
fuel preheater
chocolates.
cage.
I'll miss you. Radio.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Oh yeah, Sylvie was the person I was questioning if was relevant to when he was dying on the ground, or thought he was dying. We've been attacked. I repeat, Lieutenant Kim, and...
Something is wrong. Only static hisses through the speaker.
Hello?
No reply. Only the mindless drone of static crawling through the air.
Well, he said something about that he called her once, but I don't know if that was to in reference to something that happened off camera, or if it was that I called her. And also, I guess I made a couple of prank calls on that other phone, so I don't know. Don't know what that was in reference to then.
It's been this way for a while now. My guess is the Union is listening in on our conversations and jamming outward communications to protect themselves from Crenel.
This is like when I was getting DDoSed. My internet would be fine until I'd stream, and then it would start acting up immediately, and then it would act up like a little after I turned off, and then I'd reset the router, and then it would go back to normal, and it would like do that predictably sometimes.
It only happens
Very
when someone
frustrating. It makes you
mentions
feel
the
like you're
attack.
going insane
The
because
rest
you're
is
like,
ineffective.
surely this isn't a coincidence.
Our best bet is to carry on like nothing happened. That is, if we don't want us cut off the grid completely.
That was like back in, I don't know, 2017 or something like that in New York. And I kept calling the ISP, and they were like, yeah, I don't know, I see a little noise, and then I don't see any noise, and it's like, is there something wrong? And they'd send somebody out, and they'd look at the lines, like, there's nothing wrong. And then one day they did find noise. It's like, I don't know what the hell you're doing. Isn't that dangerous?
No more dangerous than stepping between three armed mercenaries.
You
and
cannot
facing
use
them.
that as your standard, Kim. He says, I hope. Glances over his shoulder.
I don't like it either, but
Yeah.
that's the way it is. The street seems safe enough to me. If anything, taking out the mercs made things calmer. For now.
He flicks off the radio. Silence. I'd really like to talk to Joyce.
You can try calling again. Just don't mention the tribunal. And remember, they are listening in.
That's a cute way of them keeping your topics to, like, prescribed things so you don't go off
They're shutting
script.
you up, silencing you.
Excuse me.
Don't
Like
fucking drop your guard.
Like an in-lore version of staying on track.
Everything sounds okay. No drumbeat of total war yet. If anything, everything sounds too okay.
Yeah, that's what I got from this. All of it is way too okay. Just a normal average day, too okay
In
for
the
me.
cabin, you see a set
Okay,
of...
I'm done with that then. No total war. Rome or otherwise. You really want me to light everything on fire in the street here? I feel like you really do, though.
Mon Dieu, officer. It is worse than I thought. Believe me, I know all about that kind of pain. I've had hip trouble for the past week. Maybe it's time to slow down, enjoy life a bit. Anything I can do to assist you?
No, I just wanted to see if you're okay. Got a big bowl of fried rice. Nice. I ate way too much rice yesterday, actually. I had like a big bowl of sticky rice that was left over from when I made it, and it was about to go off, so I just ate the whole thing. And then I got absolutely terrible indigestions. Don't eat too much rice. But enjoy your rice
The graffiti has
in
been
moderation.
painted over the traces of the fight that took place here. It smells of blood and heavy fuel oil. This was Cindy the Scar. The lieutenant crouches.
Looks like it. Yes. This is still fresh. It wasn't. And blood.
Heavy fuel oil. Isn't that flammable?
What are you trying to imply, Fingers?
You could buy some smokes, light up a ciggy and throw it in there. You know, just to see what happens. See if it's flammable. It's better that way.
Oh, okay. It's just a quest now. What it says on the can, light a graffito on fire with burning cigarette. Now, when I thought of a point of no return, I was thinking of, like, the way they do it in a lot of JRPGs, where you're, like, locked into the last little area plus final boss. I wasn't expecting it to just be sort of like an irrevocable plot point, but you can still walk wherever you want. Hence why I couldn't conceptualize how much of the game was left correctly. Oh, this is weird. It's never been empty here before. I know why it's empty, I'm just saying it's a strange thing to see it different.
A lorry stuck in the...
What about our friend over here? I don't know if I should go talk to absolutely everyone. I feel like it wouldn't be a bad thing.
The boyadero stares at you with respect, then gestures towards the trickles of blood adorning your clothes.
It really hurts, Manana. Pain, that's what your strike brought upon us. I'm not trying to guilt him, really. Danger comes with the boyadero lifestyle, right?
There are types of danger. The one I'm usually concerned with is lung cancer or getting mauled by wildlife, not bullets.
Yeah.
It calls back to an older era where this was commonplace, though. You have a true boyadero heart.
Right, so where is everyone?
Hiding, gathering themselves. The harbor's in full lockdown, friend. No getting in or out, for the time being.
You can't help me get inside?
No, man. Not today. Today is war.
Sounds like you're trying to shoehorn me into finishing the game.
He says it matter-of-factly, like it's no big
I'm
deal.
on to you, Manana. I know what you're working with the developers right now. You're a Zaum acolyte. So what's gonna happen next?
Time will tell. I'll tell Evrak you dropped by. I'm sure he'll be glad.
Oh, he loves me. What will you be doing?
I'll be okay here, doing lookout. Quite the sight, aren't they? Getting to like that red I am. Don't worry about me. I live to alleviate the worries of our brothers. See if any insane killers turn up. Then I'll run. And live.
Try not to get shot, eh?
I'm sure I'll be luckier than you, friend.
His grin as wide as a desert. Not that I want to talk to him, but I'm just curious. Is Measure Head up here still? And his friends? Oh, the button's still glowing. It's not interactable, though. Yeah, we've loaded into some sort of alternate state of this world for the purposes of finishing the game out. I'm assuming this door is locked. Yeah. Although it is making that, like, you might need a tool sound, but then it would have been blue, not gray. Yeah, he seems like a nice guy. Manana, I mean. I don't want anybody to get shot. How's the Pale Rider doing? Is she alright? Or everybody's gone? I don't know if they've shuffled people off into other positions, maybe. That guy's still there. Are you the only driver left?
My man, you're alive. Almost. Kind of. Sort of alive?
I've been better.
Man, what a day. I missed out on most of the action, but I heard it was quite the encounter. Had a strong sense of finality to it.
Yeah?
So what's next? You guys heading back to Jamrock now? Talk is local union muscle were behind it all. I'd reckon the case is closed, even if it kind of turned into a shit show.
Oh, kinda. No, we were full shit show land there. The circus rolled back into town. I'm still looking around loose threads to tie up.
Good luck with that, my man. Ain't easy being you, but hey, you're still breathing, right?
Sort of. I met the lady driver on my investigation. She's called Ruby.
Okay.
He seems a little apprehensive.
Is it wise to share information about the case like this, sire?
I don't know, I've been doing it constantly.
The lieutenant throws you a quick glance. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's it.
That's probably for the best. You keep your job to yourself. With a job like yours, you have to.
Is the cool guy still here? Oh, yeah.
Wow!
Wow, what?
A cop limping down the street, bleeding from the shoulder, face bruised, looking like hell? You know what that is?
Why am I bleeding from the shoulder? I thought I was bleeding from the leg.
cool. That's
Oh!
cool.
Oh! Yeah, that's right. Cool. So cool. Thank you. That's exactly what I was hoping to hear. Everything is good here, he says.
Between you and me, this is why I don't get involved in local politics.
Well, someone has to.
So it goes. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, nothing, I guess. I just wanted to see if you had new information. You don't. It's gonna be really funny if my gun was just, like, under some boards right here or something. I just couldn't find it. Oh, so many things to be revealed in the future, perhaps. So what they want me to do is talk to the lady with the boat and get my way over to the island. Is it worth doing like a recap with every single person? I do kind of want to pop in the church and see if they knew anything about the whole shooting.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with?
I got shot.
Even I can see that. I told you not to bring your trouble with you, policeman. We've got troubles of our own here. Though I suppose you took the worst of it. Turns out you were your own ill omen.
I guess you were right. The men with the guns were coming for me after all.
I'm not sure those were the last of the men with guns either. There are always more coming for your kind, officer.
All right, good to know.
Man, you're like bleeding now. Reality's really messed you up.
Don't call yet, Abigail. Hey, wake up.
There's no waking him from his stupor. His mind is elsewhere.
Don't call Abigail.
The legend returns. You know the dance. Smokable smokes, pissable pilsner. Drink it, then convert it to piss. My kind of guy.
Convert it to piss. I got my pack of smokes. I'm assuming Kim has a lighter, should the need arise.
Hello, mister. Bye.
Hello, governor. Convert it to piss. Oh, I like the triangle. These Grod-made cigarettes are remarkable for their high tar content, a favorite of fishermen, police officers, and working men the world over. You don't think I should smoke? Why do I have to smoke to light a cigarette? I don't know why I need a cigarette, honestly. Why couldn't I have just lit the thing directly? Does seem like a thing that a human could do, right? To just, like, put the match to the fuel. Because it's cool. Oh, well, I didn't think of it that way.
Oh, hey, man. It's good to see you.
Got shot in the hip, -1. Look, the odds weren't great to begin with.
You close your
Can you
eyes
imagine?
and dream of the shapes your body should form.
Imagine
to
I
bring
get
the
shot and that's when I
strange
learn to dance.
into life. For now, such ferocity of motion.
But just imagine the moves you could pull.
Your aching leg
Ow.
doesn't want you to imagine anything, however.
I hope you're not trying to dance with that leg of yours. Healing from a gunshot wound takes time and patience. Be careful.
I was trying to dance, Kim. That's a great point. I probably shouldn't do that.
Goodbye, officer.
man. What's on your mind?
Welcome back.
I got shot in the leg. Point at your limb.
Ouch. I did notice you limping, but I thought maybe it was your thing or something. When I was 16, I used to date this guy who had a limp, but it only showed when he was sober. So I guess it wasn't real or something. I don't know.
Huh. A limp that only shows when you're sober. Could it be that your muscles, when they slightly relax, the limp is sort of covered up by your normal gait then? But when you're sober, it's just sort of a different way that you would carry yourself, a different weight distribution. Or maybe you didn't feel the pain. A limp doesn't always necessitate that there's pain, right? I mean, it often is the case, but it's not always pain. Sometimes it's just like a tightness or a muscle is not quite the way it's supposed to be.
Anyway.
It sounds like a thing that could be real. I don't really know how, though. I don't know enough about physiology. Hey, Egg.
Good morning! Yeah! Harder car!
Oh, we're working on it. Getting harder by the day. Hey, Suna.
Yes, what is it?
Got nothing. Okay. Not troubled by the world's ills. Content in your dance cathedral. Programming and dancing and programming and dancing. The happiest place in Revachol. Possibly true. I mean, maybe the whirling at times, but not so much after what happened in front. Do I want to talk to anyone else up here? I don't know. The dad... No, guess not. Honestly, probably the happiest place in Martinez, at least. Trying to imagine Ryan saying Yeko Kata is the place to be. I could imagine it, but I don't think it would ever come true. Alright, well, I didn't really accomplish much by talking to everyone, but I did at least hurt myself, so there is that.
Officer, what happened? You're limping. Why are you limping? You look terrible.
Some people hurt me.
Is this from the shooting in town? We heard gunshots. Not that we don't hear gunshots all the time, but they were closer than usual.
There was an exchange of fire on Rue de Saint-Guylaine. It's nothing to be worried about, madame.
Nothing.
You didn't only get shot.
You should see the other guys, they're all dead. Wow. I dodged the second shot, I can also get not shot. I don't think she needs to hear about that. I have a question.
Of course. Can I help you with something?
Yeah, we need to get to the island.
That won't be a problem. It's wind still and the tar just dried. We've got 2 days of relative sunshine ahead.
Oh, great. 2 days of sunshine, I just got a bacterial infection. Okay. What's on that island? I just saw some runes through the binoculars.
Used to be some kind of fortification there before the war. For the communards. An anti-aircraft gun, I think. Bombed to bits in the landing. I haven't been there myself. Always steered clear of it.
First time for everything, right?
Hasn't been there herself. Who has then?
You said you haven't been there yourself. Who has then, if not you?
My husband used to drink there.
Oh.
Him and his drinking buddies. Always seemed like a bad place to drink to me. People died there during the landing, you know. My mother told me.
You know you can drink not on an island. Like, just as well, and be closer to society should something go terribly wrong. It just seems like an unnecessary risk to impose on yourself to do that.
This must be one of the many fortifications that was used in the dying days of the
But I get it, people want to drink in weird places, I guess.
Before they took this city.
The kids sometimes go there too. I know they do, on rafts.
That's
I
exciting.
tell them not to, but they bring back old bullet casings and such.
Never much of a raft kid. I know some kids are like big into like want to get on the water, or some kids want to climb trees as high as possible. Some kids want to build little box cars and fly down the hill. I did a bit of skateboarding in that, but like mostly it's, you know, come over, we'll play GoldenEye. I'll run around the yard a bit and throw a ball around, play basketball. Like, wasn't so much into the high-risk activities, although there were some on occasion.
The twins.
The twins,
God
eh?
forbid they bring the girl along on some rickety barge.
Aren't they a bit young to be on rafts? She points to the two kids playing on the concrete yard. Yeah.
Can we maybe ask your twins about that place before we go? Would that be alright?
You're telling me you didn't go over Niagara in a barrel? It's a highly safe activity. Tons of people do it all the time. And most of them die, but some don't.
Be my guest. They have a strange way of talking.
Yeah.
See if you can get anything useful out of them. I seldom do.
Is there anything I should know about getting there?
Well, most of it's sunken. Underwater. That means concrete underwater. Cut your boat if you're not careful.
Oh, I don't want
Be sure
that.
to enter from the south side.
Is it going to be like
steep there.
roll a successful die to row and then not get hit into coral or something? Enter from the south side. Here in the south town, you know the kids don't play. That's POD, isn't it? Payable on death. Can we borrow your boat?
If you promise to bring it back. And no scraping the hull. I just got it nice and yellow.
What parts of it
no
can I
drinking
scrape?
on the boat. And no joyriding either.
I don't really know what joyriding is in this context, but no, I don't plan to drink.
Of course, ma'am. It's only for a day or two. Official police business.
Is joyriding just like terrorizing people with your boat?
Aye.
What if I want to rock? No, not along.
The crow's feet disappear from the corners of her eyes
Doing
as
barrel
she smiles
rolls.
at you.
Thank you. We'll use your skiff to get there then.
Please be conservative with the fuel, will you? Just filled her up, but it's a small tank.
I mean, I should probably pay for the fuel, but I don't think she's expecting that. Okay. Thank you. Every time we talk to these twins, it's always like an option pops up to say kids are stupid, and I'm like, that seems mean.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Oh, kids. Okay, kids, you've been to that island, right?
On that island?
Yes, that one. I need to know what's there. The one who's busy kicking his stone points to the bay.
That's, nothing. It's just a seafort and some plants. You can take a raft there. It's great.
Alright.
And we make a fire. We make a fire.
So they make a fire.
Mm-hmm. Gather the sticks for the fire. And bullets. Or not real bullets, empty bullets.
What does that have to do with the fire? You're putting the bullets into the fire.
Bullet shells. There are a lot of them left over from the war, but this could be important.
What, you mean shells?
I don't know what these are.
Mm-hmm.
They're lights. The fire guy comes and asks us to put the fire out.
Oh, there's a fire guy.
Your nerve endings sting from the mention of a guy.
The, from Fantastic Four, right? He can turn into a human torch. Is that the fire guy? Or do you mean more from, like, Mega Man? Fireman.
They must mean a human being.
No way.
On that island, but it's cut off.
I cannot tell how old they're supposed to be. Yeah, their voices sound like they're, like, 4, but they look more like they're 9? But I understand that their representations aren't always 100% accurate, and their portraits are a bit different from their voice, and their portrait's a bit different from their model, and whatever. Someone lives on the island?
No.
Oh. So there's someone on a boat that tells you to put the fire out.
Yes.
Wait. Are you talking to me, or are you talking to him? His brother looks at him, then you.
Let's go with yes.
Okay, let's go with yes. Why is he the fire guy?
Because
Because the wonderful things he does.
he asks to put the fire out.
Why does he ask you to put the fire out?
I don't know. He doesn't like it. He don't like people to be there. You shouldn't go. Yes.
The other one adds laconically, adding, standing with his hands glued to his sides like a little tin soldier. Okay. You mentioned something about lights?
I don't know.
Starts one of them, it's hard to tell which one now, I don't know.
Did you mean there are electrical lights?
He points to the street light.
Yes.
The boy looks at his toes. Okay, so there's power there? I didn't expect that, if it's all bombed out ruins. Is there anything else you could tell me about this guy? Age, does he live there?
No, he doesn't live there. I don't think. No, he lives there. Been there twice, 2 times.
So does one of you always lie and the other always tells the truth?
He doesn't live there. He isn't there sometimes.
Anything else? What does this guy look like?
Delightful.
I don't know.
How come?
We ran. He
Well, that
just
I'd believe,
yelled,
yeah.
We shouldn't be there.
Your father used to go to the island too, didn't he?
Our father killed himself.
Oh! Wow.
Don't say that, he didn't.
His brother punches him. The boy's eyes well up like he's about to start crying. I'd say nothing.
I'm sorry.
The one says to the other, rubbing his brother's shoulder affectionately. Damn. Wow. Alright, is that all you know? Is there anything more you can tell me about the island?
There's
the boy says, rubbing his eyes, it's clear that he has no intention of finishing the sentence.
Lights, fire guy. We should check up on that island.
We should probably check up on that island. Use Netpicker's skiff on the jetty to go to the island. I wasn't expecting that. I still want to know what that little shack is with the one chair in it. I find it quite interesting because it's instanced in its own map area, like you go through the door and you load in. Is it that one there? Yeah, I think it's that one. It's such a small location, and it really has the air that, like, someone will be in this room at a certain point if the right story beat happens, and I'm assuming I didn't get the right story beat, so I'll not know. There were a couple of items that I've taken, yeah, but I don't remember what they were anymore. I figured, though, with the chair here, somebody would be in here. I remember there being a rope when I played this. I don't remember a rope. I feel like I would have noticed that. Man, if I didn't notice that, I would really be not paying any attention. It's just a very creepy shack. It reminds me of something from Resident Evil 7. Alright, time for a save.
A skiff with a small steering engine in the back floats on the calm mirror of the sea. Its 2 seats are empty.
Yeah, do I have to fight something to get across the lake?
The boat's belly is a shiny yellow color, industrial paint over fresh tar. You see it reflect off the water, along with the factory number, A72. Once you get in, that's it. One pull of the starter handle, and you're off into the bay. A strange trepidation comes over you. Are you sure you want to go now?
If you get Kim to shoot into the lake 5 times, Telako jumps out and eats you. No, it doesn't eat you. It's just a fun Easter egg if you shoot the lake a lot. You should always try it, and definitely don't save first. Yeah, I'll go now.
Have you made all the necessary preparations?
Close all my accounts.
Closed all your accounts? Remember what the Netpicker said. It's a small tank. You won't be going back and forth on this.
Oh, so there's multiple points of no return. You take the engine, Kim. I'll hold the boombox. Get in and ride to the island. It'll be boring. He's got to pose like a masthead. I feel like they're giving us a little bit of very subtle comic relief just because it's been so heavy. Oh, gracious, is a song. Cool. I don't remember this in the soundtrack. I've been listening to the soundtrack. Those reverby snare hits feel very Death Stranding-y to me. Oh, that too. Yeah, that's beautiful.
The boat comes to a slow stop.
That was beautiful.
The lieutenant turns the engine off. Then there's silence.
You know, it also reminded me a little bit of Neon Blonde. It's like the spin-off band from the Blood Brothers. When they do their, like, really down-tempo, kind of more chill stuff. A lot of it's, you know, EDM kind of over-the-top stuff, but sometimes they get a little bit more into that tempo. Yeah, that was beautiful. Really nice song. Didn't expect that to happen there at all.
In the silence, a sputter of wings. A flock of quails takes off in the distance.
Where are those quails going? Get back here. We gotta question you about things.
Let's go.
Quail questions. Climb out. Question those quails. Let's go. Oh. I don't know why it keeps telling me to look at the done tab when it's just everything is done there. There's nothing new to see. I know something's moved. Save. I'm being very over the top with the saves, I know. A makeshift bridge. These bombs are powerful enough to break the foundation. The rusted chain trails off into the ocean. I don't know what's leaking oil, but it looks like quite a lot of it. It seems to be unabated, still leaking now. Yeah, it's nice when they have subtitles to the songs, I agree. I also wasn't really listening carefully to the lyrics because I was just taking in the general ambience of it. These tires are falling apart. They're at least 50 years old. The reason they do this, by the way, if you don't know, is so the boats can hit into a spot and not, you know, scuff or crack or anything. So they've got like a spot to lean up against, because you would tie the ship up somewhere, so it's gonna bounce into that surface a lot. Yeah, it's beautiful music here. Attention, inflammable. Oh good, it's not flammable. There's a lingering trace of mazout in the air. I think I know what that is. Some fuel is leaked out of the barrel. Black, viscous. I always found it funny that inflammable and flammable both mean flammable. Oh, oil. Oh. No, wait. Yellow.
The dry grass crackles under your feet as you stop. Far away, birds' wings touch the still surface of the sea.
You can hear faraway birds' wings? How good is your hearing right now? What happened to you? Like you were just getting blasted by that radio frequency before. I do one session of guitar playing with my headphones on slightly too loud, and it's like my hearing, I lose like 20% of my top range. What is that flutter?
The flock of quail departs. Now more than 100 meters away. 102, 105.
I love a quail. Underneath the flutter?
On the islet, there is almost no wind. Just snow quietly falling on the reeds. Bulrushes swaying on the waterline. Long dried leaves chafing against each other.
This is a very, like, sensory-heavy moment, and I'm wondering, is this some sort of a, like, reminder of what you might not have been here to see if that firefight went slightly differently? Reminder that even though in the ugliness of it, you can get your life cut short, there's still things on Earth that are worth perceiving.
Like a silent orchestra tuning at the beginning of some major work. Of great importance to the few who attend.
What do you want, Shivers? Me timbers? To the west, to the east, ahead, beyond that, further north. Kim. Listen to Kim.
Yes?
It's pretty silent on this island.
It is. Is that why we are stopping?
No, I just wanted to listen to things, sorry.
The lieutenant nods in silence.
Sometimes you gotta listen. To the west?
A silent hiss. Sea air moving through the needles of a pine tree.
To the east?
The faraway roar of the city, distant like today's dream. Before it, the sound of sand. The low tide filtered through its grains. A bird tending to its feathers.
You're listening to a lot of bird sounds lately, Harry. Are you becoming a bird fan?
Snow falls on the water, melting away without even a whisper.
Ahead?
A low hum. The air slowly moves through a concrete box, through its ancient slits and cracks, resonating, hollow. A big building.
Well, certainly the Kodamama dock was not going to show up on this island. That would be a little late now. Beyond that, further north.
Air flows out of a pillbox window. There is very little there. The air cossets flowers on a meadow. Absolute silence. Reeds motionless. Bulrushes motionless.
Pretty weird how much is motionless considering we're next to the ocean. Usually there's tons of wind. Guess we're in a lull. Pillbox, by the way, I believe is a gun emplacement, like a cement fortification. Usually like a dome or a box with a slit in the side so a machine gun can stick out of it. Something like that.
A flake of snow falls on an extinguished campfire. Hiss.
Hiss. Exus, is that you? Below the silence? No, you're kidding. Really? There's nothing more to it, though. Okay. I thought you were just being silly. Farrell says ICM. You see a star with little specks in it. Yeah, I was wrong. Little Birch from the coin-operated viewer is still holding on. No way to get up there. The stairs are gone. Yeah, when you call somebody a little bee, you mean a tiny birch. A little bee with a big P is a small birch with a big pheasant in it. How do I get over there? I guess I gotta go around. What an idyllic image that is. Be careful not to fall. The cliff face looks steep. Well, I'd have to fail a dice roll to fall, probably. I don't know why I need to feel the need to save this much, but I do. Oh no, there's a whole pile of stuff in here. Look, I'm playing an entirely different game in here. Is that one stasis? Careful, the stairs have collapsed. Yeah, that's not great. This place is in ruins. Exactly what... Oh, this is the thing I was talking about. The slit in the cement wall. Books, mostly fantastique and historical fiction. Dishes stained with sauce and fire. A survivor's kitchen. One day I will be stained with sauce and fire. A moth-bitten bedsheet keeps the wind out. It can't be doing that much, considering how much more space doesn't have bedsheet. You see candles placed on a broken rangefinder. You sure do. It is a mist building, yeah.
Books and magazines lie scattered on the floor and on a makeshift cupboard. They are not particularly well
Was there more outside before I went in? I probably missed something. Sift through.
Most are soft covers. Serialized fantastique and detective stories from the 20s and 30s. This disparate digest includes the classic Animal Adventures.
We love Animal Adventures here.
Popular depictions of man versus nature by amateur naturalists T&T Harpin, husband and wife. Widely read by people from all walks of life. Who doesn't like nature? Who doesn't want to survive?
Whenever I hear about survival stories and man versus nature, I immediately think of Bear Grylls and drinking piss, and it's like, why does that have to be the first thing I think of? I could be thinking of Naked and Afraid, which has less piss drinking, thankfully.
Among what is mostly commercial fiction and serialized stories, you find a magazine cathodique for electrical engineering.
Oh,
then
cathodique.
It's back to pulp.
The Catholic
Light
Church.
Erotica, an international thriller about circuit benders.
Someone's made themselves a home.
Yeah, R.I.P. Steve Irwin. Oh, there was this... I don't even think I should say it is awful. That this other thing that he did involved wringing something out. Low 28%. All things communist. White check. Does anything stand out as unusual? Conceptualization 5. Sure, just give it a go. It's about a third chance.
Not that you can tell. Okay. This is a digest of someone who's dead bored. Most of it is for entertainment purposes. Fittingly right next to the radiola on the floor.
Radiola Grande. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Maybe it's a little old-fashioned. There's a nude mag. More than that, you can't say.
You don't get to look at the nude mag?
The print in some of these is pretty small, though. This person has good eyesight.
Oh! And what's someone with good eyesight possibly able to do? See things that are far away, but what's the implication? Right. I'm sorry to make the conversation about drinking piss. Oh, I noticed an old familiar friend on the wall. The Fallon Arrower shirt. That's a pretty cool shirt, actually. It's very constructivist. Very nice. The Fallon training shirt has seen one wash too many. It retains its unusual design. One sleeve short, one long. Why do you want one long and one short? There's a reason for that. but little of its original colors. A giant F swooshes across his chest, now in gray. You want, like, additional mobility on your right arm? I don't know how much more mobility you would get, but it seems like there is a practical reason to do that. Probably. Oh, good timing, Moobot. Talking about shirts. All of my shirts have the sleeves the same length. Oh, an army surplus winter scarf. That looks nice. Gives you +2 to empathy, the plight of the underclass. Composure -1, sucks to be poor. The towy old scarf itches when wrapped around the neck. It has humanitarian aid written all over it. Yet you know that thousands all over the Isola are suffering the same fate as you, the fate of uncomfortable army surplus scarves. Archery, that could be one, yeah. That could be a practical reason. Oh, we can't look at this Krasmazov poster. You're missing out. He's a handsome fellow. He loves his star with his antlers and his beard. That guy could be a YouTuber. This was once an armament rest. If your armaments are tired? I don't know. I just want to check outside again before I...
ICM?
Oh.
This feels familiar somehow.
Why did this show up? Was I meant to come back out the same way at the end, maybe, and I'm actually moving the story forward now? Are those spec stars too?
No, that's the uninhabited archipelago.
Oh, good.
A DeLorean-era symbol of Insulinda, known as the Face in the Sea.
Face in the Sea, very mysterious. Kim, what is the ICM?
Insulindian Citizens Militia.
Yeah.
It's the official name of the Communards Army. The black and white army of the revolution.
Pretty sure we knew that already, didn't we?
Sounds an awful lot like
RCM. That sounds like RCM, Revishal Citizens Militia.
It does.
Why?
The RCM may descend from the ICM.
They did change one letter, though. May?
It's impossible to say.
Yeah.
It was chaos after the war. The name was good for getting people to join us. Revachol West was mostly workers and criminals.
June?
Nice political thoughts rush through your neocortex.
I love nice political thoughts. They're so nice.
It's going to be hard to say them.
Oh.
Carrying around all that weight on a busted crutch is making you pant.
What I'm hearing is we descend from the glorious Revolutionary Army, or it's a little embarrassing in 51. No, maybe we need a rebrand? ICM sounds like ICP. Very close to the International Collaboration Police. Nice and normal that way. Or just catch your breath, man. Just let it go.
This is better preserved than the others. You can still read the sign.
He bows to inspect the barrel. A white star? Point to the star on the label.
No. An upside-down star.
Oh.
With its horns in the sky. The symbol of the commune.
Looks old. What's it still doing there?
After 44 years? That's not nearly enough to hide what happened here, Lieutenant Gefreiter. One of these barrels was still leaking fuel, as you saw.
I did?
The city is full of things like this. Old bullets, guns, fuel.
Old guns. We needed to find one of those in particular. Finished thought. Can I not walk to that? The inside of the fortress, you make out the console and the blast door. Is that a fortress accident I'm looking at right there? Might be. Yeah, I think we have to go through. I don't think there's another path down at the ground level. I'm just checking. I'd love to see a pheasant. That would make my whole day. I think about that a lot in games. Like, why can't I see a pheasant right now? That would really cheer me up a lot. Because they have such a nice shape to them, you know? Pheasants have one of the best bird shapes. And there's a lot of birds with great shapes. I just think pheasants are exemplary in that regard. Oh, sorry, another blue thought. Twin cannons were attached to your medium-distance large caliber. Cool. You never know what he'll say.
An old cylindrical generator is nested
Microgrid.
above the ammo lift, with makeshift electrical wiring running out of its side and across the floor. The cables disappear into the wall to your right.
Would I settle for a grouse? I suppose if we have to compromise, yeah, I suppose I would.
The lieutenant puts his hand on the metal barrel, checking for warmth.
It's cold now, but someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
Where do these wires lead?
Downstairs, somewhere.
Someone's just charging their phone. What kind of generator is this?
Liquid carbon. I would imagine it takes mazout.
He points to the fuel cap on the side of the dynamo. It sounds like a type of cheese, mazout.
The kind that's favored by vagrants and fuel thieves. It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
That's better than short and hot, isn't it?
If anyone stayed here, they'd need a generator.
Tap on the side.
A hollow ring. The canister is empty.
Oh, you found a ring.
Dust falls from the generator and down into the ammo lift.
What does this mean? A generator here?
I don't know. I'm not a philosopher.
Wait, why would that be a matter of philosophy? I meant, why is it here?
Someone with basic electrical skills has restored it in order to keep the room warm. Maybe it's the fire guy.
Yeah, fire guy.
The wind outside picks up suddenly, with a faint howl. Inside, it's warm.
Hmm. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, being warm is like, it's really great when it's extra cold and you get to be warm anyway. Feels like you're cheating. I already clicked on this, right? Bed sheet.
There's a greasy old spring mattress in the corner, resting on piles of soft cover books. White linen and a pillow are visible under a worn-out caracal blanket.
I hope that's not made out of a caracal.
Someone has been squatting here.
Guess I haven't.
The linen is fresh, recently washed.
How recently?
You force the rest of the sentence out through pain, thick as molasses, no longer able to hear yourself speak.
Damn, is that bad? Am I gonna take a pain or a hit to my health when I hit continue?
You know, officer, you can rest here if you are feeling tired. I will keep watch. You could use some rest for what's ahead.
Okay, if you think that I need rest, I think that'll probably be good. Let's do that.
You face the concrete wall. There's less light there, in the dark corner. Like a dog, you lie there.
Let's curl up with our knees close to our chest. That'd be funny if it had 3 or 4 options of how to lay on the bed. Curl up with one leg down and one leg curled up, and then curl up with your legs cross-legged. That's not a way to sleep.
The blanket feels cold.
Sleep on your belly.
The entire room does. Concrete and cold. Minutes pass. Half an hour maybe. The sounds of the sea beyond grow distant. Your eyelids close. Until...
Until? Dawn?
You feel yourself standing up in the darkness, right next to the mattress. Slowly, the world begins to hatch from the blackness. It's evening.
Oh, wait, is the point of this actually to advance time so that way the man with the lights comes around or something? Maybe this is the only way to move forward, actually. I just haven't looked everywhere yet. Yeah, this feels like a scripted kind of proceed sequence. Where's Kim? I thought you'd be right next to me here. Lieutenant is no longer here. Go outside to the beach. Oh, wait, Kim's not there. Door is still here, closed. Feels strange somehow. You can't get in. Let me in. Let me out. I'm a cat. This is weird. I guess we're... Oh, can we not walk through the bottom part, I guess? I thought there was a way under that footbridge that would take you to the right side of this, like, factory scenario here. Oh, there is. I just didn't click in the right place, so he turned around. I've seen so many playthroughs, this every single time this comes up and you need to go outside, the player does not immediately know where the outside is. Wait, what do you mean? I knew I could go out the way I came in, but I didn't know how to get under the bridge yet, because I haven't had to walk there yet. I surmised there was a path to it since I saw there was a door there. Yeah! Yanko Kata, the place to be. Go down to the chain, there's something there. I like your enthusiasm, even if it was an accidental caps. The pathfinding in this game can be a little fickle sometimes. It's not a huge deal, though. Walk into the water now. Okay, who's telling me that? What part of my body? You see her footprints on the water. Hang on. I'm not awake, am I? I bet you they had to keep retrying this with like focus groups, and then they're like, oh, they're not gonna walk into the water. We gotta just tell them walk into the water. Yeah, I did this in Dark Souls once. It was very, very odd feeling.
Dolores Day.
What the
innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state.
I found flippin' Dolores Day.
To face you, she has an airship airbag in her hand.
What?
She seems to be in a hurry.
Ewan can't believe you haven't seen this, chat. What are you doing? Wow, this is very interesting. I wish I could zoom in a little more. I'd like to see her face. She's been described as, like, the most beautiful woman ever. And apparently her lungs sometimes glow, so that's interesting, too.
Okay. Don't say you need to talk right away. Melt the ice first. This way you're already talking.
At the video rental store. It's so mundane. That's really interesting. It's like if you met Jesus at the Taco Bell. And you're just like, whoa, what's up, Jesus? He's like, yeah, just getting some tacos. What's up with you? It's fucking no big deal. They're just people. They're just some person hanging out at a store.
But you don't even want to talk to her. She would only be cold and mean. Let her go.
Maybe she wants to play chess. I've heard she loves chess.
Let her go. This
Let her go.
is the holy queen of the territories of Muindi and Insulinda. Think of the historic knowledge we could glean. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to win her back.
Gotta win her back? Are you telling me I've been in love with Dolores Day this whole time? Is the person that I can't let go of, my ex, a religious figure, or... Yeah, no, I think it might just be, she's been replaced with this. Where are you going? What's in the bag? Can you stay for a moment? We need to talk. We need to have one more epic, massive epic showdown. Where are you going?
I'm going to Morova. To live there, in Grad. It's 1 million kilometers away, Harry. Might as well be another lifetime.
You're going there, huh? In Grad? Yeah, that's quite far. What's in the bag?
Just my scepter, my globe cruciger, a spare silk gown, a toothbrush, travel documents, the crown of immortality.
Right, well, I mean, yeah, don't leave the crown of immortality. That would be silly. Aren't you already wearing one?
Oh, this.
She corrects the wreath on her forehead.
This is just a wreath. The crown of immortality is made of rarefied light, mana and raw palladium.
Wow.
It was passed on to me by the rulers of late antiquity.
She looks at the suitcase, not knowing what more to say. Then, over her shoulder.
Anyway.
Is this acceptance? Something's off.
I'm sorry. I was heading to the aerodrome. I just don't have time to...
She stops mid-sentence, glances to her right, then looks at her bag.
She means she doesn't have time to tend to your emotions.
You don't have time to tend to my emotions?
She sighs, and looks over her shoulder. What are you doing? Stop saying things like that.
I don't really want to have an epic showdown, but I'm curious what else. I don't want this just to end without finding out more about it.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, probably should have said hey. That's like a normal thing people say. How are you doing?
I'm doing really good, actually. Both professionally and romantically. I've come to a fulfilling and peaceful period in my life. Well, how are you doing, Harry?
Oh my god. I'm not doing very well, or I'm dying in a ruined flak tower. Blood is dripping down my chest. I'm in my head. I miss you.
Well, I'm in my head too. We're all in our heads.
Do you miss me there?
Sometimes. Not as often as I used to. So much time has passed. More than it seems here.
Those zebra stripes are raised quite far off the ground, I've noticed. That would be very dangerous. The lights of the video rental glow in her hair.
This is everything I always warned you about.
Alright, sure. Epic showdown.
No, Harry.
Oh.
No. I don't want a massive epic showdown. I want to go to the aerodrome. I have tickets for the 10:20 flight to Morova. Really. We don't have anything to talk about anymore. Every combination of words has been played out. The atoms don't form us anymore. Us. Our love. Our unborn daughters. It's all gone. I have to go to the aerodrome. I have to leave Revachol and you. And you have to be alone. In hell. Forever. That's just the way it is.
Oh God, whatever you do, don't try to kiss her yet. Not after that.
What?
You're still reeling. You'll fall over if you try now.
I don't know why you would try to kiss her after that. But that's not a very good way for things to be.
It's not. But...
She looks at her feet. Little golden sandals cover her toes. But what? Tell me there's something good.
I don't know why I said but. There is no but.
That's it?
That's it, yes. We've talked about it a million times. You will get over it. Just like I did. People do. Things will get good for you again.
Where in hell? Stop. You're only making it worse for him. You never help with anything.
Maybe. I think I've reached the end of the investigation.
See? It just takes some time. For you, I think it'll take something like 20 years, maybe. It was hard for me, too. I used to think I couldn't live without you.
She looks you straight in the eye. Her irises are light blue, flecked with green.
But I can.
She keeps her shoulders squared and her back straight. But it's clear you're still making her sad.
20 years, that's too much time. Or that's so much time.
Yes. It only took me 1 year, maybe 2. Phew.
I'm torn in so many different directions about this, because I have thoughts, but at the same time, they're very personal, and I don't know how much of this is even about Harry, or... I don't know where the scope falls yet. So you felt that way once, that you cannot live without me. See, it's just desperation. It's just like, you know, make it not be the way it is. Your innocence, Dolores Day. I'm sorry I made you sad.
It's okay.
It doesn't have to be like this. Maybe we could try again. Proceed. Okay then. Super okay. I still have other things I need to know. Withdraw sounds like not just going back a menu, but like a disconfirmation. I guess I'll proceed.
No, Harry. We can't.
Why?
We already tried again, and it didn't work.
Is that how it is now? We should just try all good things twice, and then give up. By that logic, not you too.
Let's try building communism twice. If it doesn't work, let's abandon it and be slaves forever. What went wrong when we tried again? I can do it better. Or, okay, I won't ask anymore. See, this is always the way it ends up, right? If you're in a desperate position, it's always... Do you know what the right thing is to say here? Even if you feel terrible and you feel like you really want to be self-indulgent and ask too much of the other person because you just have this hole in you. You know 3 is the correct thing to say, but part of you always wants to go, but like, what about 2 though? And you know how it's gonna go, and it degrades you further, and it makes you feel worse and more guilty, and there's no reason to go to 2, and you should just go to 3 and try to find your way through. And number 1 is just being, you know, rude and just conflating things for the sake of it. I won't ask anymore.
She does not seem relieved at all. Glances over her shoulder, then at you. The neon sign of the video rental glows behind her.
I don't like that this is like a high chance of being successful because it's like not really the right thing to do. But also because you can read her as a representative of the socio-political status quo, which can no longer be sustained. Uh-huh. Right, so we broke the truce, everything has changed. We're now in a parallel between Harry's personal life and the political situation in Revachol. And so she manages to represent both at the same time. You don't have to click things. Yeah, I know. I just the suggestion of it being there as a high chance of success, I feel like will lead a lot of people to try it just to see what happens, but I don't think I want to try it. I get the feeling you're not really Dolores Day. What do you say to that?
I don't know what you mean. Dolores Day?
Your point to your head, the morning. Yeah.
The morning? I don't understand.
No, I meant morning. I'm grieving, but you're not even dead.
Oh my god, Harry, stop. I don't want to hear anything about the morning. Mourning someone who's still alive. Any of that. I can't do that anymore. I'm not 80 years old, I'm 32. People my age are not supposed to mourn.
She breathes out. It sounds more angry than a sigh. You're the X something.
Wasn't I Dolores Day just a second ago? Now I'm the X thing? You're confusing me. Look, I have to be at the Lausanne Aerodrome at 10:20 p.m. I still have a light rail to catch. I haven't even bought the tickets yet.
She keeps glancing over her shoulder nervously.
We all told you. Everyone warned you.
Who, everyone?
Everyone.
Oh, even you.
Literally all of you.
I should have stayed down, or I should have gone even deeper to a place where I never met you, because it's impossible to meet people in the abyss of the void. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I'm getting so much closure. I guess I'll go with 3.
I'm glad too, but I have to go. My friends are waiting for me on the platform. I can't let them wait. It's impolite.
Say nothing.
She does not look back. Instead, eyes her fingernails. They're bitten frayed. The evening wind blows in. The gown wraps around her like a white flag.
On second thought, you're Dolores Day, Queen Regent of the territories of Mundi and Insulinde, and nothing else.
Yes, Harry. I am. Things have gotten much better for me, now that I am the ruler of the known world. Oh God, it's already so late. I have to go, Harry.
She pulls up the silvery sleeve of her gown to check the time.
A tiny golden watch with red straps around her bony little wrists.
You said I have a vast soul and you will always come back to it.
We both said a lot of things. We were very young.
Actually, you didn't say it. You wrote it in a letter, a handwritten letter. I kept it in my paperwork.
As Queen Regnant, I write a lot of
Regnant.
letters.
She brushes a strand of white hair out of her eye.
You need to recite it to her. For effect. All of it. No summaries. Yeah. Put a stake through your heart. She'll get hurt too. Collateral damage. She won't get hurt. She'll bend out of the way.
No. You know what I mean. You left me a letter saying you'll always come back to me. That you can't believe how happy you are with me. Summarize.
Okay, Harry. Okay. It was morning and you slept. The room smelled of cigarettes and Rowans. There was hoarfrost on the ground when I left. It was autumn, the first one we had together. But you have to understand, it was 1,000,000 years ago. No, it was 100 million years ago. I was someone else then, filled to the brim with love for you, hanging on your every word. Oh, Harry, you were the coolest. But I am no longer that person. This has taken her place. It will devour you. Harry, I will eat your mind.
Yeah.
The light of the video rental shines through her dress now. A DeLorean figure, cut in black, moves below. It's still her. Her legs, her breasts, her hips.
I've been Harry before. Like, I've been in very similar position, feeling sort of the same way and trying to find the right way through how difficult that situation is. And I think if I was reading this during that period of my life, I would have been bawling right now, but I've coped through it and gotten out the other end. And I've come to the conclusion that there is no desperation needed, that people are simply themselves for themselves in the best way that they can be at that point in their life. And people can only do the best they can in the circumstances that they have, and there's no guarantee that the two people that want to be together can keep that covenant to each other forever, even if they want to, even if they swear to it. And you can't try to hold the other person to it, because that defies the point of it all. All you can do is try to be encouraging of your partner in whatever way that they need for themselves, and if that means without you, then that means without you. And that's the way life works, and that's the way it has to be. People change over time, and it's not necessarily even personal or meant to be hurtful. You just have to not try to control the situation and just do the best you can to be encouraging. That's really the only way you can do it. Everything else is hurtful or manipulative or overly dramatic or self-indulgent or any number of things. So you just have to get to that acceptance, even though it's not always something you can do easily or quickly. And try to take each other at face value as honestly as you can, and try to not get into games of trying to hurt each other for the sake of winning points or some stupid thing like that. You don't know how life's gonna go, and it just might not go the way you think. You just can't get attached to it. But we might all learn that lesson in our own time, and that's what it has to be, because there's no better way to do it than that. It's a kind of weird feeling being the age that I am and feeling like, in a way, Harry's being the immature one here. But I just had that experience younger, and that's the way it works. Some people have it later, some people have it earlier, some people don't at all. What is Voyager Road?
It's here, Harry. We are on Voyager Road. At the end of it, 300 meters from the stop. We used to come here to rent videos.
The house.
There. You could not pay the electrical bill. It became a lightless tomb. The years you spent training for the militia, my parents' money, it was not good.
Surely the alcohol didn't help either.
Were we drinking?
Everyone has a little glass of wine every now and then. I certainly do. It's a Queen Regnant thing. I don't think it was the alcohol. It was inevitability.
Yeah, I don't want to say the first two. What now? What happens now?
Is there really anything left? If not, we can always repeat one of the things we have already talked about. Talk about it again. If you do not feel like doing that, you should let me go to the aerodrome.
None of these particularly seem like I'm letting you go to the aerodrome. I can say don't go.
I have to, Harry. Really, I've already missed the 8:30. I'm gonna go now.
Yeah. Well, didn't you say you wanted the 10:30, but yeah, okay.
Lies, sire. She cannot but love you. She has said so 100 times.
Yeah. People say things. That's just life. You can't hold them to it forever, even if it feels rude or mean. They may have meant it at the time, but you can't force that now. Can't we sit down and have a coffee first? There's a cafeteria in the corner point east. Hold on, what is there to do in Mirova? You don't want me to let you go. Not really. You asked me not to. I understand. Nod silently like a martyr. No, actually, wait. I need to see my list again. I'm sorry. Where's my list? My list? What's my list? My list of questions. I'm just gonna say understand, because this I do want to sort of hear more of this, but at the same time, you know, it's kind of a little bit painful to keep listening.
No, you don't. You're just being a martyr. And I'm really going now. The time is up. I must be on the 10:20 flight.
No? Will we ever see each other again?
I won't see you, but you will see me.
How can that be?
Oh, Harry. This is a dream. Can't you see? I'm already in Mirova by now. Who knows how long ago this happened? A year? 2? 5 years ago?
How will I see you again, then?
Right here, tomorrow night. Once this dream starts happening, it keeps happening. 3 times a week, at least. And Harry, it really, really looks like it started happening again. There's the video rental. I'm suffocatingly beautiful and young, and I smell of tutti frutti chewing gum, like I did that time when I asked you for forgiveness, after leaving you the first time, so long ago.
But this is intolerably bad.
Oh yes, this is real darkness. It's not death or war or child molestation. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart, Harry.
That's a fucking sentence right there. Real darkness has love for a face. The first death is in the heart. Bye, Benelli.
See you tomorrow.
You're up quick. How was your sleep?
Let's solve the fucking case. My sleep was deep and invigorating. Try to cover up the blood seeping out with your hands. Actually, it was total annihilation, Kim. Swallow the blood and conclude. Let's comb this entire island centimeter by centimeter. That's the next step in the task chain. Just spit out the blood and get back to work. You're a badass like that. Let's solve the fucking case.
Are you sure you're okay? You thrashed around and you bolted up, half covered in blood from your wound.
It was total annihilation.
I did not want to
Kim.
wake you. Perhaps I should have? Was it a job dream?
Ex-wife
The
dream.
lieutenant nods solemnly. I understand. We've all been through similar things. It can be overcome.
Swallow the blood and conclude.
He's still worried. You must have really thrashed and squealed in your sleep.
Squealing. I was honestly expecting worse from that interaction. I mean, it was a little tough to read, and I think thanks to me having developed a little bit of distance from such a scenario, it wasn't as bad as it could have been. But I think even in their own writing technique, there are ways that they could have really made that hit like a hammer, and I think they were even like a little softer than they could have been there. This great blaster must weigh over 10 tons, rust peels off it. Yeah, I don't see how kissing her was a solution or even a good idea or even a nice thing to do. And I guess that's sort of the roleplay of it, right? Like, how desperate is Harry in this scenario? And he could be really desperate and really lost. The hatch is jammed shut.
Green paint flecks off the monoblock aluminium cabinet. There are rows of switches on the front panel, a frequency band, and even a keyboard.
There are options in there that lead to some of the darkest things. Oh god. I think I'm really glad I didn't see any of that, to be honest. Sure, run your fingers.
The keys rattle like teeth. This keyboard hasn't been functional in decades.
What is it then? What is this then?
The console of an anti-computation device. The generator upstairs, with wires coming out. They terminate here.
The lieutenant points to the wires running into the machine. What does this console do?
Urgence, ouvert, allumé, radiodiffusé. Sounds like this device was used to control the electronics here. Maybe it still does.
Turn emergency open.
We need to restore power
Yeah,
before using this, officer.
Of course.
The generator, it didn't look like there was fuel in it. We should look around outside. There are barrels all over. Maybe one of them still has something in it.
He looks into the dim light to his right. Failing that, we could go back to the mainland and get some from... No. Nod.
The console looks on as you talk, mute and unpowered.
Going back to the mainland
Its
is not an
stars are
option, as we
covered
said.
in
There's not
dust.
enough fuel or something, so... I mean, I suppose, theoretically, there shouldn't be a reason we couldn't get more fuel, but... we were not doing that scenario, so... Okay, well, no point in touching it then if we need power. Find fuel, then put it in the generator upstairs to power the console to open the door. There could be fuel on the island tucked away somewhere. Look.
Yes?
Oh. Wait, is that why that popped up? Oh, I accidentally clicked Kim there. Water rushes below, far down below. A firing slit. You can't see inside. Must have taken, or been a direct hit to take out such a huge chunk. The distant sound of cargo ships, signal horns echo on the water. I thought you had to put, like, way more of these down for them to really work. I guess that's still a few, but yeah, I thought you'd, like, scatter them like crazy. The ice cracks under your feet. Be careful not to fall through. Try my best. What political direction is this run on? The one thing I wasn't able to finish on my first playthrough was completing my communist organizing questline. Yeah, I didn't finish the reading club myself, actually. I got accepted to the reading club, but I didn't actually get to attend another meeting after that. But that was the direction that I was headed on, yeah. The pain in your pelvis makes you wince, then you continue. Oh. This is probably a silly question, but the color of the circle, is that corresponding with the part of your body that's speaking to you at that moment? That was a red one, but I've seen purple, I've seen yellow, I've seen blue.
A strange feeling.
Yeah, okay.
Looking at the water.
Yeah, that
Maybe
I should have just like
wander
literally
off
not asked
into
that
the
and then
sea.
just check this one.
Leave it all and walk in.
But it's cold.
Yes, cold and still. But love is warm, like the inside of her mouth.
No.
Yes, 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 yes. No. We're not starting with that. Not now. Not this time. This thought is over.
Raise your sight.
In the still mirror of the bay, you see Martinez, reflected. Tall edifices of ruins reach into the water, like shimmering towers. And the shacks too. Pine trees and motor lorries, upside down. Islets and posts, like stepping stones, lead into the water in front of you. Go. Step in. It's been too long.
It's not just the warmth of, literally saying like the warmth of her mouth, but it's saying like the warmth and comfort of being able to kiss someone, to feel that connection. The winch is broken, rust has eaten what remains of the chain. The connection of both the physical and emotional needs that are met through a relationship is a feeling that people pine for. Do you feel like you have a decent grasp of the political history of Evershell, the different parties involved, and how it panned out? I know it's quite the info dump in this game at various parts and difficulty of organizing it. I think I've followed quite a lot of those threads as they've unwound. I don't know if I have it all ready to go in Recall, but I have been paying attention. I have tried to keep it together to the best of my ability. No way to jump down here without breaking a few bones. And I've been more invested in this world building than almost any story in any video game I can think of, so I have actually been pretty seriously trying to follow it. I might still miss some key moment, though, and if I do, I apologize, but I have been trying, yeah. A weathered artillery map showing coordinates in the Bay of Revachol. Old medicine cabinet newly stocked with Dramamine. Oh, it needs to be, because, like, if you unfortunately have a check that you can't pass in here, right, you can't go back to the mainland either, so you're just soft-locked terribly. So we're full up now. 9 and 9+. There's our fuel.
There's a rain-soaked mattress on a concrete slab, only half covered by the crumbling roof. At the head of it, double embrasures, firing slits like two eyes in the wall.
Eyes that shoot at you.
B triple prime. This looks like a good place to shoot from.
Yep. Lieutenant lowers his voice, stepping closer with his hand on his gun. Inspect the mattress.
A single-person mattress, modern, civilian use. Brand name, Marjorie. There's a fuel stain on the cover, along with cigarette burns.
Was that a fuel stain? I thought that was a shadow. Or maybe it is. Oh, probably that one is. It is a shadow, okay.
And an empty can of beans on the ground next to it, filled to the brim with cigarette butts.
Beans and butts. Pick one out of the can.
The silhouette of a tobacco picker adorns the paper filter. The brand, Tio Moteri.
I honestly did that because I thought he might be able to discern something about the cigarette, not because I was just being weird.
Contemporary Revacholians prefer Druan, a local blend from the southern islands, or Astra, the legendary cigarette from Grad. Tio Moteri is favored by older men for its paper filter tips, sweet smell, and added tar.
Tio Moteri like the ones we found at Land's End, remember?
I may have been wrong when I said it wasn't important.
That's okay,
This
I
means
understand.
The same person could have visited both locations.
Not many people come here, so it became relevant. And you were frustrated.
I didn't see any signs of smoking inside, though. If people live there, they keep it tidy. This here may also be a smoking spot.
Inspect the wall.
There's a firing slit in the wall in front of you, like a little window.
Touch the concrete first.
Quite old and grimy, from years without cleaning by anything other than the rain.
Look through the hole.
The springs screech as you lean on the mattress and crane your neck.
Good
to
sound
look
effect
out.
there. Now run the red yarn all the way across.
Trepidation, a tingling feeling in your stomach.
Could you have tied a bit of red yarn and then fired an arrow across the bay and then seen if it... You wouldn't need to do that, I'm just joking.
A small piece of Martinez coastline opens up in the square in front of you, like a tiny
Kind of looks like
landscape
Star
painting.
Trek.
1 kilometer across the water. The ruins look familiar.
On the right.
The red chimney and collapsed back of the 4-story tenement in front of the Whirling in Rags, Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 10, the doomed commercial area.
Yeah. Chimney Cricket, we found it.
A towering skyscraper, its top floors shaved off by artillery fire.
Oh.
Capeside apartments. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33A and 33B.
And between the two?
The box-shaped silhouette of the Whirling in Rags. Its sloped roof, a tiny fleck of light catches your eye on the rooftop, sunlight reflecting off the upstairs window of Clausia's room.
And there it is.
Do you have a line of sight to the window?
More than that.
Kim, with a pair of binoculars, I'll be able to see inside the room. Yes, there's an opening between 33A and 10. I can see to the roof.
A pair of binoculars? Or a scope of a rifle?
Yeah.
You'd be prone, lying on the mattress, barrel resting on the embrasure. I think we have it. The origin of the shot. This is the sniper's nest.
He pats you on the back. 3 small pats in a row. Oh, we finally got patted by Kim the cat. The cat that pets you. I don't want to gloat, but I really feel like it's worth mentioning that I didn't think the trajectories checked out in the first place. I wish we could have just investigated properly from the start. It's okay. We had to go through this big old rigmarole.
Affirmative.
Finally. Why didn't we come here before? I have to ask.
Why? We don't go everywhere in the 1,000-meter radius of the crime scene. That's not procedure.
You're right.
He looks north, over the fortification.
Especially when we suspect a sniper rifle that could be operating from a far distance. Yeah, we definitely don't. Look, I'm with you, Kim, but, like, that's a little silly. Do you think Kim is a jellicle cat? Oh, the most. So jellicle.
He's conflicted for a second.
Because jellicles
There's
do.
guilt there. It takes him a moment to rationalize it away.
The fireman. Could the shooter still be here?
Where?
Where? Here. Right here? Points at the mattress? Is he in the mattress on this island?
He does not answer, just nods. With his back hunched, he looks around once more and says,
Wingo.
He feels uncomfortable suddenly.
We should move now.
Turn away. Take that. The lum. Fuel canister. Nice lum. There is still some fuel in this battered canister, a liter or two. The metal looks decades old. The logo of the automotive manufacturer Lum has faded on the side. So you know that the canister had to be here so we could find the angle for the shot. And we had to be forced to this position to get the canister to then unlock the place where our next story beat occurs. So it's just a bit of gating. What awaits us? You feel eyes on your back, someone's watching, but you can't say where. I have an idea where, because we've already cleared this area in front of us, so it's behind us on the other side of the fortress accident. Don't run on your bad leg, Harry. Surprised it didn't need, like, a crutch or something. Do you think it detracts from the game at all? I feel like if I said that, it would be a little bit nitpicky, and like they need to give us incentives to move around the map. It's only because I played 5 zillion games and I look for that stuff in a way that you mostly don't when you're invested. And I am invested, I just also can swap back and forth. It's only because of that I think I'm even paying attention to it. Sorry, where do I put the fuel? It's up there. I think it's this thing.
This old cylindrical generator waits with it. The lieutenant assists you, holding the canister up to the fuel tank as you tilt. Dark brown, viscous fluid pours out, and the room fills with a chemical smell. There's a red starter switch on the side of the cylinder and a start rope on the other side. The lieutenant flicks the switch.
Pull the rope.
The recoil start wakes the old generator up. The machine sputters like an old warhorse before settling down to a rattle.
What if it's Renee? And he's like, that's right, I did it. You thought I was dead and I went to this island. You never confirmed I was dead. You didn't even care about Renee. Yeah, it was Renee Zellweger. I did say that with a "who do you think you are, I am" voice. I did, yeah. Alright, the machine sputters like an old warhorse.
That should do it.
It's Joyce. She took her boat around to the back part of the island. Although they did say it was a light man. Stop showing me the done thing. I don't need that. I guess I won't find out if I'm a peon. Or peone. Won't find the murder weapon. Or will I? And I guess I won't light the graffito on fire because I went to the island. Right? Oh, no, this way.
A dim golden glow animates the console. Faint, like a ghost light.
Ghost light.
Urgence ouvert reads one dial key. Allumer reads another.
It's on. Turn emergency.
Allumer, is that like illuminate? Push the light.
The lighting in the room turns on with a sizzle. A dim ambient orange.
That's a good color. Radio dial.
The dial slides under the dusty glass, dark and silent, despite the power being on. You make out defunct stations on the UKV frequency. The words "failed insula" are written on the band.
Insular. This is an off-air radio computer, I believe, used for military communications.
Would you believe I've got like 80 hours now logged into this game? I know some of that, probably like 5 or 6 hours of that is from idling during streams, but that's just wild to me. There has been stuff going on actively for at least 65 to 70 hours as I've just been walking through listening to all this discussion. It's just crazy how much work went into this whole thing. Yeah, open.
The blast door opens.
No need to ask about it, just do it.
A shaft of light appears, then widens as the light shines in.
It's quite a door. I appreciate the dust. You ever appreciate dust? I rarely do. In this case, I do. Oh yeah, who would be the best reveal? Would it be that Kuno did it all? And he's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm Kuno. I shoot everyone. I'm hardcore. I don't mean to distill it down to sort of like a Scooby-Doo-esque reveal moment. It's just kind of funny to build it all up and then have the dumbest possible reveal. Oh no, there's a mirror. What if the mirror, instead of it being me, it's the unknown?
A sudden wave of anxiety makes your skin crawl.
We're back in the Willy Wonka experience. We never left.
After you.
Before outside, when we were walking across the island, I felt someone watching me. Yeah, I should probably tell him that.
So did I. Not back there, but I felt it since we came here.
Have we ever empirically tested if people can tell if someone's watching them? Is there any truth to that, or is it just a sneaking suspicion and growing paranoia that we start to come to these conclusions? This place over there, I haven't been able to verify no one's there, so I'm going to assume someone's there because I feel vulnerable right now. Because that would be a really useful skill for us to have with predators in mind, potentially. That, like, we have some sort of sense that someone can see us from a distance. Really seems like something we should be able to test, too. What's there? Point to the door. Mystery meat.
A thin wisp of smoke rises from a charred black fire pit. The wind picks up, then dies down again.
Well, let's not say we're scared. Let's just go. We've been through some tough shit already. We'll go through a bit more. You could just get back on the boat and leave, right? That's still an option. Can I go back up and rest again? I don't think so, right?
The greasy old spring mattress lies in the corner.
It looks like maybe, actually? Huh.
Yes, anytime. If you need a rest later, it's okay by me.
Odd.
You don't have to be a hero.
So the thing is, we are able to detect people looking at us without acknowledging it. The feeling is developed after the visual. Oh, so you're saying subconsciously we might register a thing that we just put together in our mind that it is indicative of a person being there without having to actually see them. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that sounds pretty plausible to me as well. We just can't isolate exactly what the evidence is or repeat it out loud because we didn't really realize. Oh, please let the phasmid be on this island. I'll be so happy. What is that? Oh, rubber dinghy. It's deflated and broken. Small white flowers blossom all around you. Why do they do that? It's those the bells again. Alright, well. The air smells sweet and scary somehow. Scary air. In your derriere. Who's over there? Doesn't seem to be actively shooting at me, and we're walking in front, so I'll just take the long way around. Maybe we'll bump into a reed creature. Wouldn't that be lovely? Solve the murder case and find the reed creature at the same time. A lot of squeaking going on. Oh, is there a bird in there? Cool. Alright. Time to talk.
An old man wearing tracksuit trousers leans on the frame stock of his rifle. He gathers a big ball of spit.
Oh, I love when people do that. Kim's just gonna have a stare off into the reeds, I guess.
Then spits it out into the extinguished fire before him. He raises his black eyes, hooded by creased eyelids, to meet yours.
Hello, the deserter.
Unclouded by cataracts, his eyesight is sharp.
Yeah, I figured with the whole rifle thing.
He's practically tearing up from spite. Hatred got the best of him a long time ago. This man hates everything.
Did you close the blast door?
I did. And you opened it. How?
Fuel the generator, then use the console.
I should have burned that console down.
So then no one could ever get over here. How'd you know it was coming?
The boat engine. On the water.
Ah, right, yeah, it's probably pretty loud, eh? Because it's silent on the island, so of course you would hear the approach of a boat. You retained your eyesight.
My eyesight? Yes. Helps me see all the shit.
Ah, all the shit. Even if it's volumetrically compressed.
A shudder of disgust passes his right side. His left side remains motionless.
Harry from the future, oh no. Harry's just a pawn in every part of his own mind. Are you the fire guy?
The what now?
Did you
I can't hear you.
Oh. Did you recently tell two kids to put out the fire, two twins?
I may have. All sorts of little rats have come sniffing around, trying to give up the position.
The position?
The position?
The position.
Sounds like a hiding place.
Fire guy. Regressive bourgeoisie henchman. Can't even talk like a grown-up.
Okay. Nice gun you got there.
It's not nice.
Oh.
It's a piece of shit. But it gets the job done.
It's a Bell Margrave, yeah?
It's a 3-Angong.
Oh.
446.
Is it the right caliber, though? Did we just assume the make, but we didn't know for sure, and that... I think it was 446.
Southeast Samarin made. Exotic. Must be defunct too. No modern rifle manufacturer of that name springs to mind.
Oh, it's not even the same. It's 46.
A samurai rifle. How did you get hold of one?
It was sent to us by our brothers in the Sinyao commune. Military aid.
Uh-huh. The Sinyao commune.
You heard me. It's good now. Like chalk wiped from the board.
Sorry for disturbing you. Goodbye. That would be amazing. You just leave. I'm with the police. You can keep the gun, but keep it down. Not one move. I don't think we should have people with guns while we're chatting. I'm gonna be a little bit pushy and say it. Can you not have the gun?
The lieutenant pulls his pistol from the holster.
You are a glorified night watchman. This is a service rifle. I can only lay it down before an enemy commander of corresponding rank.
I'm sorry Kim is bugged. I'm not sure what's going on there. I don't really have very good authority to challenge this. I've got so many freaking authority or points to throw in. I could probably just throw one in if I wanted. Yeah, I could. I could put multiple, couldn't I? Will I regret this? It's better than a coin toss. Here we go. And I still failed it!
But your voice slips on. Come on. Producing a little squeak. Sounds like you're afraid.
Oh. Man, I've just been really screwing up a lot of things there.
A big-time operator of the pederast army.
What?
How about I keep it, huh? Hand it over to a real killer. A Briscard.
The lieutenant aims his pistol
Oh no,
square
Kim!
at the man's forehead.
That's not the right direction, Kim. His eyesight's great, but yours maybe not so much.
Put it down now, sir.
Kim, he's over here.
Or you're gonna blow my brains out before you question me. To hell with it. It's a walking stick anyway. It's out of bullets.
Oh. Yeah. Probably didn't need points for that. How do I get Kim back over?
Like an amputated limb in the sand.
Pick up the gun.
His gaze follows your motions. The rifle feels surprisingly light in your hand. Frame stocked and patched in places with tape and wire. The rifle's in a shabby state, like a crutch that's seen too much travel. Hieroglyphs are embossed into the forearm, made of walnut.
I mean, it might just be that that's his show rifle, and then he's actually got like an ankle holster pistol or something, and that's where the real damage comes from. In a situation like that, that's why the pat-down's always so necessary, because you don't know what else he's got.
On the butt, you see Vespertine writing, burnt into the wood. Triangong, 4.46mm, made in Sinyao.
It's as he said. It's Triangong made in Sinyao.
No one said it has to be a Belma grave. We were just guessing.
Right. Lieutenant does not take his eyes off the old man.
From ballistics, it could easily have been a Triangong, too.
It doesn't matter if it was made in Shanti Shanti. All it has to do is use jacketed ammunition.
And it does. It uses jacketed ammunition, 4.46.
The right type and the right calibre.
Oh, it is the right one. Somebody said in chat it was a different one.
He's liking this.
Stow the gun, conclude.
The old man keeps following your motion with his gaze. His right arm twitches suddenly. Some kind of involuntary response. Something is slightly off with his motorings.
Uh-huh.
This looked very much like the murder weapon. It could be used against him to get a confession. In time.
Alright, who are you?
My name is Josef Lilianovich Dross, Political Commissar of the 114th Anti-Aircraft Division of the 4th Army of the Commune of Revachol.
I feel like I've seen the name Dross before, but I don't know if it's anything direct. It might have been in writings, some kind of extra something. Or maybe I'm just making it up. I definitely don't remember him in a lot of references at all.
I am a deserter, a partisan, and a prisoner of war. This is my termless surrender.
Are you the guy that never acknowledged the war ended?
The Commune of Revachol? Do you mean the ICM? You're a holdover from the...
From the Insulindian Citizens Militia, the army of the revolution. I was recruited in Jamrock in 07, trained in the École de Contrôle Orient, and consigned to emergency defense duties in 08.
So drawing a parallel to he's been fighting his own war personally, Harry's been fighting his own war personally on different fronts. Not being able to acknowledge when things have changed around them, and that's sort of the theme of the game, is its denial.
I left my unit on the eve of the landing. When I returned here on May 14th, the Commune had fallen. Still armed, and ideologically trained, I wrote a criticism of myself and resumed partisan duties.
This is such a trap that people fall into so much that they really ideologically attach to some particular thing or person or idea, and they get so attached to it that they stop taking in new information and get stuck in that one thought process. And then everything becomes presuppositionalism, trying to retrofit the world you want there to be to the world you think it is. And it just leaves you in this sort of like husk state where everything is moving on past you.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
It sounds like you've been on this island for 43 years.
No.
Oh.
I've been on other islands,
I see.
Too. I was in Resurrection until they turned it into a spa in 18. Then I was an E-48, a nameless sound, until the sea washed over it. Then I came back here. That was 22 years ago.
Right. Yeah, how's he been surviving? I mean, I get he's got a fire and he's got a little bunker and all, but like, where are his sources of food coming from? Is he eating birds, I guess? Where's he getting bullets? You've been hiding here for 43 years.
43 years and 10 months.
That's the length of my entire life.
It's too long. It's not how a human being should live. But I couldn't just forget what I saw.
What have you been doing during all this time?
Hiding, fishing, waiting.
So what would he possibly want to do with firing a bullet across into the whirling in rags? Is that where we're ultimately coming to? He has all of the right elements about him, but he doesn't have a motivation. And so everywhere we go, we keep finding the pieces, but not all the pieces.
Where the afternoon grows late, on Rue de Saint-Ghislain, people walk home. Street lights will soon be lit. Further inland, The streets are alive with workers, men, women, children, street hawks and migrant laborers. The temperature is steady. Alto cumulus clouds form above Precinct 41.
Maybe he saw something that he shouldn't have seen? And maybe he's just like sitting there watching everybody from the shore and just like he saw that guy do something awful.
2 police officers step out of the Whirling in Rags cafeteria. Satellite officer Jean-Vic Mayer inspects giant letters across the plaza mosaic in dark red government-marked heavy fuel oil.
Oh, they finally found it. They haven't gone outside yet.
Patrol officer Judith Minot points west. The fishing village. She glances at her watch. We meet in 15 minutes. It's a 10-minute walk.
I kind of like that name, Judith.
The officers go, leaving behind the writing, still smelling of petroleum. One day, it says, I will return to your side.
So we're left in a position where return to your side is an open variable for almost every character in the story. Are you speaking about the island? Are you speaking about your political affiliation? Are you speaking about a partner? Everyone has something they're longing for and somewhat in denial about, I guess. Maybe of varying shades, I suppose. Or even, yeah, you mean maybe the political ideology that is favorable could return to Revachol? A universal statement.
Always waiting.
The old man turns his eyes from the shore and back to you. For what?
For her to return.
Dolores?
Her who?
Girl child. Revolution.
Oh. Sorry. What? Sorry, I didn't expect girl child revolution, whatever that is. Alright, let's hear more about that, I guess.
Always.
Always. Okay. What? I'm afraid she's gone. She better come. I too have given my life to Mazovian socioeconomics. I dare not dream anymore. Nothing in history is guaranteed, but revolution is still a possibility. Yeah, I'll go with that one.
No.
Oh.
The material base for an uprising has eroded. The working class has betrayed mankind and themselves.
Ah. Yeah, I could see that.
The historic opportunity for a revolution has passed. It will not come back anymore. However hard I try, whatever I do.
The problem is you're not expanding your scope wide enough. You're only looking from the framework of your own perspective. There's a whole lot of people and a whole lot of time, hopefully. So, yeah, unfortunately, we don't all get to see the thing we want come to fruition. And, you know, that's my denial point, I suppose. Sure sucks that we lost that recent election in Disco Elysium and might be set back for a tremendous amount of time, probably the rest of my life, and maybe I will be in that position of denial.
So that's why he's the deserter.
Don't say it.
What can I do?
So is the game literally showing us, don't be like this guy? It doesn't have to be like this. You don't have to become a hermit. He said this is your termless surrender.
You're with the RCM, the coalition-appointed mob that enforces bourgeois morals in Revachol.
Also, you're not alone. Or, sorry, you are alone. You can't do a one-man revolution. Yeah. You stick to your guns, but you need numbers for anything to really matter, unfortunately. We're not coalition appointed, we just try to help people. That's right, we're the good guys. We're with the good guys. We enforce the law, we keep these animals from killing each other. I know what it looks like, but I have secret plans to turn RCM into Mazovian Revolutionary Unit. We're with the RCM, let's leave it at that. Say we try to help people.
You're the RCM. You represent the Moralist International, the enemies of humanity who took this city. I represent their adversary, le Parti Communiste d'Insolande. Take me to them as a prisoner of war. I have relinquished my weapon. I can no longer serve. No superiors can relieve me of my duty. You bulldoze them all to a mass grave for trying to free humanity.
It's quite sad. His hand shakes and he breaks into a coughing fit.
A spray of blood from his mouth on the
Oh,
black
no.
charcoal in the fire pit.
If I've ever seen media, I know that coughing up blood means only one thing. You must cook, start a crime empire, and eventually die for completely unrelated reasons.
Rene, the royalist on the coast, said.
You never signed the Revacholian instrument to surrender.
Liberal reactionaries signed that instrument. Traitors who should have been burned alive. I answer to the Communist Party.
Alright.
Is that part of why you've been here all this time? Because the party didn't surrender?
He just wipes the blood from his chin.
Understood.
I don't think you did.
Oh.
You live in a delusion. Radio shows, speed racing, and sporting goods. It's not real.
Yeah, sure. I agree. How have you concealed yourself all these years? And why did you choose to maybe shoot someone?
It was hard in the tens. I didn't have partisan training. They were searching for stragglers, those bloodhounds. Floodlights on the water at night.
There were posters, campaigns.
We communards still hoped, and they needed to snuff that hope out. The East capitulated. Martinez and Cold City were turned to dust. But Jamrock, Forburg, even Coron, and Boogie Street, of course. Those fucking kips had Marsov coursing through their veins.
How were you able to keep fires and stuff if people were searching actively? And you would have had to keep fires, otherwise you would have frozen, because I don't know how you're getting all this fuel. That would have certainly brought attention in. And then the story about the sailor woman's husband going over here to drink. It's a very small island. Why did he die?
And others too. Some cordons of Revachol was still fighting. There were cells. I tried to contact them. Soon they all went silent. The frequencies...
Oh yeah, he was on a bunch of islands, so I guess he kept moving around. This just seems really exposed for a position to light a fire on. Like, it would attract so much attention, you'd be able to see it from all over the place. How did you get between here and the mainland?
At night, I used a dinghy. I only went after dark then. When I got to the city, I stayed underground. Patrols, you lot, the commons too. They'd started snitching.
Pretty impressive you were able to keep this up this long.
In the city, you move underground?
From bunker to bunker. Not anymore. No one cares now. I don't even have to hide. They think I'm another antisocial vagrant. I could walk straight into that town if I wanted.
He falls silent, his gaze fixed on the stacks huddled together across the water. Why don't you just walk there?
I don't want to. They're all traitors. Pigs. rabbits and dogs. Men without ideals are only animals.
You're so convicted in what you believe that you've alienated yourself from absolutely everyone else. And there's no life left for you even if you won your battle then. Yeah.
He does not want to see life moving on. People forgetting, drinking, laughing.
Right. He still believes so strongly in what he believes, and to see everyone else kind of moving on, I think he sees them as sort of beneath him because, well, they don't have any strength in their conviction. They just, they're not worried about what's actually important. And that resentment is eating him up, clearly. The weapons cached under Sanka's Lane, 22B, point to it in basement. Have you been there?
So you finally found it. There must have been a small squadron's worth of arms in there. Elmer Graves, right?
They were damaged.
I know.
Oh.
So you've been there?
Sleeping. Some nights. Ammo scrounging on others. Those McGraves were shit, even before they corroded. Some had bullets in the chamber, however.
You feel the dots connecting. Little dots on the map he's walked across.
There's a small bunker under the Feld building. Have you stayed there?
The propaganda bunker. I used to, but not anymore.
Propaganda bunker?
They stored leaflets there. Broadcasting equipment, too. Made broadcasts, I think. Propaganda officers. I buried them with their leaflets. They killed themselves. 2 young boys.
They killed themselves.
A lot of our boys did. I spent some winters there. Never liked it. Kept thinking of them. No need to go underground anymore. It's better in the ruins, on the ground.
One more question. Do you smoke, I forget how you said that, Timotiri cigarettes?
I do.
You ever smoked them on the mainland? Points to Land's End.
They're good. Plenty of tar. I like that boy on the pack, too. Reminds me of the last century.
I like how meaningfully he finds his cigarettes in his relevance to his life. Tell me another thing.
The old man looks across the water at the city, the ruins, the motorways rising.
Oh, yeah, he loves the
above
tar. He needs more tar. It feels better for him. You said you deserted your unit?
I was just 16 years old. 15 when I volunteered. I had a lapse of faith. And of courage, too.
You're a hell of a survivor, though, despite that. Understood.
Well done. I won't explain it to a minion of capital.
What is this place, this island?
It's not an island, Dwight. It's a defensive fortification of the commune of Revachol. And I am its last surviving defender.
What's it used for, if you couldn't figure that out?
The congenitally deformed King Philip II built it to restrict access to the Bay of Revachol. We captured it in '02, retrofitted the fort with an AA gun to defend against an airborne landing. Against the whole world.
You mean the landing, retaking of Revachol?
Coalition military called it Operation Deathblow. I later found out on the radio they called it Deathblow. You're one of them. Tell me, who speaks like that? We had 50 million people on Caillou alone.
I'm not one of them.
Sure you are. You're RCM. Answer me. Who calls an operation against 50 million people Deathblow?
Murderers.
You don't know. You haven't seen it. Iblis.
Iblis?
The black-eyed angel.
Oh. Sure. How have you survived all this
How
time?
does anyone survive? I steal.
Now hold on there.
That's a choice. You could have become self-employed, create the system. Oh yeah, just tell it. What? What do you steal?
Supplies, vegetables. I collect rainwater. It's the life of a dog, not a human being.
Yeah, why didn't you just start a new system and economy and just, I don't know, fashion, I don't know, carve some wood.
How is your health, Mr. Dross?
I can imagine it's fantastic.
I've been throwing up blood since winter. Red, like beetroot. Been passing it in stool, too.
He does seem frail. Gaunt for his age. More like 75 than 65. Trouble putting on weight could mean cancer.
The RCM can provide medical services. You need to be looked over.
I need to die. You don't have medical facilities. You have guns. That's all they give you. Toy guns.
We have Dramamine and other opioid-based painkillers. You must be in pain.
I have been running out of that stuff.
I think we took his 3 out of his cabinet up in the tower there. A light goes on in his eyes. He smacks his dry lips.
There's no way he could manage the pain without them. It's safe to say he is addicted to painkillers by now.
This is a serious situation. Need to be looked over, and we can do it.
There's nothing to look over. The triage is in, and it's black. Administer morphine. Moribund.
How have you coped mentally?
I haven't. I have holes in my brain. Years missing. Others filled with pain only. A decade of...
His eyes roll into his skull and back.
I don't even know what. Inferno?
I also have holes in my brain.
No wonder. All your minds are rotting from the radio waves. I watched the traitors of this city turn the lights back on. More and more each year. Ruins glittering in the dark like a fucking merry-go-round. It's disgusting.
He looks down at his shoes, his face parched from the sun and the wind. There's a wince of pain in there somewhere.
Are they not heartbroken? How could they have moved on?
So you're a communist soldier from the communist army?
No, I am not a soldier. I am an ideological officer. I belong to the party, not the army.
Alright, understood.
Like you belong to the moralist party.
I have another serious question.
There's nothing serious in this world. It's a farce.
He looks at the gun in your hand. What have you been using this gun for?
I've used it for killing people.
Alright, which people?
Here we go. A trail of blood. The lieutenant smells it too.
Killing people?
It's a gun. That's what they're for. You want a moralist euphemism? Defending your family and your property. I haven't done that. I've used it to kill people.
Interesting. During or after the war?
There is no after the war. Class
might
war
think
is
that, yeah.
never over.
He shakes his head and smiles, his teeth rotten black.
So is continued killing after hostilities ended. Okay. Okay. This is it. You can feel it, like battery acid on the tip of your tongue. Something you haven't felt in a while. But
what?
This is what you live for. This is the shit. The great serotonin jackpot.
Oh, electrochemistry with the serotonin jackpot.
The solution. Go in straight. No euphemisms. He doesn't like those. No. Be careful now. Slow and steady does it. Make him repeat it first. Don't mess this up.
Have you met Sarah?
He wants to tell you. Get personal.
She makes your brain feel good. So you're saying you killed people after active fighting stopped. Did you use that gun to shoot and kill a colonel of the security contractor, Cornell? I know you want to tell me. Have you killed anyone with that gun in the last week or two? So which one do I say then? Just be direct. Oh, well, this is even more direct, I guess. I know you want to tell me. He wants to tell you.
I don't want
Oh.
to tell you anything, you grotesque murderer.
I shouldn't have listened to that.
And why did you think that was a good idea? Don't listen to me. I'm wrong all the time.
Alright, good point. Did you use the gun to shoot and kill as a colonel of the security contractor, Colonel?
The who now?
He leans in and cups his ear.
He heard you. He just wants to hear you say it again. This is dramatic flair on his part. Right choice. We're in. Do it, sire.
The corpse in ceramic armor hanging behind the whirling in rags. Did you shoot him? The fascist death squad who took a bullet in the mouth on the night of March 4th. His name was Ellis Courtenaire. He was part of security detail in Martinez. A beautiful, strong man sent here by the honorable private military company, Cornell. You know who I mean. I'll frame it as the fascist death squad.
Oh, yes. That one. Ugly piece of work, that boy.
He looks up at the sky and clacks his tongue.
Did you kill him?
The lieutenant takes a sudden step toward him. Or toward the reeds, it's hard to say which.
I am a son of a welder and an officer of the commune of Revachol. I do not collaborate with murderers and pederasts of the liberal regime.
Uh-huh.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Exhaust him with proof. Pile it all on him. Get a confession. The scent of blood in the air. But what else? There was something you can't remember. Something about the tracks. Suddenly, all those tracks are so confusing. Go with something else first.
I don't need your cooperation. I've got this. Show him the gun. We've done the ballistics. Point to the tower. The shot came from this island. Come on, what am I forgetting? Hit yourself on the side of the head, or let's back off a moment. Yeah, we'll go with the ballistics. Shot came from this island.
I saw you poking around there, looking for evidence. You're damn diligent when it comes to dead fascies. Did you like the view?
You had direct visibility. There are embrasures in the concrete, specifically meant for a top follower to use. And you had a long-range rifle in your possession.
The lieutenant softens his voice.
You've been here a long time, Mr. Dras. Too long. You clearly need medical aid.
I'm ready to die. I've done my part.
He's practically admitting to it. Dead fascists for fascists. Done his part.
The view is perfect with a pair of binoculars I could have seen in the room.
Because it's a sniper's nest, you stupid fuck. Radio Gosh is right. You have worms in your brain.
Another sudden twitch, then one more in his right eye.
Almost. He almost burst out there. Keep piling arguments. Anything.
Alright, show him the gun.
Not a lot of guns around that use military-grade ammunition, are there?
It's a real gun. Not like your musketeer pistols.
He points to the lieutenant's sidearm.
You look like imbeciles. Why don't you ask them to give you real weapons? Going against automatic rifles with these toy guns.
Of
Of course you got those boys killed.
Damn, he saw you. He's watched it happen. He would have a good view of the tribunal from here. It's not just empty boasting.
There's no way he could have just made that up as a bluff unless he saw that happen.
So he saw you. Okay. So what? Don't let it divert you.
We have the murder weapon, point to it.
You know what? You're right. I'm convinced this made the shot. Should we call it?
The lieutenant looks at the weapon demonstratively, dramatically asks, "You think we have the murder weapon?"
4.46 jacketed ammunition, modified for range. We have it. This is it.
I hate that I'm not just getting an actual confession, though. I thought he would just straight up say it. I'm calling it. We have the murder weapon. I don't have a lot of options here. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and draws a single line.
This feels good, doesn't it? Tying things up like this. When you have the murder weapon, you have the killer.
Did he have ammo?
Murder.
The old man does not say more. He just glances into the reeds and twitches once more. Because, like, he literally might not care one way or the other what happens to him. He just kept saying he wants to die, so... Is that justice? Not really. If he didn't actually do it and he just doesn't care.
This pushed him, but not enough. Just a little more.
I don't see how hitting myself on the side of the head helps.
You're lost, Dwight. You're lost.
One more time, the colonel. We need to talk about you killing him. I think that'll just take me back to where I just was.
Petty bourgeois law. This is all you care about, right? The only thing in the world for you types.
A drop of blood in the saliva. Tear into him again. Pile it on him. Wait, here it comes. The goddamn Maybells. The dried Maybells on Clausia's roof.
My head hurts now. Oh, yes.
There were Maybells in the grass when you got here. They're revolutionary symbols from the war.
So what, you think he brought that and left one?
Nowhere else, nowhere in all of Martinez have you seen them this spring. Wait, don't forget the footprints. The diagonal prints in the dust in the secret space behind Clausia's bedroom. Now, they're gonna come up.
Of course, thank you, Head, thank you.
You got it. Remember, the boot prints were like no modern soul.
Apparently I did need to hit myself in the head that time. I wonder what brand of boots you're wearing.
Everything is brands with you individualists. Who cares what brand my shoes are? Sansa. Some shit.
He looks at his running shoes covered in mud.
Show me the soles, please, Mr. Duras.
Fucking imbecile.
The old man stretches out his leg. A black and white spiral pattern covers the sole of worn-out old running shoes on his feet.
The maker is Sensorique. The model is Corbeil, and the size is 43. These are not the unusual horizontal patterned soles you saw in the dust on the floor of the hidden room. They do, however, seem to be about the same size.
The size fits, but not the sole.
Maybe it's simpler than that?
Sire, he doesn't have to be wearing them right now.
I was gonna say that out loud, but I thought it was too dumb for them to have not also said, so I didn't say it. People change shoes, it doesn't mean you weren't there, near the room the victim died in, sneaking around.
Racking those brains, are you? Desperate to report something back to your masters? They must have really loved that dead fuck.
Would we have found abandoned shoes somewhere? I don't know. Maybe.
The lieutenant gives you a quick sideways glance and nods to acknowledge. The prints were his. You can see it in those eyes.
I don't like this.
You
We're
can't
making
keep them from
assumptions now.
flickering, looking for something.
Yeah, exactly. Harry would have found them and warned them.
The old man stares at his own prints in the ash around the fire. Silent suddenly, some strange process within him. A gush of wind. Seagulls in the distance. You've almost got him. Just the last little push.
Show him the dried flower.
Damn Maybells. The whole island is turning white with them.
He seems tender suddenly. Nostalgic even. A strange mood swing.
So many this year too? The spring is coming. No, it's already here. Wash the filth away.
I haven't seen these flowers anywhere else in Martinaise, only here.
They blossom on the islets before. We fertilized them with our blood. Resurrection was snow white in May, before they ruined it.
He looks to the water.
South, the Bay of Martinaise is dotted with little freckles of islets, turning green, with white flowers in white snow.
The coast, too, before they piled their containers on top of it, filled with broken, useless trash for fat-fingered bourgeois children to play with.
You must get around a lot to stay undetected all these years. Do you know any secret paths? Pinball workshops?
The lieutenant's voice is soft, friendly.
I may.
A young woman called Clausia. Ring any bells? These dried flowers were behind her window.
Clausia.
You know her, right? She had intimate relations with the victim, the mercenary.
With the victim?
He turns his sight from the whitening field of flowers and falls silent. Then the muscles of his jaw twitch a spasm.
There is a small tremble. Looks like a smile. A crooked smile. Yet isn't quite voluntary. He's about to burst.
You know who he was. A coalition-trained murderer. Armored and armed. He wasn't human. The blunt end of a hammer. Dripping with blood.
He was a killer, but he was still under the protection of the law. He was a soldier too, he was a man. I don't want to humanize him. Do we know if number 1 is actually true, or was that obfuscation stuff they were throwing around for a while? There were dialogues you didn't go through. Uh-huh. Oh, I see. Well, I don't know if based on what I've heard, if that was for sure the way that panned out. He had a friend that we know for sure was into that. Like, he was doing all the crazy war shit that he could come up with. And I don't remember if he himself also got involved in that. He did every crime possible as a merc. That was rude. Oh. Ah, yeah, that's the word they used. Right, I remember now. Okay, I guess I'll go with 2 just to be relatively in the middle on it.
Beating us to the ground. Moaning with joy. You hounds get so thorough when a company-trained killer dies. I haven't seen you on this coast for 40 years. You know, maybe I should have killed one sooner.
So you've killed one now.
Got your attention. Now you stop beating druggies and prostitutes in your basement. Now you come to investigate. Not when they die by the hundreds.
He breathes through flared nostrils.
This is it. Shot him. Shot him. Say shot him, not killed him.
So you shot him.
Oh, the inhumanity. One paramilitary less in Revachol.
You can almost see him squeeze a tear out of his eyes, just begin to tremble from the anger.
The lieutenant raises his right arm to hush you. Hush. He does not need to be pushed anymore. The ball is rolling, while the lieutenant listens, holding his breath.
Just nod.
I had them in my sights. Both of them. Him and the whore. I was breathing with them, in phase. And I pulled the trigger and flew on the air until I landed in his mouth.
He begins to smile.
I didn't think I had a shot like that in me anymore. I did. I saw him kneel there with his mouth full of death, and that stupid look on his face. And his dick still in her.
Then what?
Nothing. I went to sleep. Next morning there were Maybells everywhere. The world was white. Or what's left of it anyway. My last spring here. I knew the fascists would come to avenge their own. And so they did.
Mr. Dross, are you aware you're confessing to murder?
The lieutenant asks after a second of silence.
Yes.
A single word is all he gives.
And you were looking at them, the victim and a young woman, having sex, through the scope of your rifle that night, before you shot him?
What? Why ask that? He just admitted that. Lieutenant takes out his notebook slowly, very slowly.
The old man nods.
Why?
Because that's what they were doing.
He shrugs and smacks his lips.
The motive. This is where the motive is going to come from. You can coax it out of him. The lieutenant's preparing the ground.
Have we not gotten that already?
I don't understand. Do you, detective? I don't understand this part.
Why were you looking at them that night?
I'm always looking.
It's the same way Harry keeps thinking about his ex. He just wants to, like, try to find some way to control the world from his limited point. Where he's just burned himself through in anger and frustration. And there's nothing left of him anymore. It's just, this is like the only way he can still do anything, is look at the way people are living in the spiraling of events that didn't transpire the way he wished. And so he sits and waits and watches, I think. That seems like the motivation for me.
Are you always looking through the scope of a rifle? I'm just trying to understand.
A rifle scope has the best magnification.
Helps him see all the shit.
And if you don't like it?
If it's part of the shit you see...
Then you pull the trigger?
Oh. That's an interesting way of phrasing all that.
Yes. Think of it as a form of critique.
I can't tell if that's just, it sounds deep in the moment, or if that's actually like a very clever way of phrasing all that. He just gets to point and click on things that he doesn't like and make it go away.
You got him going. Connect every little piece now. Wrap this up like a gift. Start with when he first saw him. It will give him a chance to ramble.
Been looking at anything else you haven't liked?
A tragic comedy. Druggies, prostitutes, and rentiers.
Yeah. People that can't stand the state of the world today, if you just ask them a general open question like anything else you don't like, oh, they'll be so happy to tell you.
A strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
What is our rentier? Calling it critique is a very ideologically communist answer. Oh, landlords, right. I just thought it was like people renting apartments, but it's the opposite side of that, yeah. Strange little engine seems to fire up in him again. It straightens his back.
The familiar put of hatred.
More specifically?
Specifically, the whole city is a charnel house. Stripped clean and draped in neon. But Martinez is the worst.
It's the worst. How come?
Because of the racists.
Oh.
Everyone is a racist in Martinez. It's their favorite thing to do in the whole world. Listening to race-themed radio shows. In the ruins. In their lorries.
I thought they were racing vehicles on those shows. You're talking about that they're racist shows. They've got Fox News playing in their lorries. Martinez is proof of the success of his enemies, right?
Pumped full of steroids and Radio Revachol 92. Race this.
I guess they're doing
that.
both things.
It's
that
all
I said.
sanctioned by that Social Democratic Union and the farce of a Social Democrat who runs it.
Mr. Clare.
Yes, the fly larva in his container.
Oh.
He let some nihilistic advertising yuppies erect a statue of Philippe III, a syphilitic murderer, on the town square, to spit on the working class.
I was waiting for the other shoe to drop about the Everett having a twin thing. I thought they were going to swap them out at some point, and it was going to be a big hinge, like a crux moment of the story playing out a certain way. I'm getting the impression now that that's not going to happen, but I don't know. Anything more? Or no, let him finish.
Not since the serfs of ancient
Pericarnassus, yeah.
History produced a more inert social
If
class
I ever want to confuse someone else, talk about Pericarnassian logic.
The rest of Revachol at least pretends to rebuild. These people still live in ruins.
Uh-huh.
Intense, like animals, like those boom morons on the ice. A pity they didn't drown in that tent of theirs.
Nod?
The worst of them is the blood-drenched Sucrion on her yacht, licking her lips. The old whore's gone now. Her gun-toting porcelain men are dead. So, actually, no. The worst is that old cop parading around in his uniform, throwing balls all day.
You didn't like him.
It's not enough that
Yeah.
the
Yeah, you
racists
wouldn't.
and liberals are dancing on our graves. The old loyalist ghouls still parade the ruins too.
I actually thought I had it figured out that it was Joyce, to be honest. I thought that was really going to be the big twist. She had all the parts that needed to be put in all the motivation, the ability. She could move around easily. She had access to things. She knew things. Yeah.
Every morning he's there, while the parasites he fought to protect are off in Ozon, or Quayamoran, or some other island they built their palaces on, feeding on drugs and having sex with their own children. That's all the rich really want, sex with their own children. Throughout history, even the royal bloodline of the suzerain, it's all just an excuse for them to have sordid sex. At least that old cunt, Frisell, is now dead.
Is that all the rich really want? Alright, I didn't know that's what they wanted. That's very weird. Why do they want that?
We did good when we pushed him under that horse car. If only, in the 30s, those disco whores.
Sounds like I'm glad I'm not rich enough to know Jesus. What follows is ominous mumbling. You cannot make out a single word.
The disco whores are too much. Hatred shuts down his brain's language center, leaving only a nonsensical sputter. There was something about a statue and nihilistic advertising agency people might be worth investigating.
Because they only love themselves, yeah. I guess there's logic to that, yeah. Oh, man. There's something about the statue on the roundabout and the syphilis. You mentioned the Union Social Democratic Mr. Clare's farce of a social democrat. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I know what mostly all these things are. But I'll listen to them then. Tell me about...
Horse.
Oh, my God. Jesus, the way it gurgled is all he says. Even that word has to be pushed through his teeth with great force. The rage seethes too hard. There was something about the statue on the roundabout.
Syphilis is a disease Philip III contracted in a whorehouse. The statue is an abomination.
What's the obsession with whores? I don't really know where you're coming from like a moral framework perspective, that you have such a negative association with people who make money for sex. He's an incel. Is that what it is? Oh, it's just that simple. Men hate women. Yeah, well, I guess it might be that simple. I just don't know why he's so worked up. I'm sure it'll come out if I listen to him talk long enough, though. He talks like a fascist with his gripes about degeneracy, though he hasn't used that word. Sex work and sex generally is a controversial topic among communists. Is it? I didn't know that. I thought, if anything, communists would have a slightly more open perspective on the matter, but I guess given their... Wait a minute. What's a better way to seize the means of production than to have sex for money? Isn't that... Anyway. Abomination.
The bacteria entered his brain and made him squander trillions on sparkling wine.
Sparkling wine's tasty, though.
Cocainum, and monuments of himself. His son, Philip IV, the insane, contracted syphilis in the womb.
Sex can be seen as a bougie excess. Many leftists see sex work as pure exploitation of labor, literally exploiting the body of women. Many leftists do that? I feel like I need to listen to a bunch more than that statement to fully understand what you mean by that. I think I might understand, but I feel like I need larger contextualization. Not American left, actual left. Sure. I don't, when I say leftist, I don't mean American leftist, because I understand that is a vastly different thing, and the vast majority of the world isn't America. More modern communists say sex work is work, while some more old-fashioned communists have a more vitriolic attitude towards sex workers. I see. That was a pretty easy thing to just say, all your enemies are sexual deviants. That, I think, is probably a shortcut to the answer, yeah. Without having him give us a whole story about it, that might be just what it is. Do I not think most sex work is not exploitative? I don't know. I think it can be, obviously, and I think in a lot of cases people are put in a bad position when they do it. But I also don't think delegitimizing it is the right way to go either. It's kind of a large subject with a lot of various avenues to go down, and nuance, like a lot of nuance. I just know I respect the people that do it, and I hope that they can have good treatment in their work. Beyond that, I don't know if I have enough nuance.
That is technically possible, although Philippe III was not actually syphilitic. He was just mad.
And he still went on to govern Revachol for 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government. And those grotesque statues, too. Hundreds of them.
I don't think there's anything inherently exploitative about sex work, though. It's just that it's an industry rife with people, the kind of people who are exploitative. That's what I meant by the nuance, because it's such a specific thing depending on the nature of your sex work and how you're doing it and who you're doing it with or under. It really does vary. But delegitimizing it, stigmatizing it, outlawing it, all of those things don't make it go away. It only makes life worse for the people who do it. So, I know I'm not really speaking to the same question in a way, it's just that's kind of the only framework I can talk about it within. If that's reasonable to say, I hope so. He still went on to govern Revachol for 20 years, 25 years. We lost 2 million lives toppling that mode of government and those grotesque statues, 200 of them, but it's still there.
What a keen remark. Yes, it is, isn't it? It's still there. Do you know why?
Because the king is holy and his statues are indestructible. Say, because the king is holy and his statues are indestructible, mean it ironically. That's great. I love that. You can say the same thing with a different tone. Because cynical advertising yuppies erected a deconstructed version of it. I do kind of like that one, actually. I'll say that.
That's right. Some advertising cockroaches erected a cynical deconstruction of it. We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. And there it is again.
We tore it down with honest working-class plastic explosives. What a great line. Those good old honest ones.
Art is a bourgeois establishment. It's an affront to humanity.
Oh my god, dude.
Every gallery should be bulldozed. And the artists should all be given 30 years of hard labor in Yekokata.
Yekokata is the place to be, though. An affront to humanity. What are you talking about?
Wait, the bullet hole in Philippe's heart. The statue had been shot. That was him.
No, Egg said that that was the place to be because it was so controversial there, and that's like where the action is. That's where the spirit of the music would be. So I think Egg was aware of the context when he said that.
It had to be. He's already proven capable of taking a far more complicated shot from here.
So it was you. You shot the statue. There was a bullet hole in the heart.
I did. A needless, sentimental gesture. I should have spared the bullet for a deformed monster of liberal capitalism. Shameful, really.
Yes, shameful. So many others to punish over the years. Isn't that right, detective?
That's it for the statue.
The fat union man let them put it there. Corrupt as he is. Probably got a fat check for it, too. Shared with the law.
I don't mean to be dismissive here, but I feel like this conversation has kind of run its course, and we're just sort of wallowing in it now. I know we're supposed to be having, like, all the connections being made and all. But I don't know that spelling out every single instance of this is necessary, because I kind of get his framework now to some level. You mentioned Union is social democratic. Mr. Clare's a farce social democrat.
Another hideous disappointment. Unions are the real enemy. The true enemy of the proletariat. Placating the masses.
Disappointment. So personal. He displays a familiarity with the Union's top brass.
I guess I could probably be choosing more succinct answers rather than have him go into everything, but I do also want to hear him too, so... It's my own fault, I guess. It was a disappointment, Everett Clare.
That deformed toad? I wouldn't expect him to wipe his own ass. I mean, the brains of the operation. The smart one.
You know, I never really got a full grasp of Everett's deal.
Edgar.
You mean Edgar?
He talks a big game about uprising and social base. They must have sent the smart one to some university in Le Jardin, where it's alienation this and hegemony that.
I thought it was pronounced hegemony. Have I been saying it wrong? I used to say hegemony, and then I started saying it the other way because somebody corrected me. Oh, it's both. Ah, see, I fall into that trap all the time where I say one thing, but it could be said both ways, and then I assume when someone corrects me. Alright.
He's been sweet-talked by this Edgar. They must have met in person for such animosity to have developed.
We're not the first people you've met from the city, are we?
You can't live alone.
No. You can try, but it's not great. He stopped poking at the ash now, just shakes his
The
head.
Clares wouldn't miss a man hidden in their own backyard. Not all this time. Nothing happens in Martinez without
Yeah,
them
I kind of
knowing.
thought that as well. That's why he feels comfortable lighting fires.
Of course. Maybe the Clears asked him to.
Oh, don't tell me there's another layer to this.
Don't go straight for the kill. Exhaust everything else first. Soften him up.
Oh my god, does it really go further? I thought we had finally gotten to it. Oh my god. Have you approached them?
I haven't approached anyone.
Yeah.
I hid. It was Edgar who came to me.
I believe that.
How did he know you were here?
He didn't just stumble in like an oaf. He figured it out. Some kids told him about a monster on the island. I told you, he has brains.
He points to the path leading to the tower. So does that mean Everett knows about the guy hiding in his, what is it, trillionaire hiding in the shipping containers? Because he knows everything, right? And then when I confronted him about it, he's like, oh, sure, yeah, I'm sure there's a man hiding in there. Like, maybe he knows, though.
Stepped right off the boat and walked down where you came. I even kept the door open for him. Thought he was a man of the left. Wouldn't rat me out. I was right about one of those things.
And when was this?
20 years ago.
Oh.
Neither of them could walk now, could they? They were less fat then.
That's around the time the Clears came to power.
What did you talk about?
Edgar did the talking. Paid his respects like I were a fossil in a uniform. Offered platitudes about the struggle. Flaunted his pink degree. Even quoted Marzoff.
Oh wow, he put on a whole show.
Never trust a social democrat who quotes Marzoff. Oh, and charity too. They love their charity. Offered me blankets and social housing. I still have the gas cooker he brought.
And he let you be here?
Let me be here. The
Yeah, I know, it's not
ZOC
good
is an
phrasing.
unlawful successor of the Commune of Revachol. We took this fortification from the Loyalists. Even the Clares understand this.
They let him be here. Understanding was a courtesy. But why such a courtesy?
Mr. Joss, did you kill the Colonel Mercenary for the Clares to incite a riot?
I'm not doing anything for that swine again.
He shakes his head.
Again? What have you done for Edgar before?
Tried teaching him some Marsovian socioeconomics. They didn't stick. We parted ways.
Okay, he didn't do the hanged man for them, but he's insinuating something.
What was the deal between him and Edgar? He shot the statue, talked to Everett about previous forewoman. Might as well listen to the Renee talk and then check that again.
Every fucking morning for 34 years. Throwing that ball. One ball against the other. I've always loathed that game. That is not a working class game. I don't care what they say on Radio June.
So you must have been thrilled when I accidentally or intentionally threw that ball into the ocean and then you had no more ball to throw. You think we'd be pals now, right?
Royalist ghouls played like it was life itself. Click, clack across the water each day. And that uniform...
You could hear
like a parrot plumage. I won't even mention that he's a traitor to his race. A Patank maniac, race traitor.
I don't think I understood that it would be possible for you to hear the clack of the balls over that expanse of water. I don't think it is. I think it's in his head. Just nod.
I remember him. I remember him from La Noce. Not him, personally. His make and model. There were tens of thousands of them. I thought we took them all out before the Liberals came to their rescue. We missed one. That one.
Well, he died, if it makes you feel any better. With his shaky finger, he points to the city toward the crater near the plaza where the lonely pine tree stands.
There doesn't seem to be a single person under the pine today. Not even Gaston. Alone.
There's no one there?
Fat and plump. Like a pheasant. Just begging to be popped off. Please, Mr. Dross. Shoot me.
Wow. A grin stretches across his face. He says very softly, "Please, Mr. Dross, shoot me."
He whispers with such predatory hunger. It borders on longing.
You'd like to kill him?
Not yet. I like to look at him strut around, place the crosshair on his medals, right on his face, and just fiddle the trigger. Think about it. Let the bomb melt in my mouth.
You're out of ammo now, right?
Save the treat for later.
Kim? That tone was a little shocking.
He is a juicy bonbon, that one. A real treat for the black day. The blackest. When I put that gun in my own mouth, I think, no, don't waste it. Put this lead in that cock, Renee. For the boys he killed. And then I look at him throw those balls, and I suddenly feel...
He lets out a wistful sigh.
Better. I even hid one bullet, so I'd always have one. For him. Haven't seen him around lately. Strutting around. Must be down with arthritis. I hope it hurts like hell. I hope he sweats blood.
Wait, so that bullet we found in the shack was actually the deserters? Because I thought Ruby said it was her bullet. Everybody's got a hidden bullet, I guess so.
Hearing it may destabilize him. You sure you've gotten everything from him?
Oh, shack bullet was Ruby's. Oh, he's got more hidden bullets. Okay. I want to hear what he says to Renee is dead, I guess. He died of old age a couple days ago.
No.
Yes?
I waited too long. I waited too long, and now he's dead?
The old communard looks at you, his blackberry eyes shaking in disbelief.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dross. I understand you knew him for a long time.
Wow. What a weird reason to give someone condolences. I'm so sorry you lost this person that you wanted to kill. Kim, are you okay? You have a concussion. You should sit down or something for a minute.
They're all dead now. Fucking.
Oh yeah, you're right. He's probably being really wry in his irony. That's probably what it was. He said it so sincerely, though, that I believed him. They're all dead now. He just shakes his head. Fuck it.
If he really wanted to kill him so bad, he would have done. There must have been 1,000 black days on these islands. His health ailing.
No, I mean, he is sad that he died. They have a sort of relationship. I understand that, and I don't know where to read that, because you could take it in either direction, right? I said that about his other friend, like, even though they hated each other, they were each other's company. And it's a kind of a difficult thing to judge, but people can have these sorts of interactions where they're superficially intertwined in a way that brings them stability and some sense of community or peace. Even if they don't particularly like this one person or group of people, they still know them and that's their world. So maybe we're stretching the boundaries of that possibly being, like, as far as possible. You can literally hate someone but still miss them when they're gone. You cared about him.
All human beings care about each other.
Oh.
I cared for seeing his head explode.
Right.
Now, God damn this world.
See, I don't think I could rationalize ever getting to that point and saying I care about someone in any way. I get what he means, though, like in a neutral sense. Caring doesn't impart a positive sense of anything. It's just, I have a vested interest in this person, whether that's to see their head explode or love them unconditionally. That's the range of interest that they are invested in.
He reminded him of himself. The same hatred. The same. You try to think of something else, but no. It's just hatred.
I'll say you're sorry.
Fuck you.
Yeah.
And I blew them all. What does it matter now? He's gone. Ancient dust.
Are you okay to go on?
You think I haven't seen people die? It's all
No,
I've seen them do.
I do.
Fuck and die. All the other plans
Where are you
we
seeing
had,
that first one?
To love.
Other than
to
in
colonize the
that
Pale.
one room that one time.
It's all fucked.
Are you getting a lot of viewing angles from this island? There's just people fucking everywhere. I don't think you are.
He's not okay. This is just another black day in a row of black days. Something strange is keeping him together, making him endure.
So what was the deal between him and Edgar?
Oh no, the connection doesn't come to you on such a pivotal moment. Dumbo, do something. You can't zone out now. This isn't Doodaloo dance time.
Is my game broken or is it just me?
Slap yourself in the head again. Jumpstart it.
If I saved Scummed right now, not that I want to do that, you understand I would have to listen to like a half an hour of dialogue to get back to this again. It was about him meeting Edgar. Is it just going to give me another shot?
By God, we are on the edge, in the very end, and you can't even remember what you're trying to connect, can you? While the murder suspect stares at you with contempt.
Kim, what do you think about this, you know?
About this deal you made.
Oh, maybe Kim's just going to have my back here, because it's like, yeah, we've done enough now. The lieutenant immediately understands what's happening and turns to the suspect.
With Edgar, the death of the colonel mercenary was only coincidentally beneficial to the Clares, but...
I'd have to see the prompt available again to be able to spend skill points on it, but I do have them, yeah. I've gotten 2 levels in this conversation alone.
What about the other people you've killed for them?
Other people?
Like the previous 4 women of the Union.
So this guy's just like a convenient sniper that he likes having on this island so he can just make people disappear when he likes and just send him some ammo over on a dinghy.
That's it. That's what you weren't connecting yourself.
Oh, right. Yeah, the previous forewoman. I forgot that was a thing.
I didn't fight
another matter.
to end up an informant for the international regime. What happened, happened.
He wags a finger at the lieutenant. What happened, happened.
Still dumb. Your eyes are transfixed on his digit. It's yellow with nicotine. Before, when you asked him about the Union, he said it was a disappointment. They promised him something political.
They promised political change and they didn't deliver.
Look who's up. You're worse off than me.
We will have plenty of time to talk about this, Mr. Dross, when you're in pre-detention. It takes years in pre-detention.
Go ahead. I've been in solitary confinement my whole life.
Ease off it. This was not an unmitigated disaster. The lieutenant mitigated it. Just proceed, calmly.
And he said he only did the one.
Glad we talked about what?
Wow, that was one line. That was one line. Goodness gracious. When did you first see the deceased?
3 weeks ago, when the rich hag came in on her galley. Her honor guard came in tow.
Joyce. He means Joyce.
You mean Joyce Messier, the Wild Pines rep?
Wrinkled up whore.
I do kind of want to ask him why he keeps saying that. So sure, what is it with the whores and pederasts? Aren't you a communist?
Black sexual morals are a bourgeois ploy.
A ploy?
As to pederasty, the party legalized it in '04. My party, not your liberal masters. So don't you sermonize me, you racist shithole. It's still bourgeois when the bourgeois does it, fiddling with their sexual organs.
Okay.
And anger, too, in addition to loneliness.
Yeah, moving on. The victim arrives sometime after her.
They moved into a deserted apartment above the roundabout. Radio equipment out for all to see. Reactionary radio playing, sloppy and drunk. I've seen their kind during the landing. Those Occidental and masked phalangs weren't conscripts. Boys like us. They were whites. All they know is to destroy and hurt.
Whites, like their brains are gone, they're just out to hurt things, is that it?
Barely alive. They like to kill while they're on their drugs.
Drugs, okay.
After the landing, in the burning years, I would take shots at them. End them. The worst ones, if I had a bullet to spare. I could see they've returned now, to show their real face. The face they don't dare show their bourgeois voters back on Mundi, with their families and polyester clothes.
I need to just stretch for a sec. I've been sitting for 7 hours waiting for this dialogue to end. Oh, the hips are gonna be sore tonight. Sitting too much. Yeah. No, it's too late for that. You know it's bad when I have to stand up. What specifically did you not like about what you saw the night of the murder? Yeah, I know what he saw.
Them. Fucking. I didn't like that.
So you're jealous?
Jealousy is a reactionary concept.
Cheers.
I didn't like the Reaver enjoying himself. Drugged out, soothed in the arms of a young woman. I wanted him to die so he could not enjoy life anymore.
Yeah, no, thank you. That's very direct. I appreciate the honesty.
And I wanted to see his head explode. That too. She should know better than to hold a child murderer between her thighs. I knew he'd be there for one more second, writhing.
The voiceover said, I wanted to see his head explode, but the actual written word is, I wanted her to see his head explode. Different.
That's all it takes for the bullet to reach his head. Now that I think of it, I wasn't aiming for his mouth. I wanted his brains to spill out on her. But...
God.
You can't have everything.
Just a vile thing.
He wants to see her covered in blood. To punish her.
You wanted to punish her, so you killed him.
She practically breastfed that man. You wouldn't believe the things she let him do to her.
He shakes his head and stares at the ashes.
You stare at them too. In your mind, her innocence day still turns to leaf. Airport bag in hand, silks flowing in her wake.
This has got nothing to do with that.
It's no good, Harry. Her voice rings in the evening air. It smells of burning buildings.
So, like, this is the algorithm of YouTube trying to get me onto that alt-right pipeline right now, these choices. I'm not buying it.
The old man raises his gaze. Something glimmers in the corner of his black eye. A bitter taste on his tongue.
How long had you been watching her?
Since she came to Martinez. I saw her sneaking in the reeds early in the morning, behind the Fell building. It was dark, still winter. She didn't have her skimpy outfit on then, just a spot in the night, moving.
Is that where she was hiding her passport in the reeds then?
Past the Fell building on the coast? What was she doing there?
Hiding something in the water. She had a fag after she'd done it. I was up in the ruins there. She couldn't see me, but I could see her, smoking. She was nervous, but not scared.
Sounds like he probably took it then, because the passport was gone. What do you think she hid there?
Her passport and tickets to Villiers. And from there to Cachet Brut.
In the free state of Semonine, hidden away at the edge of the earth, near the Pale.
I found the buoy. I checked it. It was empty. And I think this guy took it. This is the hidden buoy she told us about. You looked into it.
After she was gone.
Did you keep what was in it? When we found the submersible, it
Thank
was
you,
empty.
Kim.
No.
Oh.
Why would I do that? I didn't need tickets to Villiers. I'd put them back. If I wanted to extort someone, I'd do better.
Okay. So who the hell took them? Don't know. Not that many people knew that was there. Like, the cryptozoologist probably found it. I don't know why they would have taken it. That one crypto-fascist guy, I don't really know his motivation, so maybe there was a reason for him to. I think Kuno was probably screwing around over there because he took the locusts out of the trap, so maybe he found it. But we never saw any evidence of that. I don't know. I don't know if we get an answer to that then.
This implies that he's thought about extorting her.
I thought he would have had it, if anything.
Also, a little inconsistency here. He was surprised to hear her name Clausia before. Would he not have seen it on the documents?
No, because we're sure that's not her name. Are you sure? We checked the submersible, there was nothing there. You saw her name on the passport, but before, when I said her name is Clausia, you didn't seem to recognize it. Yeah, because it's not her name. She gave us code names all the time.
You didn't say Clausia in there.
What did it say her name was in the passport?
It was something. I don't remember. It was dark that morning. I only remember her face on the photo.
Well, I'll say, are you sure? We checked the submersible, there's nothing there, but he'll just say someone else took it.
Why would I need that trash? I'm not going to Villiers.
A strange confusion comes over him from time to time. Some kind of aberration of the nervous system.
Moving on, did you continue watching her after this?
I did. She had a face like an archipelago with those birthmarks. And a body hard and lean and bruised all over. Black and yellow. I could see she's taken a beating. I could see who she was, too. A spook. On the run. Revachol's the cloaca of capital now. All the bagmen and arms dealers end up here to do drugs and have sex like animals.
What a weird term to say. The cloaca of capital.
You could tell she was a spook from the documents?
She had different color hair on the photo and glasses. Forged. Some sordid bourgeois affair.
Yeah.
I've heard about this kind of thing on the radio.
Oh, on the radio, yeah. If you hear it on the radio, it's definitely real and true and for sure happening.
He's setting it up for you.
Is he?
The bruises. You can't make that out in a scope.
Can't? I don't know if that's true. I guess it depends on the scope. Can't we look at the scope? Now that we have what we think is the murder weapon, can we not take it back over to that tower and look through it? And you can see her bruises through the scope of the rifle.
You can't see bruises through a scope. It's just a blur.
So why did you say that then? Ready to fail a 97% reaction speed 5?
It quickly comes to you.
The bruises on her body, any chance you see them through a hole in the wall?
Oh, yes.
Oh, my God.
Cutting those drugs of hers into little lines with a knife. Masturbating.
Did you make that hole?
With a clip point knife.
Good for listening in, too. For hearing the moaning and the snorts.
Maybe a stupid question, but I understand there's a hidden door from the kitchen in Whirling Rags into the elevator, which takes you up, takes you around the back to the balcony where the wall hole was. How is he getting into the kitchen into the locked blue door that I didn't have the access point to? Was it because the key was just sitting over top of everything? Was that the key that let us in there? It was just over where the dudes were. Or he had his own key. Oh, it comes up. Alright. Because unless there was another entrance that we never found, which I don't think so. There was a winch on the back of the building, but the winch wouldn't have taken him up. The winch was for the elevator externally, right? Okay, I'll just keep talking then. Ever seen her through a window on a roof?
Like that, too. Yes. Bending like a bow against the glass.
You've been through the secret route behind the Whirling Rags. Those are your footsteps there. You just changed your shoes. Move on.
I've been through all of Martinez.
Wish you would have just been honest about that in the first time. And that too.
Yes, that too. The things they did in that little room. What she'd do to feel good. Funny the way light works. You turn it on inside, and it gets so dark out, you can't see a man looking in. I learned that in the 20s, when they were still hunting me. I've seen people do some shit, but...
He keeps shaking his head.
Those two took the cake. You hear the familiar scribble of the lieutenant's pen. One more loose end down. We're doing this, detective.
We are.
How did you get in there? The hidden pin.
Oh, there he is. Good man, Kim.
I can just walk in there now after a good wash. I told you, they think I'm an antisocial. Closing hour is a good time. The kitchen's empty.
Now, last time when I mentioned, why don't you just walk into town? And he's like, I could never do that. I wouldn't want to. Everyone's pigs and chickens and, like you said, a bunch of animals, rabbits. So he didn't want to be anywhere near other people, but I guess now that we've kind of peeled away the facade of that he's more open to just being direct. Also, I've been in the Whirling in Rags around closing time. I never saw you walk in. I know you literally will just wait until I'm not there, but...
You had to open the steel door in the kitchen? How?
He doesn't have to be around people to his secret path. Well, he has to walk through the main entrance, doesn't he, to get to the kitchen. There's no other way into the kitchen other than the front door.
I got that open a long time ago. Some bourgeois game merchant lived there. I don't know, 15 years ago. He left spare keys all over. I took one. Then I saw her turn the light on one night in my scope.
You had feelings for that woman?
There's nothing to hold on to. Only this. It's not enough.
The coals of his eyes glisten suddenly, like stones dripping with water. Is he crying?
Man needs to feel something else. In this fight, it helps if you have your eye on something there. It's weakness, I know.
There have been others?
Yes, over the years. It's not unproletarian to feel something.
Was that why you left the dried flowers behind her window?
No.
He starts to shake his head. Again, a sunflower on a withered stalk. Why then?
I don't really know. I was there one night and she was crying, like a child, in the corner of our room on the floor, like she does sometimes.
When was this?
The day after I killed him.
And you brought her Maybells?
Yes. I don't know why I do the things I do anymore.
Manipulate, yes, but only if she even knew he existed, so... She didn't seem to care one way or the other. Just say nothing.
Neither does he. He lowers his head, like a sunflower on a withered stalk. In the silence, the lieutenant draws a line in his notes, then nods at you once more. One more down.
So in conclusion, it wasn't about him, it was about her.
Her.
He repeats, staring at the ashes, then the reeds. There's a twitch in the corner of his eye.
The lieutenant nods at you in acknowledgement. That's it. Motive. We have it.
Where is she, that Clasier? I haven't seen her there for days.
If I said we arrested her, she'd probably he'd jump at me or something. She got away, but she let us here first. She figured out someone was watching her from the sea fort. I am not at liberty to say. Yeah, how about we don't say anything at all to her stalker?
I know she's gone. Locked up, or on the run. She kept staring into the scope, you know. In the end, this last week, at the fort, like she knew.
Oh, so you're looking straight at each other then?
Like she knew I was here. It doesn't matter.
Midtown, across the Bay of Revachol, the oceanic wind washes 40-story towers. Above them, Lucerne Central Aerodrome, a cocoon suspended in the sky by a web of suspension wiring, encircled by hybrid aircraft.
Look north.
On the platform, a young woman is withdrawing from amphetamines, barbiturates, and alcohol. Yet still, she smiles among the crowd, among the great ghosts of the city she's leaving, for another, far south. Smaller, distant, hidden, Not like the great chandelier she sees sparkle in the night below her. Street lights, towers, tenements and water, and across it a dark strip of ruins, barely visible if she didn't squint her eyes.
The delivery and poetry of all this almost feels like they've coined an entirely new genre adjacent to noir. I don't know what you would call it, or how exactly it's different, but it has so many other characteristics to it. And I don't know if you could really find all those contours well enough to replicate it, but the writers seem to know what it is. It's just disco noir. Is that what we call it? Well, that's fantastic, whatever we want to call it.
There, on a dilapidated jetty in a nameless village, 2 police officers and 1 special consultant look across a narrow strip of sea. The ruins of a seafort stick out of the water, built by Philippe II, reappropriated by the Commune, then lost in the landing. He's there, doing what exactly, I don't know. Satellite Officer Vic Mayer points at the ruins. Behind that anti-aircraft something. That's why we can't see him.
Surely we'll be able to get better information from Satellite Officer Vic Mayer and his partner. I just don't know why they were never really giving me anything throughout the whole game. They were so flat. There's no way they're actually that flat. It must have just been the way things played out for me.
Special Consultant Heidelstam is optimistic. We'll see the boat when he comes. Let's go get a coffee until then. I know this interesting little place. Where? His voice trails off as the 3 walk down the jetty. As the men go, Patrol Officer Minnow looks back over her shoulder at the crumbling fortification like a rotten tooth rising out of the water.
Jetty and forgetty.
Good luck, Harry, she thinks. You need something good for this.
Well, thank you for the empathy.
The old man has fallen silent, staring at your feet. The burnt logs in the fire are moist from the sea air.
That's not any better. I thought we would get higher chances here for composure. Can composure take any points? Where's composure? There it is. I can take 1 point. I should probably... It's a white check, right? Or is it red? Yeah, it's white. We'll try it, and then we'll see if we want to go back again.
For a 60-year-old man with stomach trouble, who spent his entire life alone on an uninhabited island, he seems surprisingly fit.
That's it. Squint at him.
He's clearly a drug user of the painkiller sort, prone to erratic hand gestures, and malnourished. But that's it. The moment passes, and you say...
And I say, time to put a skill point into composure and try your skill check again. Oh, I have to,
I ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, no, I got that. You're big on that. That's like your whole thing, really. There's the Triangong 446. The bolt-action 4.46 caliber Triangong is a poor man's sniper rifle. Where's the scope on it? While not the most reliable of firearms, it's relatively precise due to very manageable recoil, thus allowing the shooter to take multiple consecutive shots fast. This particular piece is missing a scope, though. Where's the scope? That feels integral to this whole thing. Remember when the hanged man showed up right in the center and it was really creepy, like a ghost sighting? What was up with that? Maybe check your clothes. Yeah, you're right. It was
Old man
composure, yeah.
Despondently.
I'm out of practice. I've been failing checks so hard I forgot how you do them correctly. What do we have for composure? +1 at the moment. Can we do better than a +1? Yes. Windbreaker. Wait, what's currently got +1? Ah, okay, our pants. Awesome. Couldn't look any cooler than that. I don't know if there's anything we can do to get it to +3. Usually 2 is about where it goes. We get repetitious, redundant elements. Thanks all of you for sticking with me through this. It's been a pretty long stream. And I didn't know how long it would end up going. Oh my god, the shoes. We could get the shoes. +3, I was wrong. Okay.
The old man stares despondently at the logs.
I mean, I failed
it's
worse.
Like he's forgotten you're there.
Kim, hold my jacket. I gotta change it to the sick windbreaker. Still an hour to go? Oh my god, really? I thought there's no way.
Aside from the rare, erratic hand gesture, smacking his lips and despondently staring into the fire, you can only see that he is old.
Yeah!
How? I changed my clothes for you. I need to go in the other room and change my actual clothes now, and maybe that'll help. Unbelievable. What a freaking man. What a stupid man. How did this happen? I'm not wearing that anymore. I don't like this. What did I have on before? I forgot now. That already looks better. Those shoes are so dumb, though. I'll wear my empathy shoes. So you get the nice, the scarf and then the same color, the burnt orange in the shoe. My cool stripy gloves. Glasses are very, over the top, though. Whatever, they're fine.
The old man stares despondently at the logs. It's like
You want to talk more about the people you don't like?
His lip curls into a sneer at the memory.
No, that's all of them. Glad we talked about that.
we talked about what?
Nothing. I think it's time for you to get arrested, friend.
What?
What?
But you said I would be taken to the...
What the heck? The old man's eyes fill with sudden unexpected terror at the words.
The sum of all the erratic movements, fidgeting, and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand?
That's incredible that he can predict when the court will be able to see him out in the field right now with no communication to HQ. How does he do it? He's just a master of efficiency and logistics, apparently. ...
Do you understand?
He's got ultra bureaucracy power. It's incredible.
But...
Do you understand, sir?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He looks at the reeds, eyes submerged in growing terror.
He's sweating. Beads are forming on his forehead.
How is he so capable of not thinking this was possible? I don't really follow his logic, but, like, sure, I guess anything's possible. He's pretty far gone. Yeah, 45 years of... Yeah, okay, that's probably good enough.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
First say, does it have room for 3? Oh god, he'll thrash around and knock us into the ocean. Perception, hearing, legendary. Why the hell not?
There it is again. To your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other.
Stalks?
But then, in the middle of it...
What would be in the middle of it?
Something completely different. It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn against the strings of a violin.
No way.
A very small violin, made of reeds and rushes.
You're telling me they saved the payoff for this to be 30 hours after? Are you serious?
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
It's Kuno throwing rocks. Kim, this is important, Kim. Do you hear it?
What?
The thing. Do you hear it?
What are you talking about? Is this...
Oh, it's
really
Egghead. He's just in there shouting. The old man's voice drowns in a sudden gust of wind. Really,
Your skin crawls.
No, it stays put. Leave it alone. What is this? I hope it's not a problem where Kim is standing right now. No way. Oh! Oh! That's terrifying!
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds from the reeds, limb by limb. To them,
I didn't think I'd actually see this.
Moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
It was so creepy the way it did that. Point. You always point.
What are you talking about?
There's a giant stick insect.
There's nothing there.
It's so weird. He looks confused.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall. It looks
God, it's
straight
gigantic.
at you with its tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesquely small head.
Please tell me I get to tell the cryptozoologist about this. There's no way you don't get to. There's no way. It validates their whole relationship.
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster, but you don't have a gun.
I don't have a gun. There is, I see it.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't make out one small thing in the reeds.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
Holy shit. We've got confirmation. Kim can see it. It's happening.
4 simple words. Thank God. If you can see, then you're not insane. But that means...
I didn't think there was any chance that they would put the resolution to this thread this far into the game. That's just not how writers usually do things. But it's the way it's supposed to work.
It's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence. Its limbs long and slender.
Because you know why it's so important to do it right now? Because we're in this depths of depravity in finally getting catharsis. Oh my god, it's poking at Kim. I don't think it's meant to be, though. We're going into the bowels of the darkest points of human minds and all of that, and this is a moment to go, wait a minute, the impossible could be possible. The things we think are all made up, maybe there's something to it. Maybe we should listen. Maybe we should open ourselves to others, even when we don't necessarily agree.
Be very, very careful.
What do you even do with it now? We don't have smartphones, Harry. Oh my gosh, you can click on it. What the shit? Approach the insect first, get close to it. Why am I tearing up? What the... I don't even understand my own emotions right now.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something. You.
Can you tell me, was that in the shot this entire time, and we just couldn't understand that it was there because it looked like anything else? Or did it spawn in? It did. It was there. Oh my god. I didn't really understand what I was looking at for a moment when it started folding. Oh yeah, I will watch it back, of course. Its legs are so long. Oh my god.
Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss, like a reel-to-reel machine spinning after the tape breaks.
Oh. It has a surprising number of eyes.
The hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else, in a lower pitch.
Uh-huh. Listen carefully.
You smell...
Oh. What do I smell? +3 for Lena's childhood experience. +1, your corpse will be marked by stars. And just like that, it's over.
You barely get to take one step. The invertebrate reacts with uncanny speed, skating away across the water. It's gone, like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but rings on the sea's calm mirror.
It is tragic. That was really sad. I don't know what to do here, because I actually felt like I should go with whatever happens, and if I'm gonna do extra exploratory moments, then I want to do that outside of this experience. And a lot of you seem to want me to save Scum. Should I just make an exception and do it anyway? I did make an exception for one other thing, although I don't remember what it is now. It probably doesn't matter. I did just save it right before this happened, right? I'm pretty sure I won't be losing a ton of time. Oh, I made an exception for spin kicking the racist. I still stand by that. I think that was the right decision to make. Just so you know, you have rolled 1 for, like, the last 5 checks. Yeah, it's not been a great time to roll. Don't set aside your principles for chat. Well, you're putting me in a hell of a conflict. Look at the time difference from the last save to this one. From 55 to 44. An hour and 2 hours later. Just do another playthrough next week. How hard could it be? I don't know. Like, I feel like this shouldn't be this big of a deal. I'll just do it. Right. Well, I can kind of see the shape there. But I'm not sure if, like, until I see it unfold again, I'm not entirely sure where it's gonna be. There's no way you'd be able to tell that was there. But that's the point. It's perfectly camouflaged in its environment. Yeah, it's 10 p.m. right now. Do you know where your phasmids are?
The old man stares despondently at the logs. It's like he's forgotten you're there.
Alright, I gotta do a little bit of stuff again. I guess I might as well try all this again. Assess his body language or whatever.
Aside from the
yeah, I'll fail it again.
hand gesture, smacking his lips, and
you're under arrest.
But you said I would be taken to the...
The sum of all the erratic movements, fidgeting, and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up. The silence on the water is broken all around you. Little shivers of weight.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene
The
will
cursed
be used
dice.
against you by the prosecution.
The cursed dice is
You will
real.
be
It's
given
really
legal
cursed.
counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand?
I know I could click through. I was just clicking through stuff before.
Do you understand?
Remember when I was getting my brains fried by the radio laser? I had to save scum. Well, I didn't save scum. I died because I brought 3, not 4 health packs, and I died at the very end of all of the dialogue, so I had to click through all of it again. Do you understand?
No, I don't want to.
He's sweating.
Your confirmation is not required, sir.
Hang on.
Now on
Wait,
to
do you
the
hear this, Kim?
You thought you heard something, but it's just the reeds.
What is happening right now? I'm sorry about my luck. I'd like to do better for you. Unfortunately, skill issue, I think.
The old man stares despondently at the log. What strikes you about this gaunt man is not the stomach pain, or the cough, or the malnutrition. It's precisely what you could not see before. For a man who spent 44 years in the urban wild. Indeed, he speaks fluidly. His movements are rapid, if erratic. His voice, despite the cough, is there. It is capable of expressing complicated ideas. Above all, he seems animated.
Animated by what?
It's a mystery. This animation comes at a cost too. Erratic hand gestures, thought processes cut off like threads, as he just stares at the logs or the reeds. He also suffers mood swings, bubbling to the surface, unconstrained by his nervous system. Great leaps of emotion, from anger to grief, despair.
Wouldn't being isolated for a tremendous period of time and the stress of surviving on your own and the stress of all the things that have been eating him alive while he's been watching everyone living, wouldn't those things all contribute to a mental degradation over a long period of time? Just stress by itself can cause that. And he's in a very particularly above and beyond situation like that. Wouldn't a foul temper be a byproduct of his life?
Perhaps, but his seems more than that. The inner turmoil takes unexpected turns, as if forced on him in a way.
Mm-hmm.
In summary, you sense some underlying neurological disorder.
Okay, I'm not sure how we're getting to dementia, but sure.
You've seen demented people before. This feels similar, yet different. When his thoughts move, they are lucid, keen even, not senile.
Mr. Joss, are you okay? How is your memory? Finish the examination.
No, I'm not okay. I shit blood, and I'm surrounded by insane people.
There it is again. Erratic hand motions, bouts of rage, and the stomach thing too, of course.
Okay, time to arrest you, I guess.
What? But you said I would be taken to the...
This terror is the sum of all the uncontrollable movements and mood swings he's been exhibiting. The wind picks up.
Oh, we haven't gotten the empathy before, have we?
All around you. Little shivers of waves appear. The lieutenant continues, like an incantation.
Your Wayfarer rights have been suspended. Information provided to the officers on the scene will be used against you by the prosecution. You will be given legal counsel within 1 week and must face court in 44 days. Do you understand? Do you understand?
But...
Do you understand?
No, I don't want to. I have to stay here.
He's sweating.
Your confirmation is not required, sir. Now on to the boat.
There it is again, to your north, as it has been since you came to the coast. The reeds whisper, stalks rubbing against each other, but then, in the middle of it...
I know it's a bit silly, but I feel like sometimes when I click roll, I know before it happens that I will get it, but I think that's just like some sort of feedback loop that I've given myself based on expectations. Because I was sure it was going to get it that time. And every other time, well, not every other time, some of the prior times I was like, no, I'm going to miss it that time.
Something completely different.
I don't know what that
it
is.
It sounds like a bow, very slowly being drawn
Self-talk,
against the
I guess.
strings of a violin. A very small violin, made
Again, you can't save in dialogue, so I have to be able to leave this, and I'm not sure that I can leave this in the process of this all happening. Oh, is it an audio cue? Maybe that's what it is then. Maybe I know before I know because of the audio cue, right?
Maybe there is room for 3 on the boat.
Well, I've already passed that point now, so I can't save now, sorry.
What?
What are you talking about? Is this really us?
Is this really us?
Your skin crawls.
Oh, there's another opportunity, okay. Well, now I know where to look.
A delicate tangle of arms and legs unfolds.
Wait,
from
really?
The reeds, limb by limb, to then just stand there, moving its scythe-like arms in ghostly silence.
Why is this happening to me? What is that?
What are you talking about?
Well, now it's not there, so you don't have to see it. Now I have to believe. Save and load when you get controls. Okay.
There's nothing there.
The stick insect is over 3 meters tall.
Where?
It looks straight at you with its
Are you sure?
tiny pinprick eyes and its grotesque.
Can you imagine if this is the way that it played out the first time? And I was like, game, what are you talking about? Have I lost my mind? Is this Harry just having a mental break? Oh god, that would have actually ruined me. I can still click on it.
You feel your legs shaking under you and your gun hand move to your holster, but you don't have a gun.
Tell me what you see, damn it. I can't.
Kim, can you see it?
I can see it.
Really? Because I can't.
4 simple words, thank God. If he can see, then you're not insane. But that means it's really there, spinning slowly, in absolute silence, its limbs long and slender.
Be very, very careful.
Oh, well, there's a dialogue option there. I've made a few different saves, by the way, so I don't think we're in any danger of that. Load. I loaded it. It's still not there.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair, white and curled at the tips. It is no more than 5 steps away from you.
Can you tell me, is this going to be important if it's invisible? Restart the game. Well, if it quit, just need to give it a second. I think whatever the bug was that caused the animation not to play is saved as that bug, like a flag didn't trigger. Sorry, the cat hadn't caught up yet. So I think it's not like... I don't even know how to describe the problem exactly. I think saving it kept the flag broken. So if I come back and load it in, it still thinks it's correct that the bug isn't there. Even though it's an animation thing. Anyway, we'll see now. Oh no, it is there. Oh, you're right. I'm wrong.
The creature stands on long stilt-like legs, antennae hanging from its head like a woman's hair. The segmented antennae move with apprehension, searching for something. You.
Even if you know it's there, it's almost hard to see it still. Until it does that. Once it does that, you can see it. But when it was standing relatively still...
Reed-like tufts stick out of its joints. As the insect moves its forearms, it produces a faint hiss. Like the hiss is different from the strings you heard before. It says something else in a lower pitch.
Listen.
Do you smell?
Don't say that. That's mean. I shower all the time. I don't want to say things to it because it'll run away. I have to approach it carefully. That's the only option. Lena would be proud.
Slowly, with your breath held, you take 2 small steps toward the phasmid. The creature lets out a series of ultrasonic clicks that swarm around your head like swallows.
I mean, this is how you get ultra-murdered? If the ending for Harry was get eaten by the Insulindian phasmid, Jesus, what a weird way to go.
Like laughter, a sort of happiness. Hissing and clicking, it extends its mandible-like antennae to greet you. You're right below.
Are we
it
friends?
Now, looking up at the colossal chitin of its white limbs.
The limbs
head
don't look
of the
that
creature
way.
is crowned by reeds, and its eyes are like small droplets of water.
Its limbs kind of look the same shade as the reeds, like bamboo colored. Maybe they're slightly lighter. Whisper, okay, Kim, take the picture. Oh, yeah. Wait, the picture will scare it away, though.
The insect stops its stridulation.
You can't stop
seeming
telling
to
me what
observe
to
you.
do in chat, can
Below
you?
its crown of reeds, little pinprick eyes detect motion, glittering.
You gotta hold it
The
in,
world
please,
stands
for my
still
sake. I
around you.
appreciate it if you would not direct me so much.
Suddenly, there is silence. No, stop. Be afraid.
Should I be afraid? Half-light? I don't like half-light. You mostly tell me the worst thing, so I'll raise the other hand.
As you do, the invertebrate comes to life, its limbs moving independent of each other, as if each has a mind of its own. They are white, like stalks of porcelain, knitting above you,
You love porcelain in this world, don't you?
praying to you.
That's right, pray. Don't pray to me, I'm nothing. Put your hands down instead.
Sets of complex eyes follow you, droplets of dew on either side of the head.
Hello, I'm Harry. I don't really know who I am.
No reply. A total ancient silence comes from its mouth, along with what appears to be some kind of
Ooh, foam.
The stridulations of its limbs continue all around you.
Stridulations, good word. Do you like tippy toes? Can I do tippy toes?
You were right. Little bubbles form on the mouth parts of the creature, on its segmented lower lip. It looks to be foaming, slowly.
Oh
The
no, it's got
foam is
rabies.
white, then yellowish. The faintest smell, like you've never felt before. Like burnt roses.
I'm gonna try not to say anything, because I feel like sound is gonna send it away.
The invertebrate stops, raising its scythe-like arms and tilting its tiny head, formed from the fused plates around its mouth. For a second, the effigy is frozen. Then it nudges back into motion with a click.
Tell me, what are you doing? Spoke to the hanged man, did not give up on the phasmid, knows of parthenogenesis. It's a white check, which tells me it's not gonna run away if I fail it, which, Jesus Christ if I fail it, but you know, I could.
I exist.
You have a voice? I have to say goodbye now, I have no more thoughts, that was all. I exist too.
Tell me what it's like for you.
I'm ill.
What is your illness?
In my heart, for me it's sadness, input after input.
For me, it is not like that. I have states, not the emotions. For example, I experience excitement at unexpected sugar rewards. But that is not important.
Oh, you like sugar rewards. That's sweet.
Now I will tell you how it is for me. For me, it is a series of half-lit images. A kind of darkness being intruded upon. Transient, dim, moist.
Do you need cigarettes? Or alcohol? Or more? Intruded upon by what?
Shapes of plants and animals. And internal sensations. A swarm of sounds. Tiny vibrations on the inside of my forearms. All speak of complexities totally beyond my understanding.
Please explain why you ignored the locusts I gave you. Did you not like them? Were they not sweet enough?
I am at the end of a narrow funnel.
Oh.
Weightless. So light. It only feels like something to be me. In truth, perhaps I'm nothing. I certainly do not have a soul. And if I did, it would never ache.
Number 3, the fuck is happening to me right now? I'm glad to be me, an incredibly sensitive instrument. You're the type of animal I'd like to be. The grass is always greener, isn't it, Harry? We always think we want escape from suffering, but then when we find out we don't have the means to have the capacity for suffering, well, maybe that's not really as good. I'm feeling like none of these are really the right answer, but I guess I'll say I'm glad to be me, even though I'm not in some ways.
Few of us can begin to imagine the horror of you. With all of creation reflected in your forebrain. It must be like the highest of hells, a kaleidoscope of fire and writhing glass. Eternal damnation.
I thought it was, oh, they said something else at the time. Was it like the chains in the water or something squeaking, that I didn't think it was to attribute to this. Obviously. I figured there was a naturalistic explanation.
Even when you're sleeping, and when you wake, you carry it around on your neck, with eyes open that cannot help but swallow more behind the mirror. I feel great, mute empathy for you.
It was very disorienting at first, but I'm keeping my shit together. Why are you looking for validation from this Insulindian phasmid?
That must be incredibly hard. The Arthropods are in silent and meaningless awe of you. Know that we're watching. When you're tired, when the vision spins out of control, the insects
Really?
will be looking on, rooting for you.
You think the insects are rooting for me? I think you're very optimistic. I'm not sure the insects particularly care what I'm doing. But that's very kind, thank you.
And when you fall, we will come to raise you up. Bud from you, banner-like, blossom from you and carry you apart in a sky funeral, in honor of your passing. But not me, because I'm just a leaf eater.
Why are you so cute? It's like, you're like an Adventure Time character, the way you're speaking. Like BMO or something. Is it us? Have we judged insects entirely wrong and they're actually all compassionate creatures and we've just decided that they're just sort of here, passively?
Detective.
Detective.
Arriving. On the scene.
Is this a dream? Is any of this real? I'm a detective.
So am I. I was born to detect sucrose rewards
All right.
and semiochemicals. What were you born to detect?
It kind of that, but like in a more complicated way, I guess. Yeah, I'll just say also
I
that.
can also detect pheromones. The ones on you tell me that you are not with me, and that I will benefit from your closeness. In short, I love you.
I love you. I didn't expect to feel loved by this cryptid. That's very sweet. Is this a dream?
No, you are awake. I am real. Light is forming me. This is real.
It's pronounced real. Do you have any money? That's the perfect question. Harry, can you give me some money? How do you feel about Mazovian socioeconomics? Where does this come from, all of this?
Not even the birds know that.
Not even the birds?
Not even the water lily.
Have you asked the pheasant? Or the grackle? The sweet piping plover? We need to know. Perhaps it's sent to us by a god, then all we can do is beat our fists against it day after day with no answer. Yeah, I think it's probably that.
You can also eat it.
Oh.
If it's a leaf, you can put it in your mouth. Yum yum.
Yum
or
yum.
Read.
Why are you so cute?
Wait, so...
So, you look like a reed and you eat reeds.
Yes, they don't mind.
Oh. Have you accidentally eaten another reed phasmid?
Yes, I once cloned myself and ate the little ones. It was winter, and I woke up at the wrong time. It was an accident.
Oh. That's sad. What exactly are you?
I am an unknown species of the order Phantasmodia, endemic to the Insulandian Insula. For the last 350 years, I have hidden in plain sight, masquerading as the reeds, molting, cloning myself, unfolding at night to play with trash cans and boys.
Did you take the passport? You know about buoys. Oh my god, the phasmid has the passport.
It may have unknown, dangerous biochemical characteristics that help it maintain its camouflage.
Oh, do you emit some sort of a pheromone that, like, causes us to want not to go to a place? Subconsciously, that we just sort of stay away? Because that would kind of map. Also, pretty fitting that we find you in the same place as the guy who goes on the island where nobody wants to go.
No one unnoticed by the first settlers and the land surveyors of the suzerain. Also, by the soldiers of the revolution and the officials of the occupation. Even the Samanese islanders who came here first, but did not stay, have not seen me.
I don't know if this is a silly thing to say, but I don't feel like I've ever seen a creature shaped just like that before in anything. I know it's just an extension of a stick bug with some, like, praying mantis-y aspects to it. But it's so elongated and so, like, over the top in its shape that I just genuinely don't think I've hardly seen anything like that. It's too slender and too pokey and long. It really would make me shit myself if I saw that.
I have stayed hidden through full forms of government and two
Really?
scientific revolutions until I was accidentally discovered by a detective of the city's militia in Rebelshaw, district of Martinez, March 51.
How are you so articulate and your vocabulary is really robust? Are you poisonous?
Yes, I do not have a starter display, so I use a neurodegenerative element to aid in camouflage. Do not worry.
Ah.
It is only destructive over long
Oh.
periods of time.
Is that what's happened to our friend there? He's been in the presence of your neurodegenerative alimony. Alamo. So it's not exactly dementia, or if it is, it's dementia onset through this. He got stick bugged. Okay.
The deserter. He's been here for a long time.
That's insane. I don't know what it would say to that, but I guess we'll see.
No, you are.
Oh.
The moral of our encounter is, I am a relatively medium life form, while it is you who are a total extreme madness. A volatile simian nerve system ominously new to the planet.
We are volatile, aren't we?
The Pale too came with you. No one remembers it before you. The Nidarians do not. The radially symmetrics do not. There is an almost unanimous agreement between the birds and the plants.
Who are the radial symmetrics? Are those stones? Starfish? Jellyfish? Starfish, okay. This is a number of things you could consider to be radially symmetrical, but... Interesting. So the Pale is human-made. Oh, the Synedarians are the jelly... Right, thank you.
It is a nervous shadow cast into the world by you.
I don't speak biologist. I wish I did.
A great, unnatural territory. Its advent coincides with the arrival of the human mind.
I don't have that kind of
You're
power.
a violent and irrepressible miracle. The vacuum of cosmos and the stars burning in it are afraid of you. Give me enough time, you will wipe us all out and replace us with nothing. Just by accident.
Why speak to me? And not your man over here? How?
We suspect it will be something like the oxygen holocaust that wiped out anaerobic life 2.6 billion years ago, when organisms first started breathing. Only much worse.
Instead of air, you exhale thoughts. There are no trees that eat thoughts.
Worse how?
Everything your eyes touch goes back there, behind the nose mirror. What if you blink? Are we still here? Please don't blink. What if he misplaces us all one day, or just forget?
The only thing that bothers me about this interaction is it's really playing into our human need to feel special. And although we are special in some ways, I don't like how special it's making us here. I will be extra careful not to blink, don't worry.
Please be. Or one day, one of you will close your eyes and sigh, and open them to see that none of this ever existed.
Kim, am I having a violent epileptic seizure?
It doesn't look like that, no.
What does it look like?
You're just staring at it.
I think I'm having a vision about the final fate of mankind.
Is it somehow related to the case?
Sort of. The case is meaningless compared to this. Laugh nervously. I have totally transcended the case.
I think we should take the picture, and then you should back away from the unstudied species.
I have to say goodbye now. I have no more thoughts. That was all.
No, there is one more.
Of all the creatures I've met, you are the kindest. Except for maybe the kind green ape? That's such a good juxtaposition, because it is genuinely terrifying to look at, but it is also so kind that it makes it almost beautiful as a result, which is such a strange feeling. Kim's very kind as well, yeah.
Thank you. I also have one more thing to say to you. That woman, turn from the ruin. Turn and go forward. Do it.
Do it for the working class! Oh, you had to say it, huh? What the hell does the Insulindian Phasmid care about the working class? He's... The insect is talking about my ex? Right?
You cannot
What woman?
Behind you, he smells of fires. So awfully far you were prepared to go in her presence. And it.
I'll try.
She was middle class. It doesn't take a 3-meter stick insect to tell you that.
What? Oh, they had to put a little joke at the end. Alright. Take the picture.
Okay.
With a slow ring of metal, the lieutenant slides the lens open and raises it to eye level.
There is no change in the insect's motion while it's being aimed by the camera. It remains fixated on you.
In 3. If it moves, you jump back. I'll shoot. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
The shrill flash of the camera
Oh
cuts
my
the
god.
air like the blade of a sword. The
What an
phasmid
insane
freezes in
image
its
that
bright
is.
light. Head turned toward the lieutenant, hypnotized by the flash. It stands frozen before you.
Can you imagine something like that was actually real and someone took a photo now? It would just immediately be just dismissed as nonsense.
I got it.
You hear the lieutenant whisper as the creature shape develops onto photo paper in his hand, a polychrome ghost of white streaks against the reeds in the sky, and you as a shadow before it. I don't know what parts of it likes to be touched on. The scythe-like forearm. Whiskers are very sensitive.
The limb before you is incredibly light, like eggshell. It's much lighter than a reed. You feel a soft push could tip the creature over. Its hollow exoskeleton collapsing.
That somehow makes it creepier that it could collapse like that.
Warning!
Alright, pull your hand away then.
A sudden shiver passes the limb. Looks like the creature is awakening, wave by wave from its stupor. Some sort of countdown process is happening. That's all you have time to think.
Touch the whisker.
The antennae hang from a great height. With your hand shaking, you barely touch the tip of the left whisker. On contact, the chitin curls into a spiral, like the tip of a poison ivy. Its touch on your fingertip feels cold, ticklish.
Be careful, detective. It's moving.
We got it.
Another shudder pulses through the creature's limbs. It jolts back to life. like a record continuing where it left off, in a swaying, praying motion. Even the small black pearls of its eyes do not stray from you.
Disengage slowly.
As you're turning away, the phasmid mirrors your movements, stepping on the water, the long limbs carrying its feather weight without breaking its surface.
Oh my god, it's a water boatman too? It can spread its mass out far enough that it doesn't sink?
And just like that, it's gone, skating away across the sea's calm mirror like a skipping stone, leaving nothing but circles on the water. And something under it, in the place it stood, bobbing there, among the reeds, a collection of items.
Well, I wanted to see it as well, so it's not like a matter of saying, are you happy you save scummed? I did want to see it, it's just I also wanted to commit to going through the game in the way that it presented itself. But yeah, I did want to see that for sure. It was very cool. So it's giving me a selection of items now.
It's gone.
It can walk on water?
Apparently, yes. Like a water strider. Only, I've never seen anything like that in my life.
Phasmid limited edition loot crate. What's that in the reeds?
Looks like a nest of some sort. We should have a look.
Alright.
What now?
Oh, this guy's sitting here the whole time going, what the fuck is going on? The old man behind you repeats suddenly. He puts his hand in the ash. It's dirty and black.
Some kind of strange, semi-catatonic state.
Did it, like, pause him while we had this interaction? Or was there, like, a high concentration of whatever gave him dementia, and that put him in that state?
Our suspect is not looking so good. We need to check on him.
Maybe he's more vulnerable to it now. Oh, there it is. The passport. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Was that Rude's gear there? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. This monstrous-looking, bug-eyed ceramic helmet was in the Phasmid's nest. It still has some reeds sticking out of it, and it smells of seawater, but it's otherwise wearable, if not exactly comfortable. Putting it on feels scary somehow. Why does the rifle scope have a price tag? Because everything has a price tag, right? It's just if you wanted to pawn it. A common 30mm sniper scope attachable to almost any bolt-action 4.46 caliber. Uses an older-style non-dotted range-finding reticle. Seaweed is still stuck on the lens, and it's suffered water damage from its time in the Phasmid's dowry. This well-traveled passport with visa stamped on it is issued by the Republic of Aranya. You found it in the Phasmid's nest on the island. You can open it for more details.
This passport, issued by the Sovereign Republic of Oranje, is issued to a black-haired woman called Katarzyna Alazier.
Alazier. Did we hear that name before? I feel like I heard that name before.
Classia's hidden documents.
Yeah.
From the MT boy.
Look at the photo.
It's Clausia, with short black hair and glasses. She looks boyish.
I just can't remember if we got her to tell us what it was in the dialogue. I think she might have said that before, and we just needed that to prove she was being honest, but we couldn't find it because it was here. No, I thought we had heard it, actually. She did, yeah.
An old photo, before life came and did what it does.
I'm a little surprised that it didn't show us the photo, actually. I thought that would have been, you know, in their purview. What was this doing in the Phasmid's nest?
Maybe our man, Mr. Dross, took it from Classia's, or whatever her name was. Hiding place, or...
I think the Phasmid took it.
Like a magpie?
Yeah.
What a coincidence.
They said
Then
it liked
would
to play
also
with the
have
buoys.
collected the other objects, which would be highly unusual. I can see how the helmet could wash up on the island, and the scope. Maybe Mr. Dross lost it, but to seek this out would be very unusual behavior for an arthropod.
I don't know.
Would it? Maybe it was simply curious.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it was curious like an
An
octopus.
octopus belongs to a very different class.
Oh.
It's not even an insect. It's
Well, I know
a mouse.
that.
But yes, I see your point.
Alright, it says...
She said it would be
that.
for Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Oh.
Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Yeah, that's not the name at all. Why did I think I'd heard that then? Katarzyna Alonzier.
Katarzyna Alazia was supposed to be
Alazia.
her real name, where Clausia comes from. Remember? God damn it.
Supposed to be her real name. She lied to us. Maybe this is her real passport, not a fake, because this is her real name.
No, she lied to us.
Oh.
Her so-called real name was not her real name. Somehow she's managed to lie to us about that too.
So her real name is...
I don't know. But it's not Katarzyna Alazia, or Klasia, or Anouk Meyer-Smith.
Oh my god, that's too many.
We didn't even scratch the surface with her, detective. Perhaps it's better that we didn't arrest her. Who knows what hell she'd be raising in my district by now.
Alright. So that's the passport investigated. Phasmid's gone. Check up on the deserter now. Oh. Very odd that they've structured it like that, but I guess because he's feeling the effects of his dementia. Man, there was
What is it?
quite a bit more
What
left
do you
than I
want
thought there
from
was.
me? I can't go.
Something is very wrong with him now.
Sir, how could you not see the Phasmid?
See.
Wait, how the hell does this go if you don't get the Phasmid moment? He stares at the reeds and falls silent.
Mr. Dross?
The man does not respond.
Is he just gonna die now?
Staring, black eyes glazed over and bulging from their sockets. His gap-toothed mouth shaking. With fear and longing.
Touch his shoulder gently.
The plastic cape feels coarse. A light shiver passes the man. Other than that, no reaction. He feels small and frail.
He's going into some kind of psychomotor immobility. The good news is, this solves our transportation problem, doesn't it, Mr. Dross?
The trembling mouth appears to sigh.
Between this and the broken tire he's used for a boat, I think it's safe to leave him here, while we go and get help. It will need to be medical first, I'm afraid.
What happened?
Old age and shock.
I think it's the Phasmid.
Yes, the arrest and the appearance of the Phasmid, the combined stress. But you think it's something more than that, don't you?
But yeah, again, we said that the long-term exposure to that pheromone probably is what was eating away at his brain over a long period of time, and maybe it was a high concentration of that and he couldn't take anymore.
There's much more.
Oh.
Remember what it said when it spoke? Quite a few things about that health check you did on him make sense now.
He couldn't see it, Kim. It's just the reads for him. Before, when I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated. It's definitely toxic, the Phasmid. It told me it is. Yeah, that one.
Told you? Yes, good. During your long staring match. I understand.
I mean, I would stare at it for a long time, too. When I evaluated his state, he seemed strangely animated.
He was energetic and articulate. After all these years alone, with little hygiene or medication, I would expect worse.
Oh. Oh, is it the opposite? Was it actually feeding him with energy somehow? I know that's ridiculous terms to use, but... So now that it's away from him, it's actually revealing who he actually is.
It does not seem to be animated now it's left. Honestly, I'm ready to believe anything at this point.
My goodness.
Maybe it is psychoactive. I mean, why not? It's 3 meters tall.
He takes off his glasses and cleans them. When he puts them back on, he's still staring at the sea. Is there anything about the Phasmid in the child who saw its story that corresponds with this? I guess it would have been the same for us, right? It's the first exposure to it, so there wouldn't have been any long-term effects. Yeah, he couldn't see it.
That could be part of the shock. But you're right, something is off here. Mr. Dross.
No response.
Maybe this is how the Phasmid stayed hidden all these years.
Then how did we see it? Oh, you mean, whatever does this, does it over time? Teenagers, kids, drunks, sightings are brief, and hence not credible. But anyone who spends a long time with it...
You forget it's there.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Dross, have you ever seen a stick insect pretending to be the reeds? The doctors will have to look at this. I hope your station has better medical personnel than 57. This is a little advanced for a nurse.
He's been here for a long time. Who knows how much of it... Who knows how much of it in his... is... What the fuck? I can't read. Who knows how much of it in its company? I don't think I expected the sentence to go that way, and that just confused me.
When it finally came to arresting
I
him,
also got
like
stick bug.
He didn't want to leave this place, and the insect maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I have absolutely forgotten to take notes.
Yeah,
I hope
why.
I remember all of this. This will be one hell of a report. Thank God we have the photo.
No one would believe you without it.
We found some things in the Phasmid's nest, Mr. Dross.
He stares into the reeds. Your words don't stir anything in him. Perhaps you should.
Show him the ceramic helmet.
Nothing. Just dull staring. Not even rage left. Where the last embers have gone out. The war is over.
If Kuno kicked it into the sea, as he said he did, the ebb would put it back here. This makes sense. Mr. Dross could have picked it up. Or the Phasmid even.
Alright,
If
it wasn't
did,
Rude's
this is
one, it was just
incredible.
the helmet off the suit of armor. Show him the detached scope, I bet he'll like that.
I lost.
He turns his eyes to it. You lost it, Mr. Dross.
He turns his eyes to the reeds again, as he's done so many times. Beige and white stripes.
Okay, so it sounds like maybe he knows this thing is there, but he didn't have the ability to talk about it or something?
He lost the scope. Then it somehow made its way over there. With the help of a magpie Phasmid. This sight is a T9, Mr. Dross. Was it attached to the rifle when you made the shot?
Silence. Not even a sigh. You've gotten all you will out of this poor being. No reaction. His breathing is slow, and he appears very old all of a sudden. Around 80. This is an old man, at last. No longer a tin soldier, but the broken down remains of a man.
Did you take this passport and other papers from a boy on the coast?
The spirit.
Spirit?
He hears us. The spirit?
Is that what we're calling it?
No reply. He's gone again.
Try something else? We got him back for a moment.
Alright, I'm gonna let you rest now.
The plastic cape flaps around his face in a gust of wind. His back is slouched and his mouth open. The blacks of his eyes are receding. His pupils are returning to normal.
Hang tight.
We should think about getting back to the mainland. To get help. He'll be safe here. If we don't take too long.
Use the boat to return to the mainland. That was very wild. Is there any reason to check anywhere else on the island? So if the Phasmid did something to him, by laws of association, the Phasmid caused the Hanged Man. Huh. Didn't think about it that way. But we don't know, though, that, like, those parts of it were influenced. I don't think it changed his political ideology or the reason he was on the island in the first place. Maybe it affected his mood swings, and maybe that part of the jealousy or part of it... I mean, it could have been from the isolation just as well. It's quite hard to say. He said the spirit, so I think he was possessed by the specter of communism. Oh. I thought we wouldn't have enough fuel to go back and forth again.
The skiff is swaying on the waves by the dock.
Also, did you even tie the boat up? It looks like you just left it there. It would have just floated off. Hey, Suinator, thanks very much for the 94 months of Twitch Prime. Glad to have you back again. Said, love this game. It was a real trip. I concur.
We are done here.
Thank you as well, Freezing Grip, for your 16 months. Looks like we're done here. He says, adjusting his glasses as he looks out over the water. I thought I was, like, actually having a medical problem for a second because I couldn't read that sentence properly, and I think it just was not the way I was expecting the sentence to end, and my brain just glitched out. And also, I'm very hungry, so I think probably that played a role.
The skiff rocks gently under your weight as you get in.
Though.
The ride back is uneventful and quiet. But for the sound of conversation on the water, there is someone inland waiting for you. Two men and a woman stand on a concrete square of a nameless village, looking at a small yellow boat as it draws closer. The sea is calm.
Thank you, Hippoopoo, for your kind community gift sub to add more coffee. I appreciate that.
You reach the jetty and climb out of the skiff.
Jetty and forgetty. Oh my gosh. Sarsum33, thank you as well for the Twitch Prime for 4 months. Okay, we're back.
Look what the tide brought in.
Oh, it's you. Says the man without sunglasses. Suddenly his expression changes and he tilts his head.
Harry, you're bleeding all over the place. You're half dead.
I still think he looks like a slightly more haggard Tom Green.
Whatever this is, it is completely unimportant compared to what you've just seen.
So not only did they not leave us hanging on the Phasmid thing, it's like a central plot point.
This is the man with sunglasses from the Whirling in Rags. But where are his sunglasses?
Where are his sunglasses? Wait, you're the man with the sunglasses.
That's right. And you're bleeding.
Oh. No one else seems bothered by the bleeding.
Bothered by it? Harry, you look like you need a fucking
Thank you.
organ transplant.
Balmunction just gifted 5 community gift subs to Negative Space, Feudal Revenge, Barry Harvey Jarvis, Bart Harvey Harley Jarvis, Stormlight Enjoyer, and Mr. Implicit. Thank you so much for your generous contributions there, Felmunction. I appreciate it.
Oh, fuck it. Let's not get into that.
Alright, forget about all this. There's a giant...
We're not forgetting about anything.
Oh.
Look at you.
He points at you with both hands. Who are you people?
Hello. Trent Heilerstein.
Oh.
I believe we've met on several occasions.
Yeah, I remember you, Trent.
I'm your goddamn partner, Jean Vicomar, and this is your special task force. Or what's left of it. Special Consultant Trent Heilerstam, Battle Officer Judith Minot.
Hi.
Hi.
We've come to scrape what's left of you off the pavement.
Lieutenant Kim Kisuragi, Prison 57. We've just come from the island, where our investigation led us.
The scene is making even him feel as though he has to justify your actions.
We might need your help with something later.
He had suddenly regaining his confidence.
As if he recalled that he's in fact a decorated police lieutenant and not a naughty boy.
Naughty boy.
But this is clearly a departmental matter, so I'm going to leave you to discuss it among yourselves.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
It's good to meet you, Lieutenant Kitsuhagi.
She says warmly, flashing the lieutenant the tiniest of smiles.
Letting the lieutenant know he shouldn't feel embarrassed over the shitstorm that's about to befall you.
What is this about?
Ari, we want to help you. Trent, I believe this is where you come in?
This is the horse-faced woman. I don't know why you named her that, but it was beyond idiotic. You should never address her using those words again.
Well done. Character growth?
I don't quite know what I'm doing here. I was asked to participate as an expert. I think I need to manage your expectations a little. I'm at best an enthusiast in cognitive science. My background is in something else entirely. I engage in neurology on a merely theoretical level. In fact, I should probably get going.
No, Trent, it's too late. You're part of the shit now.
Get wrecked, Trent.
What have you got to
You're
say
in.
for yourself, shit kid?
Shit kid. Oh, that's such a good insult to use on online video games. Shit kid.
What does he have to say for himself? He left you to catch the bullets. Shit kid. What an interesting moniker.
Are we, like, about to see credits, or is this gonna keep going for another hour? Because I genuinely need to eat some food pretty soon, and this is just gonna go on, it seems like. What's a shit kid?
Shit kid?
Yeah.
That's you.
Oh, game never ends. Okay. This is the last dialogue tree.
Maybe you've deserved it.
How did you know I was here?
The cafeteria manager you fucked over told us where you went.
Oh, I really need a stretch. My lower back's killing me. This is why I can't do 8-hour streams much anymore. Really too old for that shit now. I saved his establishment and he still betrays me. No, turned to face the general direction of the whirling and yelled, "Damn you, cafeteria manager, you betrayed me for the last time." I understand. Okay, Garch told you.
And people on the street helped us too, with your whereabouts.
You're a legend among the drunks, Harry.
Oh.
A legendary local drunk.
You aren't the man with sunglasses at all. You're not even blonde.
Guilty as charged. I heard you'd lost your mind and your memory. I wanted to see if it was true.
He exchanges a look with a special consultant.
And it was. Good work, Harry. You're insane now. There's one less
You're
person for
insane
me
now, Harry.
and everyone else to rely on.
He was too sarcastic for you to realize who he was.
Maybe if you hadn't been so sarcastic, I would have realized I knew you.
I'm clinically depressed, Harry. Sorry if I wasn't in the mood to batter you up after you told us to fuck off.
Yeah. Okay, I had that coming.
What coming? Not recognizing people you work with every day. Brain damage.
Nod to the female officer. I'm sorry I didn't recognize you before.
It's okay. I didn't come here to gloat or to fool you. Neither did he, actually. We're just worried.
Oh. So all of the stuff about being left by the department was really just his paranoia? And they don't actually hate him or are forming a conspiracy against him? I just unlocked that. Apparently that's a kitty? I thought it was a rabbit. Some kind of purple thing.
That's right. Worried. I'm always worried about you. Every time you don't show up to work, or when you do but stink. You're a worry fest. She's worried about you. I'm worried about you. Even Special Consultant Backpedal is worried about you. Everyone worries instead of working.
So Trant Heidelstamm turns out to be Special Consultant Trant Heidelstamm.
Yes, I'm Trant Heidelstamm.
Oh, right.
I never said I wasn't Trant Heidelstamm.
Have you been to the Wompty Dompty Dom Center recently? What's up with the kid then?
Mikhail? Mikhail is my son.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No problem.
So, what are you, special consulting here?
What indeed? I was asked to share my take on some of the more obscure theories developed in Königstein in the 30s, like partial psychotraumatic amnesia, group personality theory.
Okay.
He's here to see if you're insane. He's smart. Let's move on.
Yeah, what about someone with what looks like dementia, but they've actually been sort of psychologically poisoned by a giant stick bug? Do you have anything for that? Duped again.
Hey, here's a brilliant idea. Don't be a morbid drunk and you won't be duped so easily.
Okay. Gardener, scab leader, this. Turn to lieutenant. Tell me at least you are who you said you were. Yeah, no, that's fine.
No. Everyone's just a brilliant master of disguises.
You mentioned a task force.
Yeah. Major Crimes Unit. Under Lieutenant Dubois and Vicomar. Ring any bells?
Yeah, who else is in it?
Refresh your memory? It's a goddamn Major Crimes Unit. There's you, me, Jude
Trent.
fucking Heidelstamm, and Guillaume Baby.
I think they just really like saying Trent Heidelstamm, which I don't blame them, it's great.
I'm technically just a civilian advisor.
But you have a great smile, Trent.
Oh, fuck you. You're part of this shit show.
Okay, first, who's Guillaume Bevy?
Oh, that's an interesting story, actually. Guillaume Bevy is a police reporter who joined our team. He was really good. Then he left because he lost faith in your ability to lead the unit. Other people have left too. Good, smart people. People we won't get back. Only me and this really patient patrol officer are still here. And Tron because I'm forcing him to stay.
Stupid desk mat keeps hooking the ends of the chair.
It's a major crimes unit. We clear the desk of cases so Precinct 41 doesn't look like the worst station in town. We are shit tier now, Harry.
We're shit tier now. Holy shit. I'm coming unhinged. Oh my god! As I picked it up, it rolled back over the thing and then lifted up, so now the chair is stuck again. I'm gonna lose my mind.
They're your posse, or what remains of it. Hand-picked, hand-lost.
The 41st isn't...
Where have you been all this time? There was a mercenary tribunal.
God damn it, Harry.
He shifts his weight, crosses his arms, and looks you in the eye.
You told us to fuck off. You said we're cramping your style. Your detective god. Fuck everything. All will burn. Detect or die.
He did say that, didn't he? So you let me face a squad of trained killers alone just to teach me a lesson.
It wasn't like that.
Oh.
Fuck you, Harry. We didn't know there was gonna be a tribunal, did we?
Yeah, I guess I wasn't allowed to talk to you because Joyce. All will burn, Satellite Officer Vic Mayer. Make no mistake about it. Why would you have a literal police god? I said all those things. I'm not like that anymore.
Yes. You're sorry.
Yeah.
You're the sorriest cop who ever lived. Nothing has changed, Harry. I've heard this repentance shit a million times over.
Well, now it's repentance plus. None of this is ringing any bells.
The bells aren't ringing because you have brain damage.
Yeah.
Trant, this is where you come in. How bad is it?
Well, he doesn't have visible tremors, he talks without slurring, he can drive a boat, he's standing.
Kim drove.
Reasoning. All good signs, but complete retrograde amnesia. Episodic and semantic.
Meaning, you forgot both who you are and the definitions of money, Isola, hell, and so on.
As displayed in a station call, our interactions with him, and I don't want to be a snitch, but also mine with him before when Harry did not seem to know who I was. It's all very interesting.
Interesting?
Yes, interesting. I have my theories, but I would like to hear Harry's thoughts first. Harry, what do you think happened to you? Neurologically, psychologically, and why not socioeconomically?
Might have something to do with an anomaly in the church, a 2mm hole in the world. Something so sad happened to me that I couldn't be me anymore. It was a defense mechanism. I think I buy that a bit more. It could be a combination of things. Flashpoint. He drank too much. He was too sad. That caused him to drink too much. A hole in the world is opening in the church. All of it all adds up. Maybe. I'm gonna go with the so sad one.
Psychotraumatic amnesia, Trant? I can go for that. Shit kid is a broken man. Always has been. Who isn't? I know I am. But you know what? I keep my shit together. Also, I know a person can't wipe their own mind, however traumatic it gets. That doesn't happen. You're lying, or insane, or both.
But Detective Vigmer, he has blanked out before. Yes, a couple of times. After some of the more serious benders. One was after the two drunks case, the other when we looked into that mural.
The two cases in your ledger, the unsolvable case and the Next World mural, those were recent. Those cases were hard on you.
Interesting. So at first he dipped his toes into it, prepared. That's where he would have gotten the idea, yes. Practice. And then he used alcohol to get there, so to speak.
What do you mean?
Well, here's my theory. What if this is an absolutely normal reaction to the world we're living in? What if this is not a significant anomaly at all? Something to be explained, approached as a defect? Look at the sensory input here.
I've had this thought before. I hope this isn't the conclusion they're coming to. Like, what if it's perfectly rational for people to be depressed in a certain scenario that we're all experiencing en masse? Might account for spiking levels of depression. I don't know. Maybe it's just really hard to keep your shit together when the world's falling to shit. But also people have thought that over and over again and somehow seem to pull out the other end, so... I don't really mean to normalize it either. I don't really know.
Look at the ruins, the neon. Listen to the radio, the multitudes, the people. Live here for 40 years. As a police detective, he's like a magnetic reader on the world tape, to borrow a known metaphor. Harry's been pushed flat against it. Total input. Hardwired to the free market. He just needed for its end.
Okay, Trent, thank you. That's absolutely meaningless. I'm glad we brought you. Will he or will he not be able to work in the major crimes unit? Is he a cretin now? I want to know that.
He's not a cretin, and he is able to do work. If not in his previous leadership role, then as a line detective.
Fuck all of you, I don't want to be in your unit. Line detective is good for now.
I misphrased my question. It should have been, is he able to put his clothes on and use the body? Or do we need to get him on a disability pension?
What now?
Now, nothing. Now we're just going to stand here.
Just stand there?
Yeah. Just stand there. It's cool.
Really?
No.
Oh.
Now we discuss that. What the fuck did you do to a motor carriage? Why is it there, Harry?
I thought this was the last dialogue. Hold on, in the ocean. Yeah, no, I did that. It was stolen. That wasn't me. I drove it in the ocean when I was drunk. I thought the killer would be underwater. Tequila Sunset, I also jumped the canal, by the way. I don't know what it's doing there. I'll just go with Tequila Sunset.
Ha ha ha. Ho ho ho. Tequila Sunset. Jump the canal. So funny, Harry. Thank you for fucking me. Thank you for destroying 45,000 real of police property that's coming out of my payslip. You know that, right? You're gonna get fired, and I'm gonna pay till I die. It doesn't matter. Your badge, Harry. Show me your badge.
Yep. Got it.
In a rush to demonstrate your badge, your eager fingers can't sustain a grip on the smooth plastic, and the badge slips out of your hand.
Why? Why is there a 30% skill check to this? I dropped it. It's okay. It's there now.
You juggle the badge for a second, unsuccessfully, and it lands on the ground, some 2 meters away. Ouch! You strained your elbow trying to catch that stupid thing. Damn it.
Is this so you could die at the stupidest point possible?
He found it. He found it, Jean. It's his badge.
Yeah, it's my badge.
And your gun?
I don't have that.
As if having your badge and gun are natural states, not achievements.
I upgraded my gun to a rifle.
Upgraded it? I don't care about your weapon mania, Harry. I only care about your official sidearm, which you lost.
I don't have that.
I knew it. I told you we didn't have it.
This isn't cause for celebration. It's bad.
Showing up with no health and getting soft lock here would be so funny. Yeah, that's one word for it.
Oh, I would say it's very bad. You're drunk like a bum, Harry. Please, put the stolen rifle away before you kill someone.
It's not stolen. I mean, sort of is, but I'm not drunk. I haven't started drinking again.
So you forgot to drink? I don't buy it. Why do you smell like a corpse then?
He's wounded. It's been a long week, and he's handled an actual corpse.
Yeah, I've handled an actual corpse.
I don't believe you. You're drunk. You let a suspect escape, a certain classier, because you were too drunk to assess a flight risk.
I wasn't drunk.
We've read the report, Sari. Lieutenant Kitsuragis. We know.
She's some kind of spy from the Occident, specially trained. Not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue that led us to the island. Okay, I got duped there. She pulled one on me. Yes, to let her go is an act of mercy. That's just a small detail in a huge case. Yeah, I'm gonna say not taking her in was the right thing to do. She gave a vital clue.
Oh, well. If she was nice. I'm not even gonna get into the other suspect, who also escaped. Yeah, Ruby something. Or the fact that you very likely sold your gun for booze. That's peanuts. That's nothing. That's a humorous anecdote. Compared to the 8 people who were gunned down, the streets are literally red with blood, Harry.
Yeah, it wasn't great. I wasn't proud of that either.
He did everything he could. We did everything we could. The company hired and vetted mercenaries. Lieutenant Dubois got between them and the locals.
Here comes the cavalry.
He did so at considerable risk to his person. Remember, he was shot. We stopped an execution, not a negotiation. The loss of life was minimal compared to what it could have been.
It was really bad, though. Like, it really wasn't minimal. It was bad. I also solved the case. It's solved. It was a massacre. We got wiped. Where the hell were you? Firefight is a trivial matter. I'm just sorry. One more sorry for the way out. I also solved the case.
Detective, it's better if I do that.
Oh, okay, sorry.
It's so much better if he does this. 1,000,000 times better.
Thank you for the input, Lieutenant Kitsuragi. I didn't mean to suggest you didn't handle the situation.
He brushes a stray strand of hair out of his eye and
He
coughs.
thinks of apologizing, but decides against it.
You've spent the week with him on this case. What is your take?
On the case?
On Lieutenant Geoffrey Dubois.
Well, the drinking, the gun losing, also losing the badge. That's all true. Although he has not been drinking on the job this week.
See?
Not once.
1 week.
Then there's the self-flagellation issue. He likes to apologize, profusely, making it sound like he's guilty of at least first-degree murder. It's not a good communication strategy for an officer. It's worrying, especially considering his political views. Detective Dubois is, as you may know, a Mazovian socio-economist. He wants to liquidate the ruling class, which, again, for a police officer, is a little odd.
You should yell something.
Nah.
Yes, let's let the big boys talk.
Other still, he is also an ultra-liberal hustler who is always on the grind. How he reconciles these 2 points of view, I do not know. But he is vocal about both of them. And then there's the motor carriage in the sea, something I was not present for. But despite all this, he is a great
How did I
detective,
get to that?
one of the best I have seen, in fact.
Oh, man.
He can talk human beings into telling him everything, and he doesn't stop. In all the time I've spent with him, he has not once stopped pursuing leads, however far-fetched and tangential. He is tireless, madly driven.
What is communist neoliberal? What is that?
Well, except that one time when he stopped to sing karaoke,
Yeah.
which by the way was a valiant effort. He really sang his heart out.
Thank you, Laura. I've taken a few diversions here and there. I think he's being very charitable with his assessment of me right now. Yeah, this is still going on. I thought we were like three hours away from the ending, and it was like another 6.
Yeah, it was what it was.
I did great at karaoke.
Other than that one time, he has tirelessly worked on the case, and he solved it. We have a confession, a murder weapon, and the perpetrator, locked on the island right now, awaiting
Locked.
transportation.
And we discovered a species of alien. Not alien, I'm just saying.
He apprehended a straggler who stayed hidden for 50 years, ever since the revolution.
It's a big
who's
one.
Probably committed other murders over those years.
Yeah.
Oh, and he also discovered a new species.
You got a photo too.
A new species?
A colossal stick insect.
It's a big one, yeah. It's a
was
real
on the
weird
island,
thing.
Camouflaged as the reeds. It unfolded from the reeds.
He doesn't like saying
I
this.
think we may be dealing with the Insulindian phasmid.
Remember, through all of the cryptozoologist stuff, Kim was just like, yeah, you know, please stop doing this. I really hate all of this. None of this is real. And I was like, it's fine, Kim. We're helping them, and if it turns out that we can help them in a meaningful way, it's relatively harmless. All we've got to do is walk over to the beach a few times.
He takes out the photo of the phasmid and
Now look
shows
at
it
us.
to the officers across the yard. The wind blows, flapping the glossy rectangle in his hand.
If my photo blows away, we're all going down.
You hear gasps beneath the howling of the wind.
As you can see,
yeah,
it's about 3 meters tall. In fact, we think it may be the largest land invertebrate ever discovered.
So as you can see, I'm a pretty okay detective and an absolutely giant communist. What a line that is. Should I go with boom shakalaka motherfucker? I'll go with say nothing because I think I've dug my own grave.
Fucking hell is that? Is this somehow connected to the case?
Yeah, kind of actually, because it might have given that guy dementia.
Detective?
Yes, I believe the pheromone it emits may be responsible for the killer's mental degradation.
The old man was not aware of the phasmid's presence. Exhibiting a strange, atypical dementia, he fell into a stupor after its appearance. He became near catatonic.
Kim, I'd just like for you to realize you are also, in some ways, catatonic.
So it is connected.
I must say, this is absolutely extraordinary. I don't even have words for it.
Yes, it really does make it hard to fire the drunk.
His tired eyes follow the photo as the lieutenant puts it away.
This is a very, very sad man who has just seen something that's made him forget his sadness. Now you make your case. Now is the time. Now
Let me go, please. I need dinner. Oh. I also started a nightclub. Also, the phasmid was female, and the reeds are its nest. The killer, Lelionovich Dros, we have a strong motive for him. That's a good one. The previous head of the Debradors Union was assassinated by our killer. There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person I found. I'm gonna do multiple of these, aren't we? The previous head.
This is a conversation for when we are no longer out in the open. In Martinez, where Everard and Edgar Clare have ears everywhere.
Ah, right. Lieutenant lowers his voice just a little.
And eyes, too. Your return from the island must not have gone unnoticed.
Understood, of course.
But a case against Everard would be big.
I would prefer not to partake in anything Union-related, for political neutrality.
The killer, we have a strong motive.
Lilianovich. The revolutionary matronym.
Revolutionary
The custom started in Grad, where they have patronyms. Krasovich, Lasovich, etc. The revolutionaries saw this as a chauvinist atavism, so they used matronyms, derived from the mother's name instead.
Alright.
This man's mother was Lilian. His Lilian's son, Lilianovich. The custom was overturned after the revolution failed, but not before it made it to Revachol.
So, it is what a soldier of the ICM would be called.
Thank you, Trant. Thank you for that piece of cultural theory. You said you have a motive?
Of course, excuse me, I just thought it was noteworthy.
He killed the mercenary in an act of jealousy. He killed the mercenary hoping to start a war between the company and the Union. He killed him in an act of rage induced by the semiochemicals. Actually, not sure if I have a motive. We were going with an act of jealousy, but it's sort of like a couple of things at the same time.
Jealousy? I thought this Lilianovich was an old man, to have been hiding for 50 years, like 70-something.
A strange psychosexual fixation, aggravated possibly by proximity to the phasmid and its chemicals. He himself gave a political reason, said he had killed an enemy combatant. Also, we have ballistics from the gun, matching the bullet found in the dead mercenary's head, and 2 officers on the scene that Mr. Dross confessed to.
It's a clean win.
Oh, it's way more than that.
It's a clean win.
Way more.
Yeah, it could have been a little neater. I did all I could. Every second was a struggle.
I've never doubted you can pull yourself together and work. In bouts. Bouts don't last. I can still smell the booze on the wind.
No, you won't. That's not right. That's not real.
Doesn't it ever leave? It is there.
Oh.
Like in your bones or something. It will pass in time.
There was also a dead man on the boardwalk, a missing person.
Yes. Fallen through a gap in a boardwalk. Drunk.
How'd you know I found him?
The body was transported to Precinct 41, our morgue. I had Tilbrook and Mullins take care of funeral arrangements and family stuff.
You're not the only cop in the world, Harry. This all comes back to us.
Still, good work with the missing person, Detective.
It's still a point for you. No denying it.
I don't think they really care much about the nightclub in the church. Looked into the mystery of the doomed commercial area. They probably care about the drugs.
Who's Kuno?
You don't want to know.
You're right, Lieutenant. I don't. You snorted the drugs, I know you did. It's alright. I'm in. At this point, anything is but the drink.
No? I confiscated it. It's still in my inventory as far as I'm aware. Why do I have so many points? I don't need them anymore. I can't look. The phasmid was female. The reeds are its
Female?
nest.
What makes you think so?
You had to see it. It had the subdued colors of a female. And the nesting behavior too, I think.
Incredible. Were there eggs in the nest?
Not as far as I could see. There were other things there, though.
Yeah, it had gathered items in its nest, a helmetoscope and a passport.
Actually, you know, this would indicate it was a male.
Oh.
This is far from anything in my field, but I think such nests are called bowers. They are for attracting mates.
Okay. Could have been male. I don't know.
Must be robust if it can move a helmet with its limbs.
It's a massive thing. I think it reproduces by parthenogenesis?
As in cloning itself? What makes you think so?
Observation.
Well, then it wouldn't matter if it's a male or female.
There you go.
Our would just be rudimentary behavior from before the parthenogenetic mutation.
That makes sense. Yes.
Very interesting. Such organisms are extremely vulnerable to disease. A single strain of bacteria could wipe out the whole species. We're probably looking at conservation efforts here.
I know it told me so, but I didn't want to tell him that because they think I'm crazy.
In his mind, he's already planning a nature reserve and knows a good guy for that.
I think it emits a chemical that makes it look even more like the reeds.
Yes. That would be a chiromone. A pheromone that's seemingly beneficial to the host. It usually stimulates the affected nervous system. Not a human's, of course, but perhaps a predator's?
Perpetrator seemed intoxicated somehow, like an addict. It's just a hunch, but... well, he also was on pain medication, right? He was down on a bunch of those. I didn't really get into it, though.
There are species of bees that, under the influence of chiromones, take wasp larvae to their hives. And do the same with aphids, thinking they're... Do you think this is how it stayed hidden?
It's so funny, the things that, as I answer these, like, I just think that as a matter of practice, it's the obvious thing to say, and then chat's always, like, totally on a different page. Because I'm sort of role-playing in my head as being Harry, and it's like, you know, I pushed my limit far enough with them, I don't want them to get the idea I'm more crazy or something because I talk to it.
Nothing is off the table. But
yeah, no, you got me, Just Drop. I think a lot of people didn't so much.
The find does not have to be connected to the case.
Yeah.
The case is 100% prosecutable, without any chiromones.
Good.
Of course, Lieutenant. Of course. We should treat the case and the phasmid as completely separate from each other. People are not going to...
appreciate any of this.
They're not going to go for this speculation in the constabulary.
It had mandibles that looked like hair, and it was completely white on the inside.
Yes, but also reed-colored. Beige and brown, a little green on the outside. After unfolding from a single stalk, it still retained parts that looked like reed tufts on its limbs.
Incredible. The PR value of this is exceptional. Carp discovers new species. Maybe even discovers...
You can't even just get through this whole conversation before you start thinking about marketing.
This would really help with some of the problems we've been having.
Absolutely, this is great. This does not say vigilante murderers to me at all. This says science, news, human interest.
Yeah.
You know, it's a really good thing you have that photo.
Please keep the photo, I'm begging you.
Without it.
He shakes his head.
You're doing good here. Perhaps only for a moment.
Oh god, is there gonna be a dice roll to drop the photo and it gets taken away by the wind? And it'll be like a 1% chance that you keep it. I can't. If they do that to me, I can't.
Quit while you're ahead? Or no?
Please. Please don't do that to me. It's not okay. Too much is at stake right now. So, what do you say? You want to take this hot shit back? Point to yourself. I don't think they care about the Doom commercial area.
I don't want to, but you discovered a new species and solved the murder. So I have to. Jude.
Anything that ends the trial is okay with me.
You haven't been drinking, she thinks. So, maybe this time.
I haven't done any drugs. Except for Nosafed, because my health was too low. I had to.
Agreed. The public relations potential of this is too valuable to let go.
Okay. We have vehicles in the square, and the perpetrator needs to be taken into custody. Let's go.
Now you will finally get to know who you are. The man looks westward.
I have a few questions before we go about who I am.
Jingling his car keys in his pocket.
Am I a dirty cop working for La Puta Madre?
No.
No, because the suspects seem to think...
You're too unstable to work for my boss. You're suicidal, Harry. No mob boss would take you.
Oh, I like the decisiveness of that answer. That's great.
I assure you, I wouldn't consult for a corrupt unit.
He would immediately backpedal out of it. I told you it's not that bad.
Well, that's nice. The Phasmid, I need to tell Lena about this. Yes, tell.
Who is Lena?
This is so important.
She lives at 1113 Tabernacle Road in Jamrock. Remember?
A cryptozoologist. She lives in Jamrock on Tabernacle Road. She told me about the Phasmid.
Tabernacle? It's on the way over. Near where you live on Perdition.
Yes! Finally! She looks at Vicmer.
Fine, if we're gonna drop you off anyway.
Oh my god, she's gonna lose her mind.
She and her husband were conducting the search for the Phasmid. It's their discovery, in part.
Kind green ape pen wins.
They should know as soon as possible. It would do you good to deliver some positive news for
Hell
a change.
yeah.
She is going to be over the moon.
She's gonna be over the moon and then over like a couple more planets after, as far as she can go. Tell me about Precinct 41.
Us? We're the bloody murder station, haven't you heard? We're the bad guys. No one likes us.
I like you.
That's not true. Jamrock is too big for one precinct. You are just understaffed. And everyone respects the 41st. You have Captain Price.
And Soap McTavish, right? That's the other guy.
Thank you, Lieutenant. You're being kind.
Oh.
It is an understaffed station and the district is too big, which is why we need to...
He tilts his head northward.
Get back to it. We left Torsen and McLean to run the Sea Wing. It's not good.
Torsen and McLean?
Mac the Torso Torsen and
Torso?
Chester McLean. They're not fit to run a wing.
No.
Believe me.
With a
Things
torso
are
like
shaky
that?
as it is.
They are damn iconic, though. Torsen and McLean.
An iconic duo, I take it.
Yeah, not like us. Two clinically depressed old men. Where's the contrast here? We are garbage.
And Sea-Wing?
God. There are 4 wings, Harry. A, B, C, and D. We're in C. It's made of losers and clock punchers. You and I reconceptualized it as a task force. It was a mistake.
There's also a lot of outside help involved, not only me. Other losers too.
Yay, we're all losers.
He's anything but a loser. Although he would like to be seen as one. It's cooler that way.
And Price?
Ptolemy Price? He's the son of the old Price, one of the founders of the RCM.
He's one of the most highly regarded men in the Force. You're lucky.
Alright.
Somewhere under the curved roof of a former silk factory, shaped like a ladybird with 2 chimneys, Police Captain Ptolemy Price sits behind a heavy wooden desk. Resident medic Nix Gottlieb pours him coffee. It's silent in the captain's office. They speak of change, the city, the tension on the streets. They speak of the events of April and the blood on the streets in May.
Did he recently shoot up a church by any chance?
So he remembers that. Yes, there may have been a raid on some churches. It wasn't good press.
Yeah.
Shooting up churches never is. I was out of town, to be clear.
What happened? Why did we need to go there?
Our enemies were hiding in a church, to the best of our information. That's it. I'm not talking about this anymore. Your security clearance is shit tier right now. You have to wait for it to go up.
He means it. The RCM and its enemies will not be discussed on this coast.
Okay.
Your clearance will not go up while you're within earshot of the Union headquarters.
So I work in the Bloody Murder Station. Conclude.
Okay. It's not the bloody murder station. It's an old converted silk mill with green desk lamps and a coffee corner.
Ooh,
a lot of
coffee
good
corner.
people work there. Hard. Every day.
We got him to break character.
Jamrock is the largest ghetto in Rivershaw. Faubourg, technically, but it's divided into 11 districts. Jamrock only has us.
The press will blow over. Jamrock is lucky to have you, and it's often considered to be the greatest of the districts. You're lucky to have it.
Thank you again, Lieutenant.
Why am I like this?
It's not a mystery. Some chick fucked you over. Also, you were drunk.
Yeah.
You really went with it too. Really maximized the damage.
Some chick who?
Dora something. Dora England. Yeah, you mentioned the name.
Not Dora Dubois.
So we weren't even married.
No one is married anymore. This is Revachol.
When was this?
God, I don't know. 6 years ago? She was way before my time.
6 years and you haven't gotten over it? What the hell is wrong with you?
Okay, 6 years is not that much. It couldn't have been years. 6 years. 3. Let's go with 3. No. Let's not do denial. 6 years.
Yeah. Or 7. You're not doing too good there. It's an old man thing. 2 old years equals 1 normal year. That and Dora Engelund really tore you a new one. A big one.
Who was she?
Incredibly bangable.
Huh?
She was extremely fuckable, Harry. Gorgeous. A gorgeous bourgeois woman. Wayfish. Like a Welkin, basically.
Snow Welkin. Blonde Welkin. Heartbreak Welkin. Pain Welkin.
I've only seen a picture, but it's obvious you formed a real spiritual connection with how pretty she was. One you never recuperated from.
Look, the sun is about to go down. It's time to go.
I think she taught in the Académie des Arts, east of the river. Way east. Hard to say which came first, the middle-class chick or the drink. Egg and the chicken kind of thing. My point is, you need to see a psychiatrist about this shit. Not a psychologist. Several degrees harder. Is there something harder than a psychiatrist? A forensic psychiatrist?
Can you do
Go
that?
talk to that.
In other words, he's heard enough about this.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi, what will you do now?
Well, first I will go back to my station and write the most detailed report anyone has ever seen. It will have to be good to cover all these. Then I will have a serious talk with my captain.
I'm impressed that you still have the gumption and strength within you to commit yourself to writing the most detailed report anyone's ever seen. About what?
Detective, we just stopped a small-scale war. Something is happening to Revachol.
He pulls up his collar and looks around, the cold spring light reflected in the lenses of his glasses.
I don't know what yet, but it's going to be a hard spring for the RCM. We need to get ready, infiltrate, investigate.
Want to do that at Station 41?
Talk to Captain Price? I'd rather not ruffle the feathers of 2 captains with my doom-mongering.
No, I meant investigate. Come work in Precinct 41.
Work with Price? I'm flattered, but I don't know if I...
Would fit in. And crazy enough. Can take the stress. He doesn't know how to finish the sentence. This truly came as a surprise to him. Not a bad one, but he's at a loss.
Flattered? You're Lieutenant Kitsuragi. We would be flattered if you even considered.
I would have to tie things up in GRIH first. But, I mean, whatever is coming, Jamrock will be more central to it than the harbor.
The lieutenant turns very serious all of a sudden.
And we also have a huge caseload, Lieutenant. Piles that we need to get back to. Mountains, even.
Compelling.
I do like the sound of that.
Oh, we recruited him. He returns her smile.
He's really considering it.
Oh, that's sweet. I didn't know if there was a future for us as partners in any capacity, but that's nice. Who am I?
Who are you? You're a gym teacher, Harry. Well, obviously you're not a gym teacher anymore, but...
I know this is very dumb, but if they modded in, or someone could mod in, that he says you're a wizard, Harry, that would really do it for me there. Yeah, there you go. Okay, just drops on it. But before...
Before you were a cop, you were a gym teacher in Coron. It's getting really cold outside. Should we maybe...
Yeah, you're right. You're right. We shouldn't integrate that. It's just a meme, that's all. I was a flagellant monk. A guerrilla soldier / gym teacher.
No, a regular one.
Oh. It does explain a lot.
Harry, it explains everything. The running around, the jumping, the shot put, your inexplicable facial hair.
The collection of found sportswear I've amassed.
Your love of retro-style dance music. How you're able to perform a 360-degree spin kick.
Yeah, that did happen, didn't it? I didn't expect the spin kick.
Also, this guy. Just everything about this guy.
When was this? When was I a gym teacher?
In your 20s or late 20s. You've really let yourself go since then.
You said in Quran. I was a gym teacher there.
Yes, you taught gym in Quran. I believe that's the term.
Quran.
Taught gym at a high school. You were a high school gym teacher.
The smell of sweat and glue. The worn floorboards. Kuro is just east of Jamrock. It was a short walk every morning to the baseball field or the sports building.
It's funny that you don't really need to be particularly physically fit to teach PE. I mean, I know he's in worse shape now than he was then, but I've had pretty out-of-shape people teaching PE.
High school. Harry, your goings-on with Kuno, Andre, Acel, the whole thing on the ice. That's why you are so juvie.
His smirk suggests barely contained laughter.
Okay. Why did I join the RCM then?
The regular. You found some chick. She inspired you to fight the big fight. Be more than you are. All that.
You, every morning, walking from Voyager Road to teach gym. She, leaving for the academy with her spring coat on. The air filled with the smell of smoke and raspberries and incredible hope. An ocean full of hope.
So it's just a simple explanation like that. I was a gym teacher. Okay, I see now.
I knew it. I knew no normal human being can run like that. He's an honest-to-God gym teacher.
That's the last line. I'm ready.
Good.
Oh, okay. She looks at you then, Vikmar.
Fuck it. Let's go. Tron brought his motor carriage. It's a 20-minute drive to Jamrock.
Under the afternoon sky, the great district hums.
It's like some of the most animated I've heard Kim when he's like, yes, that's what it is.
Souls and chimney stacks, fire traps as far as the eye can see. From Main Street to Precinct 41, to Boogie Street, forking into the snow-swept horizon. You close your eyes and hear the dogs bark. A lone woman sits by a factory window, dreaming of meteorite strikes. On Rue de Saint-Jérôme, a square bullet slides into a square-shaped chamber.
Square bullets.
In Old South, a man without eyelids smiles. Spring has come. It's time.
I see why some of you love Shivers.
Dawson? Yes. McLean? Yes. Heidelstein? No. Vicmere? Yes. Dubois? Of course. Really? Nick Gottlieb looks up from the list. I hear he's unstable. You say that like it's a bad thing. Captain Ptolemy Price gestures with a ballpoint pen. It's dim in his office, and the curtains are drawn. Harry's our man. He'll pull through. When he does, he'll side with the people. Understood. Gottlieb returns to the list. Minnow? Of course.
Wonderful. Then can we please just go back to Jamrock now?
I thought he was gonna give him a hug for a second. I was like, oh right, he's been shot. Oh, that's what game it was. Right, there's our writers. Frame those names. Oh, I gotta get rid of the cat. A lot of effort went into that game. Oh, Chris Priestman, I know them. My goodness. I don't think I've ever seen so much writing and vocal performance ever in another video game. I feel like there's still so many other things I'd love to know. I'd love to be able to actually deliver the good news about the creature. I'd love to interact with all the people around town again once more. Feels like the type of game that would really suit letting you just walk freely around Revachol as sort of a... It's not like a new game plus, but it's like a post-credits, you can still move around kind of thing. Just give them one final, like, post-victory state that they go to. I would rather have had, like, a half an hour's less of the final lead-up. But that's me. Yeah, it was fantastic. From the start of the stream, you talked about the menu screen and the angle of the camera. It's actually from the sniper's nest on the island. Yeah, I had a feeling it would be something profound because they didn't just do things in this game. Oh, there it is. There was an interview with one of the devs where they said the cryptozoologist's wife's planned as an alternate partner to Kim, but they couldn't make the game's environments wheelchair accessible, so maybe just as a joke. But I can't help imagining how the Phasmin encounter could have panned out. Yeah, it would have been absolutely incredible, but it still was. I'm finally free to see what other people's experiences of this game might have been, but am I really? Because what if I want to play it again? What can you do? That's a good way of saying it, actually. Piss fart. I should play more great games? Okay, what are great games? Feel free to let me know. I have a suggestion area on my Discord, by the way, if you want to give me ideas. I don't know that there's too many that will really get to this extent of amazingness. This is like, again, a 9.6 out of 10 kind of game. There were a couple of issues here and there, but the vast majority was, like, unbelievably good. RDR2. I am a fan of Red Dead Redemption as well. I have played the original and the sequel a bit, probably like 20 hours on the sequel. I haven't gotten super far into it. But I know if I streamed that, it would not be nearly as have as much interest as this. And I have actually streamed it, I think, in the past. Maybe once. I'd be very surprised if the writing of RDR2 actually lives up to this. Even though I believe they have very capable writers, I think this is like in its own tier. Yeah, I really appreciate it, guys. I have not seen viewership this good in a long time. And that was really encouraging, and I just love playing it too, so it was just like a happy, kind of good vibes cycle. I really do appreciate you all being here and sharing this good time with me. I don't get to have a first experience with this game ever again, so I'm glad that I documented all of it. This will also get put into the playlist, by the way, here on Twitch. I've got a collection. There were a lot of things that I did, what I would say is like, not in an ideal way for this playthrough. There were a lot of outcomes that didn't go the way I wanted, but I mostly tried to stick with what happened and not just pivot to whatever. That's why I was sort of making a little bit of a deal about reloading too much. But, you know, in the end of things, like, I did really, really want to see what happened with the Phasmid, and it seemed like it was a really important facet to the story as well. I thought it was an interesting playthrough that you stuck to Harry trying to restore himself. Yeah. Well, as I said before, I saw some of myself in Harry in some of those moments of desperation and loss. And I kind of wanted to see what I could make happen with that. Yeah, true. Yeah, Harry's got a lot of things to make mistakes about, I guess, so it is kind of canon for him. Thanks very much, Santa. I appreciate the bits. If you even make next playthrough, you should keep in mind that if you put a lot of points into some stats, they will rule you basically. Inland Empire, for example, make you completely insane. Right. Yeah, I know it's not exactly an ideal thing to say you can relate to that character, but I know that we've all got some dark parts hidden somewhere in us, and I certainly found some that resonated with me for Harry, and I think that's why I was able to find like a touchstone to pull me into the world building so well. I think if I didn't find Harry relatable as much as I did in some ways, not that I found him relatable in a lot of ways, but in some ways, I wouldn't have been able to get to why is Kim so interesting? Why is Revachol so interesting? Why is someone like Kuno being awful to me something I want to find out more about instead of simply walk away from? You know, those sorts of things build up over time. And so to get to the meat of it, you kind of need to start somewhere, and that was where it was for me, I guess. Favorite thought or stat? My memory's terrible, and I'm really hungry, so I'm not thinking super clearly. I know I've said a couple times that there were particular quotes that were, like, really good, and even in this session today, probably one of those. As far as stats go, I know that I like to ignore certain ones, and then there were ones I found a little bit more dependable, like logic I found really useful. Authority bothered me most of the time. Rhetoric was, like, occasionally okay. Drama annoyed me a lot of the time, but sometimes it was necessary. Disco Elysium's interesting because the Thought Cabinet creates an experience very close to a TTRPG. Also, great that the thoughts are biased and not always helpful. I sometimes forgot that too, and you could probably tell when it happens during the playthrough. I learned it at one point. Yes, these thoughts are biased, and I have to filter their thoughts through my own understanding of their biases. And then I'd sometimes just go back to, oh, they're telling me something, I should just listen. Which felt kind of dumb in retrospect when I make that mistake over after learning it. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff I know I missed. There's a lot of people I wish I had more in-depth conversations with. There are like 3 or 5 white checks that I know I didn't do that I kind of wish I did. I never got into that bunker. I never figured out what's up with the smoker. You know, a bunch of stuff. It was a very engaging playthrough. I enjoyed it the whole way through. I sometimes wish I could have done longer sessions, to be honest, because I was really kind of pulled in. But I was trying to be mindful of, like, how long can I do this and still stay meaningful and not end up complaining, because I did stay too long today. And it led me to be a little bit too hungry and want to push past stuff faster than I would have normally. So, yeah, hopefully you understand. It's not that I actually was mad at the game or anything. I just kind of was like sitting here too long and I need to get up and stretch my legs. It was a fantastic game. I really enjoyed it. I hope you all did as well. I know we won't be getting a direct sequel to this game ever, but I hope the spirit lives on in either the writing style or the meticulousness that the game could be crafted from. Because there's quite a few studios working on, or working with parts of the development team now. I'm sure something great will come of it, even if it's nothing to do with any of the original staff. This will and has probably inspired quite a lot of people to work on their own projects, and we'll see those come to fruition over time. So, yeah, I really appreciated it all. It was a fantastic game. Very close to 10 out of 10 kind of category, and I really don't say that very often. I don't like to really assert things as being that good, because a lot of the time I can poke holes in it, and over longer periods of critique, stuff kind of falls away. I can tell by the way the writing was, though I don't think I'm going to feel that way about this. Just masterfully done. Everybody that was involved with this game was masterful levels of their craft. I said the same about God of War, actually. The 2018 one, I mean. It just felt like everyone was nailing it all the way through. Although the writing much more interesting here than even God of War, and I like the writing in that. I know, weird comparison, sorry. I don't know why I'm going to that out of nowhere. Yeah, so I don't know what we're going to do with Saturdays, but I suppose I will substitute in a new playthrough game if that's the format you liked. It seems like a lot of people are interested in that, so maybe we'll find something else similar or equally interesting. Maybe I'll do a playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 now. Another one, because I didn't finish the last one. Yeah, thanks very much for watching, everybody. I gotta go get some dinner. I appreciate you all for being here, and thanks so much for sharing this journey. And for those of you that I don't see regularly, I really do appreciate you stopping by. I hope to see you more if possible. Feel free to follow if you haven't already. I know a few of you have. But I'm on 5 days a week, ideally. You can see my schedule in the schedule widget. Or join our Discord, or follow me on Blue Sky, whatever you want. I put announcements up every time I stream. You know the whole deal. Alright, I'm going to see you next time. Have a good rest of your night. Thanks for being here, friends. See you soon.